Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In front of us is a skyscraper with strange fairy tale creatures flying above it. It is the Junior Guardian Spirit Academy. A teacher is standing in front of the students sitting at their desks. Students, this teacher once again solemnly reminds you that there is less than a week left before the admissions test of the Pet Timer Guardian Academies, he says. The teacher is wearing rectangular glasses and looking sternly at the students. You should use the next few days to prepare yourselves well, he continues. Strive to get a good grade on the test in a week's time and get into your ideal college. All right, dismissed. The three boys remain in the classroom and discuss the situation. Time flies so quickly, one of them says. 3 years flew by just unnoticed. Who says it's not? Asks the second. With our current strength, don't even think about the 4 senior Pet Timer Academies. Basically, there's no need to think about senior academy. You should hope to get admitted to any academy. A pretty blonde in a very short dress approaches a guy with purple hair, clutching his head. If you can't get into an ordinary Guardian Spirit Academy, you can only be an ordinary person for the rest of your life, the young man says sadly. My goal is the senior academy, the girl answers, laughing. Although I can't teach the top 4 ones, I have no problem getting into a senior academy with my strength. Another young man sits alone and sadly stares into space. There is still 1 week left for the test, but what does this have to do with me being a traverser, he thinks. We see how the soul descends from the portal above into the body of the young man, next to whom a strange doll is visible. That's right, the hero thinks. Just a week ago I traversed into this body. A cloud of blue energy penetrates the guy dozing on the table. The young man's eyes become round with amazement. Having combined my memories with those that were in this body, I learned what world I found myself in, the hero thinks. Before us are many rather strange creatures, among which one can guess birds with very long tails, scorpions, wolves, and lizards. This world is overflowing with various monsters, and people are able to survive only behind high city walls, the hero thinks. In order to fight against monsters, humans have evolved by taming spiritual creatures, resulting in the existence of a special human profession, which is the Spirit Guardian. We see a huge dragon, in front of which stand 3 people belonging to the aforementioned profession. As the name implies, a Spirit Guardian is able to fight against vicious monsters in the wild by harnessing a powerful spiritual pet. The huge bird, controlled by a young man who raised his hand, enters into battle with the evil lizard. Not only can they guard the human city, they can also open up places outside the city. We see a giant bear, controlled by an old man with a beard and a staff in his hands. For young people in this world, their biggest dream is to become a powerful spirit guardian. The girl smiles and strokes the white wolf, who has buried his muzzle in her knees. The young man looks in amazement at the large egg, which has already begun to crack. Every young person in the Federation who has reached the age of 18 can be assigned a monster egg. By signing a contract with this monster egg, one can obtain their first spiritual pet. A strange scarecrow with white hair and a skull icon on the left side of its chest hatches from the egg. However, all of this has nothing to do with me, because the original owner of this body had already hatched his first monster egg before I traversed, the young man thinks. The scary doll jumps in front of the guy, who is kneeling and punching the floor with his fists. And he opened this ugly, horrible, tough and sturdy monster. It can't even walk and only jumps like a small jiangshi, the hero recalls. The young man lies on the floor and doesn't even want to look at the wretchedness that he's been given. Although this zombie spiritual pet has outstanding defense, its attack is trash. Most importantly, zombies cannot evolve and ain't destined to be useless. I think the original owner died of despair, the hero thinks. A guy in a red turtleneck appears behind him. Other traversers either have a cheat or opus strength, splitting the heaven and earth. And I am a chicken mixed up with birds, the hero thinks. He sighs, and the young man standing behind him puts his hand on his shoulder. Yiling, don't think too much, he says. The red-haired guy looks at the hero with kind eyes. If you can't pass the exam, you can still become an ordinary office worker, he says, and you won't have to risk your life fighting monsters. The hero closes his eyes and raises his left hand in irritation. Chen Jai, you don't need to comfort me, he says. You have acquired a wind wolf with high attributes and it can still evolve. Now look at my zombie. A beep sounds and a message appears. The host's first spiritual pet has been detected, with a growth rate of 100%. It meets the activation conditions of the Guardian Spirit system. A system window appears, in which the rate quickly grows from 1 to 100%. It is reported that the Guardian Spirit system has been successfully activated. Yiling looks at the blue window in surprise and seems to realize something important. A joyful expression appears on his face. Saliva flows out of his mouth. Holy shit, Yiling thinks. This rustling sound is so beautiful. My cheat has finally arrived. We see the hero's eye. The guy seems to be very surprised. Chen Jai grabs him by the chin and starts shaking him. Hey, Yiling, he exclaims. What kind of nonsense are you talking here? Are you crazy? No, I'm fine, the hero declares. What's wrong, Chenjai? The guy is standing next to the desk where Yiling is sitting. I said, he says, but quickly stops himself. Forget about it, he says. It's okay, just work hard while you can. Maybe you can get into a low-level Guardian Spirit Academy. Yiling smiles. Don't worry, he says. The guy clenches his fist and puts it on the desk. He is in a very good mood. Now that I have a system, although I don't know what its purpose yet, a low-level academy can't meet my needs, he thinks. My goal is much higher. One of the students laughs loudly and turns to the other young people in the class. Guys, did you hear what Yiling just said? He says. His goal is not the low-level Guardian Academy. With that trash zombie of yours, how can you afford to enter the Guardian Spirit Academy? This is reported to be Liu Wu. At first glance, he seems like a rather unpleasant character. How funny, he says and starts laughing loudly. Chen Jai clenches his fist and yells angrily at the young man. Liu Wu, don't rely on the power of your family to bully others here. Ignore him, the hero tells his comrade. He puts out his hand, stopping Chen Jai. We can't fight him now, he says. Although the Liu family is a second-rate family in Tianhui City, the patriarch has also surpassed the 5th stage of Guardian Spirit. There are only 3 first-class families and 5 second-rate families in the whole city, so the Liu family's power is really not weak. Looking menacingly over his shoulder at the villain, the hero places his hand on his comrade's shoulder. Don't be impulsive, he begs. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. Now it is not the time for a fight, let's wait and see. Only I can be admitted to the top Guardian Spirit Academy, then I will beat Liu Wu and see what his family can do to me. 2 friends leave the classroom. Chen Jai gives the enemy the middle finger. Brother Wu, this trash dares to hold a grudge, the guy in the yellow sweater says to his friend. Aha, trash is trash. A lifetime trash, Liu Wu replies. That's right, his friend says loudly. You should know that our brother Wu is going to take the advanced test at the top Guardian Spirit Academy. We see a cityscape with 3 tall skyscrapers. Chen Jai and Yiling are standing on a nice sidewalk next to the building. Yiling, I'm going to the gym, says the hero's friend. If you need anything, come find me. Okay, replies Ling. But first, I want to go home. The hero smiles and looks ahead thoughtfully. It's better hurry home and see what this Guardian Spirit system really does, he thinks. The hero is sitting on the couch at home. System, open up, he orders. An ugly doll is sitting on the guy's lap. System notifications appear. Guardian Spirit system has officially been launched, which can help the host clearly understand various aspects of the spiritual pet's information. At the same time, it can increase the experience points of the pets so they can quickly level up. Ling looks closely at the picture hanging in front of him. Just now the system was introduced that it can quickly upgrade spiritual pets, he says. We see a window that the hero is looking at. Yiling, rank 1, level 2, spiritual energy 200/200, spiritual skill, spiritual chain, spiritual shield, spiritual vision. The hero presses his finger on the menu item that interests him. Detailed information about the doll opens. Name, black-eyed zombie, genus, undead. Rank 1 level 2, growth power, mediocre, growth rate, 100%, talent, physical damage reduction, skill, none, evolutionary direction, the only evolutionary direction, next stage, white-eyed zombie, gray-eyed zombie, yellow-eyed zombie, blue-eyed zombie, green-eyed zombie, red-eyed zombie king. Ling looks at the information on the screen in shock. What? Evolutionary development. Does this mean that with the system my little zombie will be able to evolve? He thinks. We are shown the development path of one of the pets, from a defenseless chicken to an incredibly formidable adult. As long as the spiritual pet evolves, it will increase its growth power, the hero thinks. In this world of the taming spirit, the growth power of spiritual pets is divided into 8 levels. There are trash, mediocre, common, uncommon, rare, epic, legend, and myth. Although the highest level of growth power is the myth level, there is no spiritual pet that has reached the myth level in the entire Federation. We see his doll. A trash level spiritual pet can only be upgraded to a maximum of rank 4 level 10, while a mediocre pet can only be upgraded to rank 5 level 10, and so on, thinks Ling. We see the Firebird again, with some of its skills listed next to it. Only epic level spiritual pets have the opportunity to upgrade to rank 9 and 10, let alone higher level legend pets, thinks the hero. And because the higher the growth ability, the more talents and skills one possesses, naturally giving them an advantage. Ling looks at the doll, smiling. As long as it can evolve, my black-eyed zombie will no longer be trash, he says. If it can evolve into the ultimate red-eyed zombie king, its growth power would be myth. Laughing, the hero leans back on the couch. With the Guardian Spirit system, the top academy is completely within my reach, he says happily. Ling remembers something, and a worried expression appears on his face. "Ah, that's right, I almost forgot that spirit pet evolutions require materials," says the hero. "I have to see what materials are needed to evolve my little zombie." Ling looks at another system message that popped up in front of him. As expected, the system novel benefits. "You didn't get deceived by those novels and manhwas," he says. We see the contents of the blue window that popped up in front of the hero. Enable system benefits. The system can help the host's spirit pet evolve for the first time without charging any resources, and at the same time give the host 2 available free points. Ling looks at his scary doll. "A free evolution. Are you really going to evolve?" he asks. "Alright, since we have signed a contract, it is our destiny. Let's evolve you." Ling presses the corresponding function of the system. The hero looks in amazement as the doll changes. It acquires human features. Her face becomes very beautiful. Eventually, a gorgeous long-haired girl appears in front of the guy. He looks at her in shock. "Damn it," he says. "I made a mistake. These changes, aren't they too big?" We see the girl from the front, and she is truly gorgeous. She looks at the hero with huge eyes and asks him to take care of her. Ling looks in shock at the beauty standing in front of him. He jumps up from the couch where he was sitting. Admiration is written on the hero's face. "Isn't this evolved female zombie a bit too pretty?" he asks. "How strong is she exactly?" He points to the system window. "Let's take a look at her attributes," he says. "She's going to have to hunt monsters after all." An information card appears in front of us. Spirit pet attribute. Name, white-eyed zombie. Class, undead. Rank 1 level 2. Growth power, common. Growth rate, 0%. Talent, physical damage reduction, low level, with additional talents available. Ling, smiling, analyzes the information. "Sweet," he says. "Growth power evolved from trash to common, and she even got a skill." Here is the description of this skill. Bloodlust. When the owner fights against an enemy and causes damage to the opponent, you can recover from your own injuries while significantly increasing your attack power. Ling looks thoughtfully at the system window. Although it has a cooldown, this skill can heal injuries and provide more long-lasting combat power, he thinks. Bloodlust ability, combined with damage reduction ability, can cause considerable damage. A good meat shield indeed. The girl stands in front of the hero and looks at him silently. System, what does it take to obtain skill and talent points? Ling asks. A series of information windows appear. Free point. You can add points to the skills and talent points. You only need to use the free points to do so. Currently, the host has only 2 points available. Free points can not only be used to add points to pets' talents and skills, but also to upgrade the skills mastered by the host using the available free points. Ling looks at the blue window hanging in front of him in surprise. "Wow, you can even improve your skills," he exclaims. We see a palm containing a small blue sphere emitting energy streams around itself. The spiritual envoy possesses spiritual skills, which require learning to master them, the hero thinks. In the current schools, only 3 spiritual skills are taught, namely spiritual chain. We see a girl holding a chain in her hands. Spiritual shield. Before us is a stern warrior with a huge shield. And spiritual vision. We see a guy whose eye is the center of a round blue outline. The spiritual skills the Imperial Envoy has are not easy to upgrade and require a lot of time to cultivate, the hero thinks. He clicks on the menu item remaining points. "However, my spiritual power is too low and upgrading my skills consumes too much, so it's not worth it," thinks Ling. "Let's add some to the white-eyed zombie first." Before us are 2 system windows with shortcuts and text. Available talents, magic damage reduction, slightly reduces magic damage. High speed regeneration, as long as it is not instantly eliminated, rapid recovery no matter how serious the injury, but requires physical energy consumption. Available talents, Berserker, gradually consumes your health to greatly increase your own strength and speed, and then after the health drops to a certain level it will automatically turn off. Ling looks at the girl in amazement. All 3 skills are very strong, he thinks. The hero chooses high speed regeneration. But zombies should behave like zombies, he thinks. How can we do without high-speed regeneration? This thing must be added. The girl lowers her eyes and looks somewhere down. As long as the spiritual pet does not die, it will continue to regenerate, which is simply ridiculous, thinks Ling. The girl stretches her right hand out to the side. A spiritual pet is also a creature that can be fatally injured. It will be very troublesome if she suffers from a fatal injury in battle. She needs to have this high-speed regenerative ability, the hero continues to reason. Then he chooses the only available talent. After using Berserker, you will gradually reduce your own health to increase strength and speed. If this is combined with the Bloodlust skill, you can restore your own health by attacking the enemy, thinks Ling. The girl smiles. An ominous fire lights up in her eyes. She looks very dangerous. If this cycle goes on, my female zombie will be terrifying, thinks the hero. He looks at one of the cards presented to him by the system window. Just add the Berserker skill, says Ling. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, he stands in front of the blonde beauty. We can't call her a black-eyed zombie anymore, the hero notices. She has white eyes now. The hero takes the girl by the cheek. The skin has also become soft and is no different from normal human skin, he notices. The girl looks at the hero in surprise. "Sir, what are you doing?" she asks. Ling pulls his hand away. "Oh, I'm sorry," he exclaims. "So you can talk now. I used to call you a zombie and you must have found it very unpleasant to hear." In front of us is a full-length girl. "Why don't you call me Zuyu in the future?" she asks. "Do you like this name?" The girl looks at the young man hopefully. Ling turns away from her and points his finger at the system window again. "Okay, from now on I will call you Zuyu," he says. In front of us is the window that the hero is looking at, and there is no new information for us there. Only the character's name has changed. There are a total of 4 talents and skills combined, Ling exclaims happily. Smiling, he rubs his chin. "Now my spiritual pet is much more powerful than other pets and monsters with the same growth power," he thinks. However, in order to continue the evolution of Zuyu we need to hunt more monsters. The girl stands behind the smiling hero. "It's time to hunt monsters," she hears. Before us is a magnificent city of a very advanced civilization from a technological point of view. The Federation I am in is not technologically weak, but it is slightly different from previous generations of technology, the hero thinks. Although there are also vehicles such as cars and airplanes, they are powered not by gasoline or electricity, but by spiritual energy. Spiritual power can be said to be the driving force of all devices. But both cars and airships are limited to driving within cities. Before us are terrible monsters, in front of which a dead young man lies under the rubble of a building. Outside the city there are areas where monsters run rampant. Daring to drive out is suicidal. Ling steps out onto the road and raises his hand to stop the car. The most common means of transportation are still cars, but if it is to shuttle between cities, the safest are airships, because the Federation has arranged for a powerful Imperial Spirit envoy to accompany the airship. As long as it does not encounter a large number of flying monsters, the safety is basically guaranteed. We see a young man in a red cloak standing in front of a screen that shows a diagram of some kind of airship. The guy scans a QR code from the screen. In the Alliance, the only currency is the credit point, just like money in my previous life, Ling thinks. He sits next to the driver and asks him to take him to the south gate. The driver looks at the road, a little surprised. "Are you a student from Tianhui School?" he asks. "And you are heading to the south gate alone. It is a very dangerous place." The hero, propping his head on his hand, looks out the car window. "Yes, I am there," he answers. "And, of course, to hunt monsters." We see a blue dome over the city, protecting the island of civilization from various monsters. "That's right, it's really a dangerous place out there," thinks Ling. The entire Tianhui city has 4 gates, east, west, north, and south. Soldiers are fighting off winged creatures trying to get over the wall. Each gate is guarded by heavily armed soldiers to prevent the invasion of monsters, thinks Ling. He slowly walks somewhere. In front of the hero is a gate with 2 guards. "I am no longer a useless person," he thinks. One of the guards holds out his hand to stop the guy and demands that he show his ID. Ling hands him a blue card. We see the exit from the city gates. "You can go through," says the guard. Ling walks along a path through the forest. Around the city there are some relatively low-level monsters, he thinks. Strong ones are usually concentrated far from the city. A round indicator lights up on the hero's forehead. In the wilderness it's better to be careful, the young man thinks. He holds out his hand, and a girl appears behind him. "Zuyu, come out first," says Ling. We see that the guy is holding a phone in his hand, on the screen of which is a map of the area. "Fortunately, I was already prepared to take a look at the distribution of monsters near the south gate," thinks the hero. His finger points to a point on the area, which is marked as Burial Mound. The level of undead skeleton monsters here is not high, and they can also give evolution materials, thinks Ling. He resolutely heads forward and orders Zuyu to follow him. The hero and his pet walk through the forest. The first evolution is given by the system for free, but the next evolution materials should be collected, thinks Ling. We see the pet's information card again. "White-eyed zombie has been achieved," says the hero. The girl has a rather serious expression on her face. Behind her is a card with new information for us. Evolution requirements for gray-eyed zombie. Flawless bone 0 divided by 1, heart of darkness 0 divided by 1, darkness crystal 0 divided by 10, dark blood essence 0 divided by 10. There is a skull with glowing eyes next to the boy's leg. The next evolution of the blood ghost requires 4 materials: flawless bone, heart of darkness, 10 second grade darkness crystals, and 10 dark blood essence, the hero thinks. Zuyu follows the path after him. And in this burial mound there is a chance to obtain 2 of these materials, Ling muses. He looks at another system window. One is the flawless bone, and the other is the secondary darkness crystals, he says. Zuyu calls out to her master. He looks at her over his shoulder. What confuses you? Ling asks. Our destination is here. Zuyu looks at the hero. There are undead everywhere, she says. The hero looks at the forest, through which strange black wisps of smoke are floating. Yes, we came to this place to hunt the undead, he says. The hero walks past skulls with glowing eyes. But why can't I see any of them? He asks. I have checked the map and found that there should be skeleton soldiers on the outskirts of the burial mound, and their strength is around rank 1 level 3. He thinks. Suddenly, one of the skeletons grabs the hero by the leg. Now 3 skeletons are clinging to his shins and thighs. One of the opponents has already reached the guy's shoulder with his bony hand. Zuyu, go ahead, Ling orders. Finish off those skeletons. A system window appears in front of the hero. What the hell? He thinks. There's a mission. Here is the description of the task. Mission issued. First battle, kill 20 skeleton soldiers. Complete the mission to get 50% of the current spirit pet experience points progress. Ling looks at the window in amazement. This reward is overrated. It's directly 50% of the experience, he exclaims. The girl's hand has turned red and clawed. Zuyu, kill them, the hero orders. One of the skulls flies off to the side. Ling looks in amazement at how easily her charge deals with the monsters. 4 notifications appear in front of him at once, stating that Zuyu has destroyed a skeleton soldier. The hero clenches his fist in joy. This is simply unfair. She destroyed 4 enemies with just 1 move, he exclaims. Zuyu is so strong, why am I hesitating? Crush them. The skeletons rush towards the girl, behind whom the hero stands. The girl, with streams of red energy spreading around her, moves forward to meet them. Zuyu, destroy them, don't leave a single one, Ling shouts. The skeletons open their jaws wide, clearly enraged. Zuyu flies into the air and ends up above their heads. The girl puts her crossed arms in front of her face, her nails pointing towards the enemies. There is corpse poison on Zuyu's nails. As long as she scratches the opponent's skin, it will invade the body, Ling thinks. However, for monsters like skeletons, which are immune to most negative effects, it doesn't have much effect. The girl successfully attacks more opponents. Although this group of skeleton soldiers barely reached rank 1 level 2 or 3, they are still too far behind for Zuyu, the hero thinks. The hero continues to receive notifications about the destruction of monsters. She killed 6 skeletons in a couple of minutes, he thinks. It seems that she will complete this mission very quickly. This is simply magnificent. Another skeleton, which the girl and her master approach, shakes, making eerie sounds with its bones. Zuyu stares at the monster. 3 skeletons at once rush to attack, emitting ominous streams of red from their eye sockets. The girl frowns at them and brings her hand to her face. She rushes forward and easily disintegrates the monsters. A notification appears. First battle completed. Successfully killed 20 skeleton soldiers, rewarding your spirit pet Zuyu with 50% of its current experience. The hero happily extends his finger to the blue window. Obtaining 50% of experience, he joyfully exclaims, plus the experience gained from killing these skeletons. Go, Zuyu, we are about to level up. Zuyu stares at the enemies. A yellow arrow pointing upward appears behind her. Level up, Ling says, laughing loudly. He looks at the system notification hanging in front of him. What? Level up by 1? I didn't expect such surprise. In front of us is the same window the guy is looking at. He notices that he is also entitled to a reward of 1 free point. Ling rubs his chin in surprise. Now it is more important to level up Zuyu faster, so I'll use this 1 free point on her, he thinks. An arrow pointing upward and a message are visible behind the girl, magic damage reduction up. Now that the attack power is sufficient, let's focus on increasing the magic resistance so that she can withstand magic attacks, Ling thinks. He turns to his charge, who is standing next to her with a completely calm expression on her face. Zuyu, it is recorded on the map that there are elite skeleton soldiers nearby. Let's go, we need to find them, he says. Zuyu smiles faintly. Another girl is walking along the forest path. Ling watches her, hiding behind a rock. The guy notices something. Skeleton soldier, he thinks. We see a monster, which in its weapon and protective armor is noticeably different from the skeletons that Zuyu fought a little earlier. It rushes at the girl standing in front of it. She calmly looks at the monster and thoughtfully moans. Hiding behind a rock, Ling watches what is happening. With its mouth wide open, the monster rushes to attack. The girl is still standing and making the same moaning sound. It's her, the hero thinks. Huo Zioner. She actually got ahead of me. The skeleton quickly approaches the girl. Ling looks out from behind the rock in surprise. Where's her spirit pet? He thinks. She's not planning to take on the skeleton soldier by herself, does she? The boy opens his mouth in surprise. Zioner calmly summons the Earth Dragon. We see the creature the girl summoned and its description. Earth Dragon. Growth power, rare. The Earth Dragon is among the spiritual pets with higher base stats. The girl who controls it continues to look serenely at the enemy. Then she winks and orders the dragon to finish off the skeleton. The winged creature readily jumps over its mistress and appears in front of the bone monster. The dragon's huge head hangs over the skeleton. The dragon bends its neck, preparing to strike. We see that the skeleton, who is still holding a sharp sword in his hands, has his leg bones breaking and flying apart. The huge dragon bends over the skeleton lying on the ground in front of him. Incredible, Ling thinks, looking at what is happening in front of him. The dragon raises its head and roars deafeningly. An eerie red energy flows from his eyes. He reaches out his clawed paw to the fallen skeleton. It turns out that the skeleton is still alive. His eyes flash with anger as he looks at his enemy. The dragon strikes. Streams of pink energy rise from the place where his paw landed. The girl inserts the stopper into a small measuring cup. Now the pink streams spread from there. Ling looks at the girl and the dragon. It dropped a soul fire, the monster core of skeleton-class monsters, he thinks. This girl is really something. She even brought a soul bottle to collect the soul fire. The Huo family is truly one of the 3 major families in Tianhui City. The girl, smiling happily, strokes her pet's nose. "Good job, Earth Dragon," she says. Suddenly she turns to the hero and demands that he come out. "What's the point of hiding?" the girl asks. Ling peeks out from behind a rock. Busted, the hero thinks. This Huo Zioner is the eldest daughter of the Huo family, the future heir of it and the school flower. She has reached the 7th level of the 1st rank at such a young age, while I have only reached the 2nd level of the 1st rank after more than half a year. The boy comes out of his hiding place and walks towards the girl with the dragon. "Who are you and why were you hiding there?" asks Huo Zioner. "Miss Huo, would you believe me if I said I was just passing by?" says the hero. Smiling, he looks at her. "You are Yi Ling?" the girl asks. "What? Miss Huo knows me?" asks the young man. The girl smiles and raises a finger of her left hand. "Well, I heard about you at school," she says. "You are the one whose first contracted spirit pet is a zombie that is unable to evolve." Ling scratches his head thoughtfully. "What are you doing alone in such a dangerous place like Burial Mound?" asks the girl. The hero answers with undisguised irritation. "Miss Huo, I am free to choose where I go. That shouldn't bother you, should it?" The dragon approaches the hero menacingly and stamps its front paw loudly. Huo Zioner and Ling look in surprise at the creature, which has become inexplicably angry. The dragon opens its mouth wide and roars deafeningly. The girl brings her fist to her mouth to hide her smile. She laughs and wipes away a tear. "All right, Earth Dragon, stop scaring him." Her pet calms down, and the hero sinks to the ground to catch his breath. "Good boy," Zioner says, stroking the dragon's cheek. The girl calls out to the hero, who turns to face her, frightened. She continues to pet her pet, but her gaze becomes very serious. "I just wanted to remind you that this is a very dangerous place," she says. "You shouldn't have come here, you better go back as soon as possible." "There's no need for that," Ling shouts. He looks at the girl with irritation. "I'm capable of taking care of myself, so there's no need to worry about me," he says. "Who does she think she is?" he thinks. Ling turns away from the girl and casually raises his hand. "If you have nothing else to say, I'll be going," he says. "Do you think I'm still that old trash?" he thinks. "You are very much mistaken." Having said goodbye, the hero leaves the girl with the dragon. The pet casts a not very kind glance at its owner. She looks at the back of the leaving guy with less than kind eyes. "Damn it," she says. "I was just trying to make a kind gesture, and you can't even appreciate it. I'd like to see what that dumbass wants to do with the burial mound." Streams of yellow energy swirl around the girl, behind whom the dragon stands. "There are few people in the 3rd grade who dare to come to the burial mound alone," she thinks. "You are just a guy from the bottom of that grade." Zioner looks at the hero who is leaving with an unkind look. "I want to know what the hell you are up to." Strange black clouds hang between the trees. Zioner, hiding behind a thick trunk, watches the hero. Ling notices her presence. "What is this woman trying to do?" he thinks. The girl watches the hero carefully. "Okay, let her do what she wants," thinks Ling. "It is much more important for me to improve my stats now." Suddenly, a bony hand grabs his leg. Many skeletons appear next to the hero. Ling looks at the enemies and it seems to him that this trap was set on purpose. The number of enemies is growing. Where did so many of them come from at once? The guy thinks. It is clear that Zioner is afraid for the hero. "Idiot, there are 3 officers and a bunch of ordinary skeletons," she thinks. "You are in big trouble." We see an officer of the skeletons in a helmet with a sharp spike, and he looks really scary. The monster raises his sword and prepares to strike the young man. Taking aim, the skeleton strikes with its weapon. Ling puts his hand forward and summons Zuyu. "Come out," he orders. A blue summoning circle appears on the ground between the skeleton and the young man. A moment later, the girl's legs appear in it, and the skeleton is defeated. Zuyu steps forward to meet the skeletons with a completely calm expression. Zioner looks at the hero's pet in amazement. Is she a zombie? If so, why is she so beautiful? She thinks. Is she a mutated spiritual pet or evolved? How is that even possible? The zombie advances on the enemies, putting forward its right hand, which has now turned red. Forward, Zuyu, Ling orders her. The girl attacks, and fear appears on the skeletons' faces. It seems that the skeleton officer is looking closely at his opponent. She rushes to attack, and the monster has to put up a shield to try to stop her. The skeleton looks out from behind the shield and grins happily, but a moment later, Zuyu appears behind him. The skeleton's head flies into pieces along with his helmet. The skull falls to the ground behind the girl, who is standing in a spectacular pose. Zuyu is surrounded by streams of red energy. Xioner looks at the girl from behind a tree trunk in surprise and even fear. Isn't she a little too strong even for a zombie? She asks. The hero looks at his charge with pride. This is just the beginning, he says. The main part of the show hasn't started yet. Judging by the look, the hero notices something. These are two system notifications. Task assigned, kill 20 skeleton soldiers. You will obtain 50% of your current spiritual pets experience and an outfit for spiritual pets. Task assigned, 100 bone cut. Kill 100 skeleton officers. Your pet's level will be raised by 1 immediately. Ling, who is standing behind Zuyu, clenches his fist excitedly. 2 tasks at once, and they are rewarding an outfit as well as an increase in level, he exclaims. But it must be admitted that killing 100 skeletons is a little tiring. The hero looks somewhere with wide eyes. Many skeletons are approaching his descendant, emitting a loud roar. It seems that Ling has figured out how to cope with this wave. Well then, activate the Berserker skill, he orders the zombie girl. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of Zuyu's mouth. Streams of red energy swirl around her figure. It says that the Berserker skill has been activated. Xioner watches from behind a tree in amazement. Berserker, she thinks. It reduces one's health points while continuously increasing speed and power. A zombie with the ability to suck blood. Paired with this Berserker. Isn't this a little too perverted? Zuyu raises her hand with sharp nails to face level and carefully watches the skeletons approaching her. A moment later, she charges and rushes through the enemy's battle lines. Skulls and bones fly across the forest. However, the monsters still charge, eager to finish off their enemy. Ling extends a finger towards the blue window hanging in front of him. It's the perfect time to test the effect of this spiritual ability, he exclaims. Spiritual chain. One of the skeletons is entangled in chains sparking with electrical discharges. More and more of them appear. They are not only on the monster's limbs, but also on his sword. The hero spreads his arms out to the sides. The zombie girl rushes forward. Zuyu, to attack, orders Ling. The girl rushes through the ranks of monsters, leaving a red trail behind her. Her gaze is full of determination. Zuyu pushes off with her foot. Another monster dies under her feet. The girl hits him in the skull with all her might. Zuyu jumps away from the next skeleton, but its most important bones are already broken. Zuyu swirls red and black streams around itself. Xioner looks at her in amazement from behind a tree. This Berserker is so terrifying, she thinks. Looks like my Earth Dragon is no match for it. Ling, giggling, looks at the enemies. What a great surprise, he says. Zuyu steps on the spine of a fallen skeleton. Zuyu, finish the fight faster, the guy orders her. The girl looks at her next opponents. Her gaze, as always, is very calm. Putting her hand forward, Zuyu rushes to attack. Her sharp red nails hang over the skull of one of the skeletons. The girl swings and hits. She cuts off the opponent's head and pulls her hand back. The skeletons look around in fear. One of them receives a powerful blow. Zuyu approaches her master. Behind her back you can see skeletons broken into large pieces. Xioner hides behind a tree. The toughest skull of the skeleton soldier was pierced by his spirit pet in one go, she thinks. I never thought that this usual trash would become my biggest opponent to enter the top-level Guardian Spirit Academy. Xioner looks thoughtfully into the distance. No, I can't just give up, she thinks. Ling rubs his chin thoughtfully. He picks up a skull from the ground. The hero rubs it in surprise. Why, after destroying so many skeletons, have we not gotten anything good? He asks. The guy throws the skull over his shoulder in irritation. Picking up things is so troublesome, he declares. It would be nice if there was auto pickup. Ling looks in surprise at the window that appears, which says that the system takes into account the current needs of the pet owner. Another notification appears. Mission issued. Successfully level up to rank 2 level 1. Available function, auto pickup. Reward, mysterious item. What the hell? The hero is indignant. Do what you want, but why do you want me to level up to that level? I am only at rank 1 level 3 now, and it's far from rank 2. It will take me a long time to grow that much. Ling notices something and squats down in front of the skeleton lying on the ground. What is that shiny thing? He asks. The hero sees a tiny bone in front of him. Is this a flawless bone? He asks himself a completely logical question. The guy picks up the item he found and looks at it carefully. That's right, he thinks. This is a flawless bone, one of the materials needed to evolve Zuyu to the next level. Ling hides the bone in his belt pouch. I didn't expect that we would be able to get the first evolutionary material so easily, he says. It appears that when luck is on your side, it can't be stopped. The hero's finger reaches for one of the items in the system window. The only potential evolutionary materials for Zuyu at the burial mound are the flawless bone and second-grade darkness crystal, Ling thinks. He gestures with his hand, urging the girl to follow him. Zuyu, let's continue our search, the hero says. There are still plenty of targets waiting for us here. Yes, sir, the zombie answers. A few hours later, Zuyu continues to fight the skeletons. The girl looks down and seems to be breathing quite heavily. She is confronted by a scary-looking skeleton in a helmet. The monster jumps high into the air and raises its sword above its head, preparing to hit its target. Streams of red and black energy swirl around Zuyu, and another group of skeletons approaches her. It seems that the hero's pet is trying to gather her strength. The skeletons look at the red and black whirlwind in surprise. The girl is no longer in it. Zuyu again finds herself where no one expected to see her, namely behind one of the enemies. A powerful blow follows, and the skeleton's head flies off its shoulders. The hero's foot steps on the skull. Ling looks in surprise at the system window that has appeared in front of him. We see it too. Mission Eliminate Elite Skeletons completed. Receive 50% experience progress and a set of Zuyu exclusive clothes. The hero is shocked to comprehend the information he sees. With this 50%, her experience has increased to 80%. He thinks, this leveling speed is unheard of. We see another notification and a hand holding a piece of cloth. Exclusive to Zuyu, Nisheng Bloody Garment. It provides effective resistance against both physical and magical attacks and comes with a self-cleaning function. Besides, it's indestructible. Here is Zuyu. The hero calls out to her. He hands her the piece of clothing he has just received. The properties of these clothes are good. Change into them quickly, he orders. The girl takes the clothing and says she will do it right now. Modestly lowering her eyes, Zuyu takes off what she was wearing. Ling tries to close his eyes so as not to see it. Damn it, who can even stand this? He screams. The guy sees the seductive back of the zombie girl and her gorgeous legs. However, the dress he received is on Zuyu pretty quickly. The guy and the girl stand in front of the skeletons. Good, says the hero. Look how it works. White energy streams swirl around the skulls of the enemies. Zuyu rushes to attack, confirming that she understood her master's order. Ling looks at his pet with a satisfied expression. This dress has an automatic repair function. He thinks. Zuyu destroys another enemy. Now she can wear it for a while, the young man realizes. The zombie girl enthusiastically fights monsters. A huge yellow arrow appears above her head. A notification appears that Zuyu has leveled up. I can't believe it, says Kung. 2 levels in one day, and now she's already level 4, rank 1. He sees another system message. Congratulations to the host's spirit pet, Zuyu, for successfully reaching rank 1 level 4. Obtained 1 free point. Ling stretches sweetly. It's getting dark, he says. The monsters are too dangerous at night. We should go back. He starts walking along the path and calls his pet to follow him. Yes, sir, the girl answers. The moon is shining. We are back in the city. Ling, lying on the bed, works with the information windows. We see the information he is looking at. Host, Yiling. Rank 1 level 4. Spiritual energy 400 over 400. Spiritual skill, spiritual chain, spiritual shield, spiritual vision. Spiritual pet, Zuyu. Free points, 1. Name, Zuyu. Rank 1 level 4. Growth power, common. Growth rate, 10.2%. Equipment, Zuyu's exclusive Ninchang Bloody Garment. Talent, physical damage reduction, super speed regeneration, magic damage reduction. Skills, Bloodlust, Berserk. The hero looks out the window. In just one, both Zuyu and I have changed a lot, he says. There are only a few days left until the academy selection, and in that time I need to gain a few more levels. Ling turns over to sleep. It's decided, he says. I'll call the teacher tomorrow and ask for time off. The crescent moon is visible high in the sky. Down below, in front of a luxurious mansion, a girl is working out. Chains are flying in the air, emitting discharges of energy. The girl is spinning in place, spinning her spectacular weapon. It's Huo Zioner, and she looks tired. How is this possible? She says. I don't want to lose to him. A man approaches the girl from behind and calls out to her. Dad, Zioner answers. The man looks at his daughter carefully. It's late. Why aren't you asleep yet? He asks. The girl clenches her fists, angry. Dad, I saw an evolved zombie today, she says. The father looks at her doubtfully. You must be wrong. Zombies can't evolve, he says. The man puts his hand on the girl's head. Zioner, although the academy selection is very important, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself, he says. Just do your best. The father and daughter stand in front of the majestic family mansion. "I know, father," the girl answers. "That's good," the man says. "Go to bed." 3 days later, bizarre flying machines hang above the city, illuminated by the bright sun. Ling stands below and looks at them. "It will be today," he says. His eyes are full of hope. The Academy Selection Day, center of Tianhui City, Mayor's Mansion. We see a magnificent city over which futuristic flying machines rush. No less interesting vehicles move along ordinary roads. Chen Jai watches all these cars flow towards the place where the event is to be held. Both he and the other young people look with admiration at what is happening around them. Those are the ships of the Guardian Spirit Academies. Impressive, he thinks. We see a gray-haired old man with pince-nez and a goatee. He is the mayor of Tianhui City, Shang Lingkong. "Everyone has finally arrived. I've been waiting," he says, laughing loudly. The 4 people he addressed approach him. They greet him in return. In front of us is a fair-haired young man putting his fist to his palm. It is reported that this is the representative of King Long Academy Liu Feng, rank 7, level 8. "Mayor Shang, this year's election trial," he says. The second young man raises his hand in greeting. He is the representative of Baihu Academy Bai Tong, rank 7, level 7. "Sorry for the hassle," he says. Shang Lingkong, smiling, looks at the new arrivals, leaning on a fancy cane. "You must be a little tired from the journey," he says. Now in front of us is a pretty brunette. She is the representative of Xuan Wu Academy Huo Ling, rank 7, level 7. "Greetings, Mayor Shang," she says. "I believe this is our first meeting. I'm Huo Ling from the Huo family in Saint City. I am the representative of Xuan Wu Academy this time. I'm here for that lady who broke up with the Huo family. I would like to know if she's really a genius like the rumors say." An old man approaches 2 girls standing next to each other with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Huo," he says. The old man strokes his beard with a smile. "Huo Zioner from your family is indeed a one-of-a-kind genius," he says. "She is at the top of all the youngsters in the entirety of Tianhui City." Another girl, with brown hair, joins the conversation. She is the representative of Guardian Spirit Academy Hongzhou, rank 7, level 8. "Alright, they probably can't wait for another second now," she says. "Of course, without further ado, let's move to the trial location," suggests Shang Lingkong. In front of us is a huge stadium with hundreds of people on the field. It is the examination field. Chen Jai looks over his shoulder and calls out to the hero. The guy worriedly looks around at the people next to him, but does not see the one he needs. Has he already given up on the election? He thinks. I haven't been able to contact him for days. However, the hero appears and calls out to the red-haired young man. Ling raises his hand like a schoolboy who wants to ask the teacher a question. "I'm not late," he asks. Chen Jai approaches his friend and hits him hard on the shoulder. "You, punk, what have you been doing these days?" he asks. "I couldn't even contact you. If the teacher hadn't said you asked for time off, I would have thought you were dead." The friends continue talking. The hero smiles. "Don't worry, I'm a strong guy." "How can I die?" asks Ling. "I was just leveling up." "Look, it seems to me that you've changed somehow," says Jai. The hero clenches his fist and raises it to chest level. "Changed? It might be because I'll be getting an offer from the top Guardian Spirit Academy," he asks. The students who hear his words laugh mockingly. He really thinks he can get into the top Guardian Spirit Academy. "What a joke," says one of them. He looked at himself in the mirror, asks the second one. "A trash spiritual pet. Well, he only has himself to blame," someone else says. "After today he'll just be another normie, who cares?" Ling, who is standing next to his friend, continues to clench his fist. He giggles at the comments of the students who do not believe in him. He looks defiantly at the skeptics. "Laugh as much as you want," he says. "Today I will show you that it is better not to laugh at me." One of the students points his finger somewhere. "Look," he shouts. There are representatives of 4 academies and the mayor of the city. The text, "Selection Exam," appears on the huge scoreboard of the stadium. We see the mayor and 4 representatives of the leading academies. Shang Lingkong looks at the assembled students and smiles happily. "The participants this year are really active," he says. "Then let's get going." "Yes, Mayor," answers the young aide standing next to him. The important people are sitting at a table on a high platform. The students are standing on the field in front of them. "Everyone, quiet down. The trial is beginning." An announcement is played. We see the hero's back, and now his face, which is filled with determination. "I'll show you all," he says. A man in glasses stands in front of the students. "The trial is about to begin, so I'll go over the rules again," he says. We see young people fighting monsters. The Guardian Spirit trial is split into 2 parts. The mentor begins to explain. Part 1, Surviving in the Secret Domain. All students who participate in the trial will be teleported to a fixed secret domain. Participants will be attacked by rank 1 demonic beasts. All students must survive for 3 days in the domain. We see a terrible creature that looks like a dog. Participants who pass the first part of the trial will continue on with the second part, the teacher says. The monster looms over a student who has fallen to the ground and is trying to crawl away. Part 2 of the trial is combat. The man in glasses continues his explanation. Students are split into groups. Winners will advance into the next round, while losers will impede in their corresponding groups. Anyone who failed in the first round, congratulations, you're only qualified to enter a low-ranking Guardian Academy. The more rounds you get through and the more times you win, the higher your chance to enter a high-ranking academy. The mentor stands in front of the students and continues to lay out the rules. The top 10 equally have the chance to enter the top Guardian Spirit Academy. If not, the top 10 would at least be accepted in a high-ranking academy. The teacher puts his right hand forward. Let me remind you, he says, compete within your strength, don't push yourself too much or else you'll be paying the price with your life. Life matters more than anything. If you are dead, then there'll be nothing left. The frightened girl, raising her hand, turns to the teacher. You can really die there, she asks. There's unexpected dangers everywhere in the trial. Only you will be able to save yourself, the man replies. The hero stares at the teacher. How can this be? One of the students asks him. Come on, I've been waiting for this exact moment, Ling thinks. He looks at the system window that has appeared before his eyes. New mission from the system, the hero realizes. The window is shown to us too. New mission. Complete the first recruitment trial of the Guardian Spirit Academy. Reward, 3 spiritual power crystals. Ling, next to whom a strange bald student is standing, looks at the information message with a little surprise. He reaches out his finger to the text. There's only rank 1 demonic beasts in the domain. For me that should be easy, he thinks. One of the students points at a group of people standing nearby. Look, he shouts. Huo Zioner is standing up ahead. We see the girl the hero met in the forest. Where is that guy? She thinks, looking around. Huo Zioner is smiling. She is standing with her hands behind her back. I heard that Huo Zioner is the seeded player of this exam, and several big academies are coming to see her, someone nearby says. Really? How can the Huo family be so powerful? Comes the answer. Ling, clenching his fist, looks at the girl with excitement. Today, I want to check who the genius here really is, he says. The students stand in front of a high stage, above which a huge board says selection exam. A small purple whirlwind appears in front of the speaking old man. Candidates, silence, he says loudly. The portal moves towards the field where the students are standing. The portal to the secret realm is open, Shang Lingkong announces. The first stage of the exam is officially declared open. The old man points to the portal. Go inside faster and faster and find the most advantageous places for yourselves there, he says. Zioner quickly passes through the portal, which causes bewilderment among the bald guy standing behind her. Huo Ling looks at the girl with approval. The young lady from my family is really good, she says. Bai Tong, smiling, raises his right hand. Oh, I feel like, he says. The hero walks behind the other students, who are trying to enter the portal as quickly as possible. The last candidate who entered was more interesting. Bai Tong finishes his sentence. We see that the stage with the representatives of the academies is located quite high above the field where the hero is. Teacher Bai Tong's eyes are really sharp, but the order of admission should be based on academic performance, right? Comes from the table where the observers are sitting. Let's continue observing. 2 guys in front of the hero run to the portal. I let you guts enter first, says Ling. This secret realm is for me. The hero, smiling, looks into the distance. It is the best place to grind materials, the young man thinks. He is already standing in front of the portal. His foot is already inside. We see the world inside. It is a very nice archipelago with volcanoes, mountains, and glaciers. We see a young man moving cautiously between low bushes. Another boy is sitting in the middle of a small stream. A third student is kneeling on the floor of a large sand dune. Ling looks around anxiously. He is standing on a cliff overlooking a wide valley. I am on top of a mountain, he says. No wonder it is so cold. The hero holds out his hand in front of him with his fingers spread. It's safer to call Zuyu, he says. The zombie girl appears. She approaches the hero. Ling and his pet are standing on a small rock ledge. Let's go, Zuyu, we need to go down the mountain first, the hero says. He kicks something with his foot. The boy and girl are walking through the forest. How long have I been walking for? The hero asks. I haven't met a single candidate. Not only that, I haven't encountered a single monster. So weird. But a clawed bird's paw is already visible behind him. Ling covers his ears to keep from going deaf. What the hell? He exclaims loudly. A huge bird with horns and a sharp beak dives down on him and his companion. Ling takes his hands away from his ears and looks at the monster with one eye. It's a steel-winged bird, he says. Adult steel-winged birds are basically rank 4 monsters. Fortunately, judging by the length of its wings, it should be an infant. Zuyu looks up at the feathered monster. Teach it how to behave like a bird, she hears her master command. The zombie stares at its target. Yes, master, she answers the hero. Zuyu jumps up from where she was just standing. She finds herself in the air at the same height as the feathered monster. Zuyu strikes, and a large number of the bird's feathers fall to the ground. The steel-winged bird screams loudly in pain. The bird flies away, realizing that it attacked the wrong person. The hero laughs. "It's good that you fly too fast," he says. "But next time you won't be so lucky." Ling scratches the back of his head, looking at the girl approaching him. "It's a pity that Zuyu can't fly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have missed this bird," he says. "Flying pets are good. I will definitely get one next time." The beaten bird flies away from its attackers with a loud scream. The hero, smiling, looks over his shoulder at his blonde pet. "To survive out here for 3 days, a cave is always safer than staying outside," he says. "Blood Ghost, let's temporarily settle in this cave for now." The bird screams so loudly in the air that the hero has to cover his ears again. Ling looks at the feathered monster with irritation. "How she irritates me," he exclaims. "This damn steel-winged bird keeps following us. If we don't deal with it soon, it'll be impossible to find peace of mind or a good night's sleep." Ling looks closely at the bird flying above his head. "This bird has been following us all the way here, but it doesn't dare to attack us," he says. "Obviously it's afraid of Zuyu, but its real target is me." The hero leaves the cave. "We need to think of a plan to lure it down," he says. "Zuyu, hide for now." Ling steps into the open, spreads his arms and shouts at the bird. "Come on, attack me." The feathered monster lets out piercing cries in the air. The hero looks at his opponent appraisingly. "You truly are a cautious little beast," he admits out loud. "Okay, I'll move a little further away. I can't believe you wouldn't take the bait." He runs further down the path, the bird flying over his head. Ling stops on the road next to a tall tree. "The thicket is the most dangerous place. Now you must be ready to make a move, right?" he asks. The bird, making loud cries, flies towards the hero. It dives. A dozen feathers fly at the guy. Ling, smiling menacingly, looks at his opponent. In his hands we see a small energy sphere. The steel-winged bird indeed has the same intelligence, he thinks. Before launching an attack, it's testing its chances. Luckily, I was ready for this. Preparing to meet the attack of the feathered monster, the hero puts out a spiritual shield in front of himself. The feathers that the bird shoots at the young man pierce the protective field. "This fellow's feathers are really tough," Ling says worriedly. Now the bird attacks itself, approaching the blue sphere that surrounds the young man. "Oh no," he exclaims. "It's said that this monster's beak is even tougher. My level 1 spirit shield might not withstand it." Purple chains appear around the hero, which we seem to have seen somewhere before. The chains are ready to entangle the feathered creature, and indeed, they twist around the bird. We see that this is the result of using the spiritual chain skill, which Ling knows. The guy looks menacingly at the shackled opponent. "Zuyu, take care of him," he orders. The girl is already approaching the desperately screaming monster. "I understand," she confirms. Zuyu stretches out her hand with sharp red nails. The monster tries to break free from its chains. The zombie swings its arm to end its enemy's suffering. The girl stares at the bird. She flies past the monster and strikes it. The bird falls at the feet of the hero and his pet. "Now you can't fly anymore, huh? Let's see what kind of evolution material you have," Ling says maliciously. The guy holds the monster's head in his hand. "Surprisingly, these are high-level evolution materials," he says. "They come at quite a price, but I don't have a need for them currently." In front of us is a dove-shaped window in which icons of the following materials are visible: the feather of a steel-winged bird, the talon of a steel-winged bird, the beak of a steel-winged bird. "I need to level up to the second stage as soon as possible," says Ling. He holds the dead bird in his hands and, smiling, turns to the girl standing behind him. The neck meat of this steel-winged bird is a high-tier ingredient. It is usually found only in 5-star hotels in Tianhui City, he says. "Zuyu, today we are going to eat delicacies." Ling takes the loot into the cave, the girl follows him. "By the way, Zuyu, do zombies eat raw or cooked meat?" the hero asks. "Or do they not need food at all?" The spectators gathered at the stadium see the hero's communication with his pet on a huge scoreboard. Huo Ling watches what is happening with some affection. "This student is quite interesting," she says. "I never expected that a level 4 first stage steel-winged bird could be dealt so easily." In front of us are Baitong and Lu Feng. Indeed, having such strength at a young age in Tianhui City is quite impressive, the former admits. Moreover, he has a rare humanoid spirit pet. "I look forward to seeing his future performance," the latter declares. Hong Zhu, smiling, turns to Huo Ling. "Too bad," she says, "but Juju Academy only accepts female students." A secretary approaches the mayor of the city and hands him a fancy blue triangle. "Sir, here is the information you requested," he says. "Okay, thank you," Shang Lingkong replies. The old man lifts a white mug to his lips. "I remember it was this class in this academy," he says. His eyes go round in surprise. The old man coughs and jumps up from his seat. This, he can't formulate his thought. In front of us is the card of the hero's pet. "What? She's actually a zombie?" Huo Ling asks in amazement, who also jumps up from her seat. All 5 members of the jury stare at the monitor of the electronic device in front of them, astonished. A zombie, Lu Feng asks, shocked. How is this even possible? Bai Tong tries to explain what they are all seeing. Could it be that his zombie spirit pet has evolved? He asks. It's impossible, zombies can't evolve, Hong Zhu exclaims next to him. A smile appears on Bai Tong's face. This is indeed very interesting, he says. The young man looks at the stadium scoreboard where the hero's interaction with his pet is still being shown. Since he is participating in this exam, we will accept him into our academy and clear this all up once and for all, says Bai Tong. A secret kingdom. We see a snake. It is sitting on the neck of a young man whose face seems familiar to us. This place is indeed a treasure trove, the young man says. Only a fool would provoke such a powerful creature like the monstrous venomous scale python. We are reminded that this character's name is Liu Wu. As long as I hide here, with the black venomous snake concealing my scent, I can peacefully pass through 3 days, he declares. The boy sits on a high cliff and sees black smoke in the distance. What is it? He asks. Night is the most dangerous time here, when the most powerful magical creatures come out to hunt. What kind of fool decided to light a fire there now? In front of us is a cloud of black smoke. Is he suicidal? Liu Wu asks himself, laughing. There are 2 tiny figures by the fire in front of the cave entrance. Zuyu, if you don't want to eat this, I won't offer it to you anymore, says the hero. He himself happily eats the well-roasted meat. Ling bites off piece after piece, receiving great pleasure. The hero chews the food and pretends to be completely delighted with the taste sensations. This is simply magnificent, he exclaims. This is even tastier than chicken. The texture, the aroma, everything is at the highest level. Zuyu looks at the gourmet with a not very kind look and remains silent. Suddenly, she hears some sounds in the distance. The hero, as if nothing had happened, enjoys the food, sitting on a stone in front of the fire. Nearby, in the bushes, the predatory eyes of a whole pack of wolves glow. I hear something, says the girl and heads towards these thickets. We see the powerful paws of a formidable predator. The animals emerge from the bushes, with a huge white leader striding ahead. Zuyu prepares to fight back, while Ling continues to eat the meat behind her back. Finally, the young man throws the uneaten piece behind his back. I've been waiting for you guys, he says to the wolves. Who else can I earn some experience from at night if not you? We see a scary white leader of wolves. It is reported to be the Demon Wolf King, rank 1, level 7. Accompanied by much smaller animals, this monster approaches the hero and his pet. Anxiety appears on the guy's face. It's unexpectedly a rank 1 level 7 monster, he says. I didn't expect to attract such a formidable foe. It can't be underestimated. Zuyu, I'm counting on you, Ling exclaims, standing behind the zombie girl. The white leader opens his mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar. Zuyu crosses her arms in front of her, her nails looking downright terrifying now. She charges at the beasts, taking down at least 2 of them. Another beast appears behind her, opening its mouth wide and reaching for her with sharp claws. Zuyu kicks out and puts an end to the monster's pathetic attempts. Meanwhile, the white leader is rushing straight at the hero. The monster bares its teeth and its eyes sparkle. Ling fearfully calls Zuyu for help. She does not look at him, and it is unclear whether she heard his call. But a moment later, the girl stands in front of the huge monster and spreads its mouth with her hands. Other wolves rush to help their leader. Zuyu manages to deliver a sweeping blow to the huge white leader. Then she goes on the attack and confidently scatters ordinary monsters. The shocked leader looks at the girl. He clearly did not expect to meet such a convincing rebuff. Saliva flows from his mouth, one eye is closed. It seems that he is defeated. Zuyu calmly looks at the enemy. Zuyu, your skills are truly terrifying and awesome, says Ling standing behind her. But there is indeed a gap in strength. After all, the current Zuyu is a rank 1 level 9 spiritual pet. The white leader, spreading streams of white energy around itself, opens its mouth wide and rushes at the girl again. One of its eyes still does not open, but the other glows with mad anger. The animal rushes to attack the hero and his pet. The monster tries to hit Zuyu with its paw, but she jumps high into the air and the blow hits the ground. The girl delivers an incredibly strong blow to the throat of the white wolf leader. The monster flies off somewhere very far away. The hero and his pet calmly approach the slain enemy. The problem is solved, Ling declares. Now we need to search the corpse. He reaches out his hand to the glowing purple object. It's actually the heart of the demon wolf and the dark blood essence, he says. Just the evolution materials I need. Zuyu, with these materials you will be able to evolve quickly. In front of us again is a huge stadium with observers. Which class is this Yi Ling from? One of the jury members asks. How come I didn't notice him before? He is too powerful, isn't he? Yi Ling, someone else asks. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he that useless person who made a contract with a zombie? In front of us is a man with rectangular glasses and a small beard. Yi Ling, what exactly is happening? He says. Is it his spiritual pet again? A young man falls from the pink portal onto the stadium field. This is simply terrible, he screams. Save me, please. Shang Lingkong jumps up abruptly. Evacuate the injured candidates immediately, he screams loudly. Medics, take care of them. The young man, whose t-shirt is torn, clutches his injured arm in pain. Please let me take part in the test again, he begs. The man in rectangular glasses looks at the young man with sympathy. He was eliminated in the first round. It seems that he will have to be just an ordinary person for the rest of his life. The exams are both very dangerous and very cruel. Students standing on the stadium field look at the huge scoreboard, which is now showing a panoramic view of the location where the test is taking place. If you can hold on for one more minute in the secret realm, you can get one more chance. The people in the stadium look at the scoreboard in surprise, where the hero and his pet are shown again. What's going on? Someone asks. He's too strong. In front of us are Lu Feng and Bai Tong. That Yiling. Our Green Dragon Academy wants him, the first one shouts. Don't forget that I discovered him first, the second one tells him. Huo Ling joins the conversation. Smiling, she rubs her chin. Yiling is a bit unexpected, she says. His spirit pet is very strong. Lu Feng acts out something very strange at the jury table. His spirit pet's attack power isn't low, and even has a certain degree of poison effects to them, he says. Representatives, please calm down and be patient. The assessment isn't over yet, Shang Lingkong declares. He strokes his short beard out of habit. Let's watch till the end and see how the situation in the dungeon will be, the old man suggests. There's a cave in front of us. The cave area has the Wolf King's blood aura, so that place will be full of monsters soon, says the hero. He walks along the path, Zuyu follows him. We need to find a new place, Ling explains to the girl. Fear appears on the zombie's face. Master, stop, she says. The girl jumps up and appears in front of the hero, as if to protect him. Zuyu, what happened? Cries out to Ling in bewilderment. A man runs towards the two of them, begging them to save him. A giant snake is chasing him. The reptile's powerful body breaks trees in its path. The snake, namely poison-scaled python, is chasing Liu Wu, who is desperately cursing everything in the world. Ling looks closer and, to his amazement, recognizes the boy. He looks up in horror at the huge snake hanging over him. If I had known that my snoring would wake this monster, I would not have slept, Liu Wu thinks. What should I do now? The monster's eyes are burning with rage. It spews streams of green liquid at Liu Wu. Is there really no one nearby? The boy screams loudly. Help, someone. Liu Wu stumbles and falls. The python is preparing to finish him off. Liu Wu kneels down and notices the hero and the zombie girl in front of him. Is it really Ling? He thinks. This loser is still alive, the young man thinks. Liu Wu looks at the hero angrily. You trash, just nice, he thinks. If I am destined to die, then you will die with me. The scoundrel runs towards the hero, hoping that the python will switch its attention to him. Come on, chase me, you scum, he screams loudly. Ling looks at what is happening before his eyes in fear. Has he gone crazy? He exclaims. The python opens its huge mouth. Yiling, you trash, go and die, Liu Wu screams. His face is completely insane. He is preparing to press some red button. Even if I lose, the bastard screams, you will also suffer greatly. The python's head hits the ground in front of the hero and his companion, who has stepped forward to take the blow. A blue whirlwind appears above the stadium, from which, judging by previous experience, someone should fall out. A young man really does fall from there, and it is Liu Wu. He screams loudly in pain when he hits the ground. A guy runs up to the scoundrel, who says that he will provide him with medical assistance. It becomes clear that Liu Wu has fractures. The bastard holds out his hand and yells angrily at the boy to go away. His expression is as mad as it was at the last minute inside the portal. I'll stay here and watch, Liu Wu says. The bastard sits down on the lawn and watches the board showing what's happening to the hero. Come on, Ling, he yells. I want to see you die. The spectators see a giant snake on the giant screen. Do you think he can defeat that poisonous python? Huo Ling asks. Lu Feng jumps up and holds up his index finger. Defeat that python? Miss Huo, are you kidding me? The young man asks. That's a rank 1 level 9 monster. Its combat ability is different from that steel-winged bird. Bai Tong turns excitedly to his tablemate. How about a bet? He suggests. I will bet 50,000 federal points. The boy smiles and points his finger upward. On his victory, he adds. Lu Feng stares at his neighbor. Very good, he agrees. I will bet exactly the same amount on him escaping. Hong Xiu looks thoughtfully at the board. Choosing to escape after knowing the enemy's strength is a wise choice, she says. I will also bet on net. Bai Tong turns to Huo Ling. What do you say, Miss Huo? He asks. The girl smiles slightly, and behind her we see a giant python. I will bet on him withdrawing or dying, she declares. The five, sitting on the very high platform, continue to discuss the hero's chances. Miss Huo, you are very cruel, says Lu Feng. What about the mayor? Asks Bai Tong. Would you like to join our bet? Shang Lincoln laughs cheerfully. Don't mind me, he says. The result will be clear very soon anyway. We see the snake again. The python slams its head into the ground next to Zuyu, and the girl jumps out of the way in time. Even for her, fighting such a monster face to face is not the best idea, the hero thinks. He peers at the python. And my rank 1 spirit techniques are useless against high-level rank 1 monsters, Ling realizes. He reaches out and brings up the system window. It seems I have to upgrade my spirit techniques rank, the hero says. In front of us is the very window he reached out his finger to. Spiritual energy chain. Consumes 300 spiritual energy. Releases a chain composed of spiritual energy to trap and restrict monsters below rank 2. As expected, after I upgrade it, spiritual energy use is doubled. With my current energy points I can only use it 3 times, Ling thinks. The python shoots a nasty green mass from its mouth at its opponents. I have to use it at the right moment, the hero thinks. He runs away, and the green liquid does not touch him. Zuyu, Ling shouts, be careful, avoid the poison at all costs. The zombie girl pushes off the ground. She flies into the air and rushes towards the giant python. The hero, standing on the ground, sees his pet kick the monster's body. Ling looks at the giant enemy with alarm. As expected, its combat ability is very high, he thinks. Zuyu, be careful. Its poison has a corrosive effect, he warns the girl. The python spits out another portion of poison. Its streams fly at Zuyu. However, the girl jumps aside at the last moment and remains unharmed. Ling pinches her nose. The zombie fell to one knee next to him. Damn, this python has poison mist skill too, the hero shouts. He stretches out his hand with his fingers spread. We need to end this as quickly as possible, says Ling. Energy chains begin to twist around the snake. The python, sensing that something strange is happening to it, opens its mouth wide and hisses shrilly. The hero who controls the chains calls out to his charge. Hit, he orders her. Zuyu pushes off the ground and rushes towards the monster. The girl literally pierces the head of the chained poisonous python. The snake hisses deafeningly again, but this time it seems like a death sound. The body of the monster falls to the ground with a deafening thud, narrowly missing the hero and the zombie girl. Phew, we killed her, says Ling. We are back at the stadium, and here someone is screaming very loudly. This can't be. This is simply impossible. Ling, that trash. How could he have killed that poison-scaled python? Naturally, the author of these cries is Liu Wu. This is impossible, he screams, clutching his head. He was just a weak trash. How did he? The 5 onlookers are also extremely surprised. Isn't that a rank 2 spiritual energy chain? Asks Lu Feng. He grasped in less than half a month. This is unbelievable, adds Hong Xiu. Even if he's a genius, he shouldn't be so strong. Shang Lingang strokes his beard thoughtfully. The academy has a genius student like him, he thinks. How could I have not discovered it until now? Bai Tong smiles mockingly. Everyone, don't forget to send me your 50,000 federal points, he says. Huo Ling smiles back. I admit my defeat, she says. I will transfer the entire amount to you a little later. And now, I apologize to all of you, I need to go to the toilet. The girl, looking worried, moves away from the jerry table. Liu Ling is a genius that appears once a century. I must recruit him, she thinks. I must report the situation to the academy and get more benefits to offer him. Ling and the vampire girl examine the trophies obtained after killing the python. Poison scales and poison python gall, says Ling. Smiling, he studies the information he sees in the blue window hanging in front of him. Not bad, it's another high-rank evolution material, he says. Zuyu is about to level up soon. She has 94.7%. Just one more level and you can reach the peak of rank 1. We just need to find more monsters. A very loud sound is heard behind the heroes, attracting their attention. It's a demon wolf's howl, Ling says to the girl. We see that the white leader, accompanied by ordinary beasts, is approaching the dragon and Huo Zioner. The girl looks at this pack in fear. So many demon wolves, she says. In front of us is a huge demon wolf king, rank 1, level 8. That wolf king is the same rank level as my earth dragon. But they have the advantage in numbers, the girl thinks. The white leader throws his head back high and begins to howl shrilly. The dragon that opposes him prepares for battle, but it seems to be very scared. The ordinary wolves pounce on the girl's pet. The dragon flaps its giant wings and the beasts fly away. However, one of the monsters manages to grab onto the base of the dragon's wing. The pet opens its huge mouth and lets out an incredibly powerful roar. Zioner looks at the dragon with concern. Are you okay? She asks it. Earth Dragon is strong, but it is lacking speed, she thinks. I can't let this go on. The girl sits on the dragon's back and orders it to get out of here as quickly as possible. The pet tries to fly away, but the white leader jumps on it. Zioner screams in fear for the dragon to fly higher, but the wolf is already very close to him. A moment later, the beast sinks its sharp teeth into the dragon's chest. The girl once again asks about her pet, is everything okay? We see that the wolf is much smaller than the girl's pet, but it is very strong and is not going to let go of its prey. Am I going to fail here? Xioner thinks, without even passing the first stage of the assessment. The dragon, with the white wolf leader biting its front leg, falls heavily to the ground. Xioner is incredibly worried about her pet. Even if I fail the test, I can't let my dragon die here, she screams. The girl watches in amazement as the wolves die, their toothy mouths gaping in pain. The air around the girl and her dragon is streaked with red and black energy marks from the blows. What is this? Xioner exclaims in surprise. It becomes clear that the hero, or more precisely, his zombie pet, was involved here. Ling stands calmly in place, his hands in his pockets. Missy, so it's you? He screams at the dragon mistress. Xioner also recognizes who is in front of her. It's you, she asks angrily. The hero takes a step forward. It seems your stupid dragon is seriously injured, he says, smiling. We see the jury sitting at the long table again. Miss Huo, it seems like the genius you came here for isn't lucky, says Bai Tong. She might even use emergency teleport now. Huo Ling looks at her colleague with irritation. Mr. Bai, don't make conclusions before the end, she asks. Bai Tong looks at her a little thoughtfully. If I were him, I wouldn't help her, he says. Ling and Zuyu stand in front of a giant white wolf that is ready to tear them apart. During the test, every human is a direct competitor, thinks Bai Tong. The hero stares at the toothy monster. Do you want to avenge the members of your steel? Yes, he asks. Zuyu, bloodthirst, he orders his pet. A red and black glow appears around the girl. She uses the skill named by the hero. The girl, who is standing in front of the white wolf, jumps into the air. Many angry beasts rush at her. Zuyu makes a few swift movements and kills most of the wolves. The giant white wolf leader looks on in amazement as his comrades die and gives the order to retreat. Ling points his finger at the wolf. Zuyu, don't let them escape, he orders. The vampire girl rushes at the giant beast, which seems to be trembling with fear. Yes, master, Zuyu replies. The white wolf leader looks at her with wild eyes. The monster bares its teeth and rushes at the girl, and she attacks it back. Xioner, open-mouthed in amazement, looks at the hero's pet. Such a powerful skill, she says. Miss Huo, move aside, the hero shouts at her. The girl makes her dragon fly back a little, and the wolf leader's huge body lands where they were just now. Xioner stands on her pet's back and looks at her savior and his pet. I can't believe it, she thinks. In just a month, he has become so strong, and he even saved me. Ling descends into the hole that was formed after the fall of the wolf leader and begins to look for trophies. He pretends not to notice me, Xioner thinks indignantly. I am the most beautiful girl in the academy. Do I really have to take the initiative and talk to him myself? The girl gets off the dragon and approaches the edge of the funnel. Thank you for saving me, she says. Miss Huo, I suggest you get out of here as soon as possible, Ling replies. It is very unsafe here. The blood will attract a huge number of monsters here. Staying here is really dangerous. Xioner blushes embarrassedly. Does he care about me? She thinks. Ling, why don't we leave together then? The girl asks very hesitantly. The hero hums thoughtfully, looking at her. He ponders the offer, rubbing his chin with his fingers. Dragging her along will be a burden. I can handle it better alone, he thinks. But her dragon is injured, and leaving her here would be very wrong. Xioner seems to realize the reason for his doubts. Does he think I'm a burden? She thinks. Ling, don't worry, I'll repay you for your help, the girl says. She looks at the guy sitting by the huge wolf corpse. Once tomorrow's first stage ends, I will pay you 100,000 federal credits, she says. The hero gets to his feet, a smile on his face. 100,000 federal credits, he thinks. I can buy many evolution materials with it. This deal is very good. Okay, I agree, he answers the girl. Xioner puts on a smile on his face, although inside he is seething with indignation and resentment. I thought he was a real gentleman, she thinks, but he only agrees to help me after I offered money. He makes me, the #1 beauty, lose face. Ling extends his hand to the girl. What is he doing? She thinks. Does he want to hold my hand? He saw that my dragon was injured, so he wants to hold my hand and comfort me. Xioner smiles and refuses the hero's outstretched hand. Ling, we shouldn't do this, she says. We don't know each other very well yet, but judging by the hero's displeased expression, he doesn't want what the girl thinks. Card, he says. The card with 100,000 federal credits. Xioner again maintains his outward calm, although inside he is seething with indignation. He is so direct and straightforward, she thinks. I came to participate in the assessment, the girl answers out loud. I don't have that many federal credits with me now. Don't worry, I'm Huo's family young lady, I won't forget to pay you. The hero hands her some paper. It's just 100,000 credits. Once we get out, I will give you, Xioner promises. Since we are still inside the dungeon, even if I work with you, it's still unknown whether we can get out smoothly. It turns out that Ling hands the girl not only a piece of paper, but also a pen. Okay, he says, let's sign the contract then. Write your name and leave a fingerprint on the paper. Xioner screams indignantly, she is truly offended. Do I look like some kind of swindler who can't be trusted? Do I have to act so unceremoniously? Will you sign the contract or not? Ling asks calmly. The girl has no choice but to leave a fingerprint under the contract amount. Xioner gives the paper to the hero with a dissatisfied expression. Are you satisfied with everything? She asks. Ling rolls the paper into a tube and smiles happily. Great, now we are bound by the contract, he says. Don't worry, I will protect you until tomorrow. He turns away and gives a thumbs up. I want to tell you that you are really worth 100,000 federal credits, says the hero. Xioner cries out indignantly, but Ling pays no attention to her and sits down again next to the White Wolf's corpse. Wait a moment, he says. I need to collect materials from the corpses. Once I'm done, we'll try to find a safe place. In front of us is the stadium again, with a huge board showing the ongoing tests. Huo Ling and Bai Tong are talking to each other. Looks like someone is going to be disappointed, says the girl. Lady Luck is on the side of our Huo family's daughter. Can't believe she found that punk, the young man replies. Otherwise she'll probably be out of the game. All 5 members of the jury are in front of us. I can't believe Yu Ling found the ability to cope with this situation, says Lu Feng. And who could have imagined this? Huo Ling agrees. He appeared at the right moment. But I am even more amazed by his abilities. Or rather, his pet, who seems incredibly strong. Shang Lingkong grins and strokes his beard, as is his habit. It looks like all 4 academy representatives are only keeping an eye on one contestant now, he says. Hong Xiu looks at the old man, resting her head on her fist. That's right, she says. I've already received approval from my director. We don't usually accept boys into Juqua Academy, but we're willing to make an exception for this young man. Huo Ling turns to the woman sitting next to her at the table, smiling. There are only females in your academy and Yu Ling will be the only male, she says. Mentor Hong, aren't you the matchmaker yourself? The benefit is there, it's just a fair competition. Hong Zhu replies, laughing. Lu Feng watches the broadcast, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. There's one thing I'm confused about, he says. Yu Ling looks like he's really in need of federal credits. I don't think a genius like him would be treated badly. That's because he isn't from big family and his results are mediocre, the mayor explains, standing nearby. Info has it that he's only rank 1 level 2. The observers sitting on the platform under the huge scoreboard are seriously surprised. What? He's not from a respected family. Rank 1 level 2. That's simply impossible. Ling and Xioner are sitting under different trees, quite a distance from each other. The girl looks at the guy in surprise. Ling, when did you become so strong? I remember you being completely different. She walks up to the hero and kneels in front of him. We won't be able to sleep tonight anyway, and we'll get out of here tomorrow, so let's just talk. Miss Huo, can't we just rest? The young man asks. What's the point of wasting time on useless talk? Xioner closes his eyes and crosses his arms over his chest. Then if you talk to me, I'll pay 5,000 credits, she says. Joyfully clenching his fist, the hero jumps up and looks at the girl. Really? He asks, not believing his luck. 5,000 federal credits just for a conversation. Xioner confirms that he will pay for exactly this. Okay, so what do you want to talk about? The guy asks. The girl looks at her interlocutor, smiling. Let's start with why you suddenly became so strong, she says. And I'm also interested in your pet. She doesn't look like a zombie at all. Ling mumbles, not understanding what to answer him. We see Zuyu above him. The thing is, she is not just a zombie, but a mutated zombie, the young man finally says. If I say that I have a system that ensures the evolution of zombies, it will shake the entire Federation to its foundations, thinks Ling. So I better not talk about it. Xioner looks at Zuyu with admiration. Oh, a mutated zombie, you are pretty powerful, she says. For this, what kind of zombie is this, thinks Xioner. This is a whole beauty right there. The girl sits down on a large stone. I think you are a rank 1 level 9 now, she asks the hero. It won't be a big problem for you to get into a senior guardian spirit academy. Haven't you decided which one to go to yet? Ling looks at the girl in surprise. Oh, I haven't thought about it yet, he replies. I'll probably choose the one with a lot of pretty girls. Xioner looks at him indignantly. Offended by something, she turns away from the hero. Damn playboy, she exclaims. What? Playboy? Why all of a sudden? The guy asks, puzzled. We see 3 young men in the forest. Okay, Miss Huo, Ling says. We've eaten and rested, it's time to move on. Move. Where? Aren't we just staying here? The test will be over tomorrow and we'll leave quietly, she says. Now that all the other participants are hiding and resting, it's time to hunt and level up. I can't miss this opportunity, Ling declares. He sets off, looking over his shoulder at his pet and calling her to come with him. Yes, master, Zuyu replies. Xioner watches the backs of the young men as they leave. He's a real maniac, she thinks, but it's safer with him. Some monsters appear in front of the young men advancing through the forest. They have huge fangs and vicious red eyes. An explanation appears that they are demonic apes, rank 1 level 7. The monsters jump out of the trees, preparing to pounce on the young men. 2 demonic apes, just in time, Ling exclaims happily. He points at the monsters and orders his pet to attack them. The girl rushes to attack. Smiling, she delivers a series of blows. Xioner, who is standing behind the hero, looks at the zombies in amazement. Wow, she thinks. She is such a strong and beautiful spirit pet. What a lucky guy he is. Zuyu, don't drag it out with them, Ling says. Yes sir, his pet replies, continuing to strike the monsters. We see a tree and a blue sky. Warning has come. Ling and Xioner look at the system messages. The test is over, the girl exclaims happily. We see 2 identical messages in which only the names are different. These are congratulations to the hero and Xioner on successfully passing the first stage of the test. The girl turns to the hero, who is tiredly stretching. Ling, thank you. If it weren't for you, I could have failed this test. No need to thank me, the guy replies. I helped you for 100,000 federal credits, he says. Oh, and don't forget about the 5,000 credits for the conversation. These words offend the girl. How thick-skinned he is, she thinks. Don't worry about the money, she says irritably. I always keep my promises. I'll transfer them to you tomorrow. Ling approaches the portal, next to which lie the dead wolves. Okay, now that the trial is over, I'll leave the domain, he says. Gosh, I still have to prepare for tomorrow's trial. How exhausting. Xioner doesn't answer. An information window hangs above the stadium field. Trial data. Passing count, 82. Failing count, 403. Death count, 75. The bald participant in the trial joyfully raises his hand and shouts that he has passed and can now enter the academy. Next to him, a girl who is very close to success, but failed the trial, is sadly clutching her head. A red-haired student runs towards the hero. It is Chen Jai, and he happily greets his comrade. The latter, laughing, congratulates the guy on successfully passing the first stage of the trial. Chen Jai puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. You did great, he says. No injuries so far. You must be a very fast runner. But don't be upset about the failure. It's not scary. The main thing is that you are not physically hurt. Ling turns the bezel on his watch and shows his friend his result. I hate to break it to you, but I passed the test, he says. This can't be. Chen Jai cries in shock. What a bastard. The mayor of the city approaches his friends with his secretary. Congratulations to everyone who passed the first stage of the test, he says. You can rest now. Get ready for the second stage, which will take place tomorrow. The students standing near the old man are discussing his words heatedly. It's the mayor. He came here to see you, Brother Tian. Brother Tian is the top genius in the academy. We see the young man in question. It is reported that he is the son of the Lai family, Lai Shengshan. He respectfully puts his hand to his chest and greets the mayor. The old man looks at him sternly. Have a good rest and get ready for tomorrow's stage, he says to the boy. And say hello to your father for me. Okay, Uncle Shang, the young man replies. Shang Lingkong approaches the hero with a smile. Are you Yiling? He asks. Yes sir, the guy answers. Behind the hero, Chen Jai is clenching his fist, amazed beyond measure. Have a good rest and get ready for tomorrow's stage, the old man says. The mayor and his secretary leave the football field. Ling, do you know the mayor? Jai asks in surprise. What? The mayor? I don't. The hero seemed to have no idea what position the old man held. The comrade continues to pester the hero with his conversations. Buddy, go get all your wounds examined, says Ling. Maybe you need to see a doctor. Go ahead. I have become very tired, let me go. Tian asks his comrade, who is standing next to him. Who is that guy over there? Why did the mayor pay attention to him? I remember. His name is Yiling, the one who was asked replies. His spirit pet is a trashy zombie. Tian looks at the hero with very unkind eyes. That guy doesn't look normal, he thinks. I'll find out your ability on tomorrow's second stage of trial. The moon is shining. In the multi-story building, only a few windows are lit in the hero's apartment. Ling, who looks very tired, is sitting on the sofa. Finally, the first stage of the trial is over, he says. If it weren't for the system, I couldn't even dream of getting into the academy. Smiling, the hero looks at the system window. I've destroyed many monsters and obtained many materials. It's time to sell them and make some money, he says. In front of him is a message about transferring 105,000 credits to his account and adding the contact of the transferring party to the contact list. Wow, says Ling. The money that Xioner owed me has arrived. This is a huge amount, and now I will be able to buy all the necessary evolutionary materials for Zuyu. The hero looks at the window of his pet status. He stretches out his finger to select the desired option there. Since I passed the first round of assessment and completed the mission, I obtained 3 spirit energy crystals, says Ling. He looks at the information card on the spirit energy crystal. It is said that the item contains some spiritual energy. Each crystal allows the user to gain 500 spiritual energy. Ling tosses the blue crystal in his hand. This is simply wonderful, he says. If each of them gives me 500 and I have 3 of them, then this is an additional 1500 points of spiritual energy. Behind the hero's head we see his own status window. And now I have a total of 14 points of spiritual energy, says Ling, smiling. We see a colorful picture of a battle of absolutely incredible creatures. A rank 1 tamer's spirit energy is 1000, and it can only exceed after breaking through to rank 2, the hero thinks. Since there is no student in the academy whose spirit pet has reached rank 2, I guess the second round of the assessment is also going to be a piece of cake for me. The hero stretches sweetly, sitting on the sofa. After grinding for a whole night I'm famished, he says. Now that I have so many federal credits, I should treat myself to a big feast. Smiling, he raises his index finger. Chen Jai was wounded, so I will call him to join me, he says. Ling looks at the screen of his phone. There is a circle with Xioner's avatar. The hero raises the index finger of his other hand. Well, since I got so much money from her, I guess I can invite her to dinner as a token of gratitude, he thinks. There is a watch on the edge of the bathtub, on which a phone call comes in. The girl bathing takes the device and answers the call. Who is this? She asks. The bather turns out to be Xioner, whose surprised eyes we see. I'm Yiling. I'm going out to eat with my friend. Do you want to come? The girl hears. She gets out of the water and wraps a towel around herself. Sure, tell me the time and place, she says. 1 o'clock in the morning, Brilliant Road, says the hero. Okay, I'll be there on time. By the way, Yiling. She can't finish the sentence, the other end has already disconnected. Xioner puffs out his cheeks with anger. What a bastard, she thinks. How dare he interrupt the conversation in such an impudent way? Just wait with me, you bastard. Ling and Chen are standing at the entrance to the skyscraper. Did you get the wrong address or have you suddenly become rich? Asks the hero's friend, laughing loudly. Are you sure you can afford to dine at this place? We need to celebrate the fact that we passed the first stage of the test. Besides, you need to recover from your injuries. So today we need to eat well, Ling answers him. The hero, smiling, looks at his red-haired comrade. There's another person joining us, he tells him. Who is it? Asks Chen. I thought you had no friends at the academy except me. And there she is, says the hero, raising his index finger. A flying car lands next to his friends. A woman's shoe with an elegant yellow bow lands on the ground. Xioner raises his hand in greeting. Yiling, I'm glad to see you again, she says. The hero greets her back, smiling. Chen, meanwhile, is simply horrified. Who is this? Huo Xioner, he asks, unable to believe his eyes. Ling introduces his acquaintances to each other. This is my best friend, Chen Jai, he says, pointing to his friend. And this is Huo Xioner, you seem to know her already, he turns to his friend. The boy and the girl smile sweetly at each other and say hello. Okay, since we're all here, the hero says, offering to go inside. I'm starving. A man runs out of the door on the ground floor of a skyscraper. It's Miss Huo, he exclaims excitedly. Please come in. The girl thanks the man, and the 3 guests walk inside. The young people are sitting at a round table, and the waitress brings them another dish in addition to those already served. Chen Jai cannot believe that he is in such a place. Ling, this is my first time in such a high-class restaurant, he says, looking at the thick pieces of delicious meat. Today, I am treating you, the hero answers him. So eat as much as you like. Naturally, Miss Huo should be thanked for everything. The girl raises her glass and smiles at the hero. No need for all these curtsies, Yiling, she says. You earned this money, and I am glad to be your friend. Okay, Miss Huo, then let's drink, Ling answers her. Chen, who is holding 2 chopsticks, looks at the young man and the girl in surprise. What are you talking about? He asks. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I'll start eating first. In front of us is meat that literally begs to be eaten. Yes, let's eat. I'm also very hungry, says the girl. Okay, the hero answers her. We see a traditional Asian building. It is reported that it is located in Radiant City and belongs to the Liu family. Now in front of us is a kneeling young man. One of the people present addresses the man sitting on the throne. Patriarch Liu, you must provide us all with an explanation. Now that Liu Wu has lost his chance to enter the academy, he can no longer occupy the position of the young master of the Liu family. We see that the one speaking these words is a bald man of rather unpleasant appearance. Therefore, he must vacate this position and hand it over to a more talented representative of the family, younger than himself. A muscular young man takes the floor, who seems very dissatisfied. Patriarch Liu, since things have turned out this way, you will not leave him the position of the young master just because he is your son, right? You can't treat the rest of the family like trash. Enough, the patriarch shouts, silencing the insolent young man. In front of us is a fearsome-looking man with a snake on his shoulder. It is reported that he is the patriarch of the family, whose name is Liu Yan. I have already made my decision, he declares in a commanding tone. The man approaches his kneeling son. Father, I am completely useless and unlucky, the young man says. If only I had not met a poisonous python in the dungeon. Liu Yan gnashes his teeth in rage. Surrounded by members of his family, he announces his decision. From today onwards, Liu Wu is no longer the Liu family's young master. That position will be inherited by a talented individual from the direct branch of the younger generation. The audience praises their leader. Patriarch is wise. As expected of the patriarch, wise and decisive. Liu Wu is shaken to the core. This is a terrible blow to him. We will notify the rest of the family and pick someone from the younger generation for the young master position. He hears. Without this position, I will lose everything I have, Liu Wu thinks. He clenches his fist and stares ahead with wild eyes. Ling, he screams hysterically. I swear I will kill you. The next day, we see a stadium with 4 courts set up on the field. Ling and Chen Jai exchange opinions, standing next to other young people. The second round of the trial is battling with each other. You should be more cautious, especially your zombie, says Chen. Don't worry, I'll try, the hero answers him. The mayor of the city, standing on a high podium, makes an announcement to the competitors. Congratulations, he says. You have successfully qualified for the second round of our trials. Today you will be battling amongst yourselves to finalize your results. We see the old man up close, inspiration on his face. Take out all your abilities. Show your powers, he urges the young people. Put up a good show for all the academy representatives to see. In front of us is a bird's eye view of the stadium. The second stage of the trial is a random battle, thinks Ling. We see a guy in a cloak, behind whom stands a tiger with huge wings. As long as one side surrenders, can't fight back or got kicked out of the ring, it will be determined as losing one, and the loser will get result according to the losing time, recalls Ling. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin. Once the opponent loses the ability to fight back, we're not allowed to do anything that harms his life or will lose exam qualification, he thinks. But situations when people get heavily injured and disabled are fairly normal and happen every year. Shang Lingkong raises his hand. Now the random battle trial begins, he announces solemnly. The results of the draw appear on the scoreboard. The hero will perform in the 4th ring against a certain Tian Chen. Ling expresses surprise that he had to perform already in the first round. A system message appears in front of him. To the hero's surprise, it turns out that there are quite a lot of them, and they provide information about the rewards for the places taken. For each victory, an additional 10% to the current health indicator is promised. For the 20th place, 2 crystals of spiritual energy will be awarded. 10th place gives a one-time body boost. 5th place, additional 10% to current growth. 3rd place, unknown signable spirit pet egg. 1st place, assignable talent rebirth. All mission rewards can be stacked. Wow, the hero thinks. I think this is the first time when so many missions are triggered, and the rewards can be stacked. A man appears in the stands, loudly calling out to the hero. Ling. Who is Ling? Please be at ring 4 now. The hero enters the arena. He hesitantly scratches the back of his head. I am here, he says. It is I, Ling. I apologize for being late. The young man standing opposite him urges the boy to be more careful next time, as failure to appear within a certain time will result in disqualification. Ling thanks him for the reminder. The hero sees his opponent waiting for him with his arms crossed over his chest. I don't know who Tian Chen is, and I have no idea about his abilities, the hero thinks. This is the same Tian Chen that the hero is about to fight. The young man doesn't look very happy. Without thinking twice, he extends his hand. On Inoceros, he shouts, summoning his pet. The hero, with a small indicator circle glowing on his forehead, summons the zombie girl. Zuyu appears behind him. The young men watching from the stadium field are animatedly discussing the beauty. That's a spirit pet. It looks really pretty. Is that really a spirit pet? She looks human to me. There are 3 guys in front of us. Nothing of the sort, says the one in the middle. Didn't you see that she came out from the spirit pet print? It's obviously a pet. I want a pretty looking spirit pet too, says his neighbor with a red tie around his neck. We see the girls watching. The moment that kid summoned his spirit pet, all eyes were on him, says Ling. A spirit pet that has such a beautiful look, Hong Xiu answers. He's making people jealous. Tian Chen looks in amazement at the zombie girl who is approaching his pet. Gathering his resolve, he holds out his hand with his fingers spread. Just another useless contender, the guy thinks. Aninaceros, go. Get rid of her, he orders. The beast, with a predatory gleam in its eyes, rushes forward. It is already very close to Zuyu. The hero, smiling, looks at what is happening. He decided to compete in strength. The boy asks, Zuyu, show them your strength, he orders. You do not have to show mercy. Yes, sir, the girl answers and rushes forward. Ling calmly watches the clash of the 2 pets. Tian Chen, meanwhile, is frankly shocked. What is this? He asks helplessly. The guy sees that the fragile girl calmly grabs the huge horn of the beast. The hero clenches his fist and brings it to his face. Zuyu, finish him off, he shouts excitedly. Okay, the girl answers, not letting go of the horn of the giant animal. The spectators see how the legs of the giant horned creature are torn off the surface of the arena. Wow, someone shouts. What the hell is this? Another spectator yells. Zuyu lifts his opponent above his head. Aninoceros can't win in strength, another spectator comment comes. She's just a beast in human form. The girl throws the horned pet out of the ring and it falls onto the field with a crash, almost crushing the people there. The referee of the fight raises his hand. First stage of Ring 4, Yiling won, he announces. Yiling will proceed to the next battle and Tian Chen is eliminated, entered rankings. The loser looks in shock at his pet, who is lying lifeless on his back in the arena. How is this possible? He's just a loser. Ling hears these words and looks over his shoulder at the guy. Loser, he asks. No one is going to be a loser forever, he says. As long as you work hard, you will eventually succeed. 2 notifications appear above Zuyu. The second stage of Guardian Spirit Trial. You've won against 1 contender. 10% is added to your current XP. Spirit Pet Zuyu's XP is full. Upgrade complete. Current rank, rank 1 level 10. Obtained 1 free point. In front of us again is a bird's eye view of the stadium. Announcements are heard above the sports facility. Ring 1, Lai Shengshan 1. Ring 1, Chen Jai 1. Ring 3, Ma Xiao Jian 1. The hero, leaning against the wall, looks at the information window, and he is simply happy. Zuyu has successfully broken through to rank 1 level 10. He thinks. Every time the spirit pet levels up, the guardian spirit's physic will be boosted. 1 more level, and I will be able to sign a contract with a second spirit pet. The hero is called out by his red-haired friend. Lang looks at him and sees that he is badly beaten. Chen, are you okay? The hero asks worriedly. Look at yourself, you might have a really hard time in the next round. Don't worry, Chen replies, holding his hand. Let's see who will be my opponent. If we're lucky, he'll have even more injuries than me. In front of us is the observer's table, which rises noticeably above the stadium field. The first round has been concluded, says Shang Lingkong. The performance of all the juniors from the various clans of Tianhui City was pretty good. 2 female observers are excitedly discussing what's happening. After all, the ability for the juniors of these various clans to enter the higher academy depends on the number of times these clans have entered the secret realm. It is the foundation of the development of all the clans, says Huo Ling. That's right, answers Hong Zhu. That's why the further into the competition we get, the more exciting things are. We should sit tight for what's to come. We have a bird's eye view of the stadium. Another announcement sounds above it. Now let's commence the second round of battles for the top 21 contenders. Now, the battle lineup. Lang and his red-haired friend look at the scoreboard, which apparently lists the next pairs of opponents. Chen, relax a little, says the hero. Think about the fact that you've already passed the first round. Yes, Ling, he replies. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I just have some regrets. Get ready for the next fight, you should do well, even though you're a dark horse. The hero, smiling, steps away from his comrade. Yes, I am a dark horse, he thinks. However, I still can't take this Feng Heishan from a second-rate clan lightly. In front of us is the arena where the fight will take place. Now we see the hero's opponent. His name is Feng Heishan. Kid, you did pretty well in the last round, but you're still too weak, he says. It's better if you admit your defeat quickly, otherwise you can get really badly hurt. Ling smiles, rubbing the wrist of his right hand. Don't be so overconfident, he says to his opponent. No one knows yet who will win. Only the fight will tell. We see spectators watching the competition from the stands. Thank goodness, one of them says. We see this man, a yellow amulet on his forehead. He is reported to be the patriarch of the Feng family. Heishan got really lucky this time around, he says. He didn't get matched with anyone from the 3 great clans, so he'll be able to secure a win in this round. Heishan draws a circle with his hand in front of him. A pet, a green bird, appears behind him. The guy climbs onto its withers and shouts at the hero that it is too late for him to beg for mercy. Ling looks at his opponent with concern and communicates with his pet, who is behind him. Flying-type spirit pets are the most annoying to deal with, he says. Zuyab found an opening for you to attack once more. All right, master, the girl replies. Heishan, who is hovering high above the arena, gives the order. Green bird, wing fire. Sharp bird feathers fly at the hero and his pet. He's smart, thinks Ling. He knows that attacking me straight away will bring him an easier victory. The hero raises his hands and erects a spiritual shield around himself. The spectators sitting in the stands discuss what is happening in the arena in front of them. Amazing. No less of someone from the Feng clan, says the guy sitting to the right of the patriarch. Who knows how the kid on stage with him is doing, says the neighbor to the left. How can my child lose to a no-name disciple? Dream on, says the patriarch himself. The hero turns to his pet standing behind him. Zuyu, activate blood fog, he orders. The girl carries out the command, and a red cloud envelops everyone in the arena. Herself, the hero, and the master of the green bird hovering above them. Ling stands with his legs wide apart. Heishan also gives an order to his pet. Green bird, rush over, dissipate the fog. Purple chains have already appeared around the hero. So, did you fall for the trick? He asks, smiling. Hayashin looks in horror at the chains that entangle his pet, preventing it from moving normally. This is impossible, he shouts loudly. Zuyu receives an order to attack and is already flying up to the stunned opponent from behind. Hayashin closes his eyes in fear, and the green bird screams shrilly, feeling that it will be in very bad shape now. The girl is already very close, and she continues to spread red fog around herself. The hero, who controls the chains, looks at the opponent, smiling. No matter how well you can fly, you can't escape from my level 2 spiritual chain, he shouts. Ling pulls the chains towards himself and calls the opponent to come down to the ground. The patriarch of the family looks at what is happening in the arena with anxiety. He loudly calls his son. But the fight is already over and the referee raises his hand once again. Yiling has won, he announces loudly throughout the stadium. 2 notifications appear next to the satisfied hero. Successfully defeated an opponent. 10% has been added to your current XP. Zuyu's XP has risen once more from 9.4% to 19.4%. The hero and his pet descend from the arena. The spectators loudly discuss them. This kid is amazing. How can a level 2 spirit chain not be impressive? Yiling, I don't seem to have heard this name before. He is a black horse. We see the stadium from the end and realize how huge it is. Meanwhile, the discussion continues. I have heard of the bottom ranker contender being Yiling. Maybe they are complete namesakes. This kid is rather courageous, someone at the jury table says. In front of us are 2 observers, they are also discussing what they saw. He is only a rank 1, but he still dares to go against a flying type spirit pet like that, says Bai Tong. How reckless. If he had missed the timing by a millisecond, he could be the one who lost right now. I don't think so, objects Huo Ling. The girl thoughtfully raises her index finger. Instead, I think he orchestrated the whole thing. I think this was part of his plan. His main goal of upgrading his spiritual chain could be for dealing with the flying type spirit pet. I don't believe it, but we'll know as we continue watching. The host of the competition reads out the intermediate results. The 21 groups have concluded their battles. The last pair ended the fight by a way of mutual knockout, so we have 20 winners. The break is over. Everyone get ready. The third round of fighting begins. The results of the draw are announced. Ling, smiling, rubs his chin. I didn't think I'd get into the top 20 so easily, he says. Now I'm going against the girl from the Yun clan. Her name is Yunye. As long as she doesn't have a flying pet, she isn't a worthy opponent. The girl he's talking about looks at him. We see what she looks like. She thrusts out her elbow and summons her pet. Frozen grizzly bear, the girl shouts. The huge polar bear, its mouth wide open, is ready to rush into battle. Ling watches with interest what her opponent is doing. It turns out to be a frozen grizzly bear. He thinks it's a rare, fully grown spirit pet. Ice-type pets have a natural edge on their abilities. The hero sends his zombie pet towards the bear. Let the battle begin, sounds over the area where the opponents are standing. Forward, Yunyi shouts loudly. Pulverize her. The huge animal is already rushing towards the hero and his pet. Smiling, Ling quietly tells Zuyu that she can deal with this enemy on her own, as she wishes. The girl immediately jumps up and disappears from sight. The bear, baring its teeth angrily, rushes forward. How fast is she? Yunyi shouts. Freeze her, she orders her pet. The bear opens its mouth and exhales icy air. Clouds capable of freezing everything in their path roll over the hero. As expected of a rare spirit pet, it has actually mastered elemental powers, the hero thinks. Zuyu appears near the formidable beast. Yunyi, holding out her hand with splayed fingers, orders the pet to change the power of its attack. Frozen grizzly bear, ice wave assault, she gives another order. The pet spews a powerful wave of cold from its mouth. This stream reaches the hero. Putting a clenched fist in front of him, the guy looks at the bear. As expected, it's coming towards me, Ling thinks. He pulls his hand back. Then he suddenly throws it forward and uses the spiritual shield skill, causing a protective sphere to appear around him. Ling holds out a finger with a worried look. Unexpectedly, a crack appeared in the spiritual shield, he thinks. Even with the first level spiritual power, it still seems a bit weak. Zuyu is above the bear's head. Her red fingers are approaching the animal's muzzle. A wider shot shows that her hand is lying under the giant animal's jaw. A moment later, the girl is already standing on the bear, which is lying on the arena with its mouth wide open. The spectators are shocked and discuss what they saw. What the hell? This humanoid spirit pet has an incredible power. Yeah, such immense power. The frozen grizzly bear was pressed down in an instant. This pet is simply a humanoid beast. Yunyi looks at Zuyu in amazement. My pet, she laments. Just how powerful is this spirit creature? We see chains glowing with energy around the girl. Not good, she thinks. Must think of a way. Spiritual chain, she exclaims loudly. The chains begin to wrap around Zuyu. Yunyi looks at the girl and understands that she must act quickly. Very good, she exclaims. I caught her, and now I will tear her apart. Frozen grizzly bear, attack. Zuyu looks at Yunyi in bewilderment, who is trying to restrain her with sparkling chains. She is still standing on the lifeless bear. Yunyi looks at the zombie in amazement. What? Why can't I pull her off? It's simply impossible, she exclaims. The hero, putting out his hand, tries to explain to his opponent the reason for what is happening. He cannot pull Zuyu away. He asks, perhaps it is because your spiritual energy is not enough for the chain. Ling extends his finger. Zuyu, and the fight, he orders. I see, replies the girl, who is still standing on the face of a huge polar bear. She grabs the animal's face with her hand. The next second, the grizzly takes off, most likely quite a long way. Yunyi says in amazement that this simply cannot be. The bear lies on its back with no signs of life. The spectators discuss the outcome of the fight. To think that she actually threw the frozen grizzly bear with her bare hands. Her strength is just too immense. This humanoid beast is really terrifying. The host's announcement sounds. The frozen grizzly bear has fallen out of the arena. The winner is He Ling. Before us is the winner of the fight and his pet, whose face is extremely modest. In one of the stands, a spectator with a cigarette in his mouth jumps up indignantly. What? How are you as defeated by some no-name? How is that possible? He shouts. Patriarch Yunyi has done very well, a young man sitting next to him tells him. After all, her opponent was truly powerful this time. It becomes clear that the patriarchs of different families are sitting next to each other. What he said is right, another of them intervenes in the conversation. Yunyi has indeed done well this time. If it were our family's little rascal instead, it might have been even worse. That humanoid spirit pet is really terrifying. The defeated Yunyi approaches the hero and his pet. I did not expect to suffer such a defeat, she says. The girl, smiling, extends her hand. But I will look forward to your next fight, she says. Ling shakes the outstretched hand. Your strength is also remarkable, even though it stops here, he says. Still, there are many chances for you to enter the top-tier academy. Yunyi leaves, waving her hand goodbye. Thank you for your kind words, she says. I will try to enter where I want. The hero looks at the notifications that appeared in front of him in amazement. You've gained a 10% increase in current experience points, achieved a rank within the top 10, receiving body strengthening. What? Body strengthening? He thinks in surprise. The counter above his head reaches 100%. The pain in my body has disappeared and I feel completely renewed, he says. Another window informs us that body strengthening is complete. An announcement from the host of the competition sounds above the stadium. We can see. The quarterfinals are beginning. The draw is being held. We see the pairs that have been formed. The host asks the participants to go to their assigned platforms. Ling thoughtfully rubs his chin. Manhwa, he thinks. I heard that he's also a formidable character for the me right now. He shouldn't pose much of a threat. We see the platform where the fight is to take place. Now in front of us is the hero's opponent, whose name is Manhwa. He decisively raises his right hand up. A huge knight with a purple face appears next to him. The hero, smiling, holds out his hand in front of him. Surprisingly, he also has a spirit pet of the necromancy type, he says. Ling sends his pet out to fight. Zuyu, come out and meet your opponent, he exclaims. An announcement sounds over the platform located on the stadium field, announcing the start of the battle. Armed with a sword, his eyes burning with rage, the pet necromancer rushes into battle. Ling smiles, looking at what his opponent is doing. What is this guy going to do? He thinks. Isn't it just close combat? Who's afraid of whom? Standing behind his pet, he outlines the battle plan. Zuyu, prioritize your attacks on the spirit summoner. Also pay attention to his pet. This will be much easier, he thinks. If we can defeat Manhwa, we will win this battle. The two pets rush towards each other. The necromancer's purple face with red eyes looks truly terrifying. He raises his huge sword above his head to strike Zuyu or the hero standing behind her. Chains sparkling with white energy appear above the arena. Manhwa looks on in amazement at what is happening to his pet. What's going on? He thinks. How can his spiritual chains bind the spirit warrior? How is this possible? Zuyu, who was supposed to be struck by the now chained warrior, jumps. Manhwa watches in fear as she rushes at him from a great height. The zombie girl is already below and it looks like she struck the young man. A mark from it is visible between Manhwa's eyes. The boy tries to say something. I give up, he says finally, raising his hand like a schoolboy. An announcement sounds over the stadium. The winner, He Ling, advances to the semifinals. Manhwa retains the current position. One of the spectators, whom we see in the stands, is very unhappy. What the hell? He shouts in irritation. The fight ended in less than 2 minutes. It turns out that it is the head of the Lai family. What is going on? He just won't calm down. Isn't that too fast? Did he win with just one move? A girl in a blue t-shirt appears in front of the hero, who is calmly walking somewhere. "Are you that same Yiling?" she asks. The guy looks at her a little surprised. "You," he says, trying to figure out who is in front of him. The girl with the incomprehensible decorations on her head looks very strange. "It doesn't matter who I am," she shouts irritably. "I just want to warn you to stay away from Huo Zioner." Ling watches the girl run away. She really is very strange, he thinks. Behind him we see a scoreboard showing the semi-final pairs. Ling will perform on the first court and Huo Zioner, who was just mentioned, on the second. The semi-finals are starting, the host of the competition announces. The pairs have been made. We see a panorama of the stadium from a bird's eye view. "Finally, the semi-finals," says one of those sitting at the jury table. "In front of us are Hong Xiu and Lu Feng." "It's really getting more and more exciting," says the girl. "That Lai Shengshan is the son of the head of the Lai family, and his strength doesn't seem to be lacking either," says the young man, referring to the hero's next opponent. Ling is already standing opposite his opponent. "It seems my luck is not bad, as I've encountered you," says the other man. We are shown again who Lai Shengshan is. "Boy, you've shown yourself from the best side so far," he says to the hero, "but with me, you'll have an incredibly difficult time." Ling raises a finger and calls his pet. "Sure, as long as you are happy," he replies to the words of his opponent. He calls a huge monster, which has an incomprehensible structure with a glowing sphere on top instead of a head. "You little brat," Lai Shengshan shouts offendedly. "Rock Warlord, come forth." The hero stares at his opponent. "A rock-type spirit," he says. "It seems like you won't be able to absorb vitality anymore, Zuyu." The host, acting as the referee, raises his hand. "The fight is about to begin," he declares. Lai Shengshan extends his right hand to the side and calls his pet again. The boy puts his hands behind his back with a serene expression. "Rock Warlord, cast stone prison for me," he orders. A protective pile of stones forms around the young man. "Kid, your spirit pet lacks elemental attack techniques," Shengshan says. "Let's see how you can break my stone prison." The spectators watching the fight are discussing it animatedly. "No way. Does he really have to resort to such desperate measures? This is just for the sake of safety. Didn't everyone see how formidable Yiling was earlier? No matter what, they are all from the three major families. To think he would act like this, it's embarrassing. He seems quite foolish too, actually trapping himself like that. Although it might seem foolish, it's undeniable that his actions are still very effective." Shengshan smiles and holds out his hand with his fingers spread. "Stop chattering, Rock Warlord," he says. Peering out of his stone cage, the boy orders his pet to show everyone how strong it is. The monster strikes with its giant fist. The enormous rock structure approaches the hero and his pet. Ling jumps aside at the last moment. His strength is quite formidable, the hero thinks. He sets his chains in motion, which begin to entangle the rock monster. Rock Warlord glowers angrily with his one eye. Ling tries his best to neutralize the giant, but it seems he is not succeeding yet. This rock creature is way too massive, the hero thinks. "I can't budge it at all." Zuyu looks at her pet in fear as it confronts her. "It's all up to you now," the hero shouts at her. The girl strikes the chained enemy, leaving a deep mark on him near his eye. She stands in front of the stone idol, looking tiny in comparison. Its defense is incredibly high, Ling thinks. Moreover, attacking this rock creature doesn't trigger Zuyu's life-stealing skill. We need to think of something urgently. Rock Warlord breaks the chains, their fragments flying around him. The hero shouts anxiously at the zombie girl to be careful. Rock Warlord strikes with his huge fist, and the girl jumps back. The spectators watching the fight from the stands comment on what they see. Is the gap between their strength really that wide? What a good-looking spiritual pet. It's also very powerful in battles. I want one too. Lai Shengshan can't possibly have only this level of strength, right? It seems like he is still calm. Calm my ass. He is probably scared silly. The hero's opponent, who is sitting inside the stone cage, smiles and holds out his hand. "It's time to show my true strength," he says. "Stone warrior, transform into humanoid form," he orders. The stone pet's eye glows brightly, emitting red energy. Zuyu looks at his opponent with a little fear. Ling, who is standing behind, orders the girl to retreat immediately. Rock Warlord starts shaking, making eerie sounds. Huge stones fly up, and an explosion cloud can be seen where he stood. "What is this?" the hero thinks, holding out his hand in front of him to defend himself. Someone is approaching him. It is a robot, wearing armor that seems very durable. Lai Shengshan mocks the hero from his stone shelter. "Yiling, this is the strongest skill of my Rock Warlord," he shouts. The transformed pet puts out his hand, in the palm of which a small yellow sphere glows brightly. By discarding the massive body, not only can it obtain a stronger physique, but also gain greater speed, Shengshan says. "You better watch out." The hero and his pet look at their opponent in the semi-finals with concern. "I really didn't think he would have so many tricks up his sleeve," Ling says. "Zuyu, test his strength," he orders. The girl charges. The two pets clash in close combat. The The robot punches, Zuyu does the same, and the two limbs collide. A powerful flash occurs at the point of contact, and it seems that the stone body of the robot-like creature begins to crumble into pieces. Shangshan looks at his charge in amazement. How is this possible? He shouts. Rock Warlord actually lost in terms of strength. Impossible. Rock Warlord, attack. Ling holds out his hand with his index finger extended. Zuyu, and the fight, he says. Yes sir, the zombie replies and unleashes a powerful blow on his opponent, who stands with his arm outstretched. Then she grabs his face with her fingers. Her next opponent is sent flying high. Zuyu bounces off the arena and flies after the stone warrior. She raises her straightened palm above him, preparing to slash. She does so and hits him. A powerful explosion is heard near the arena. Shangshan, from his stone shelter, tries to call out to his pet, who has clearly been in very bad shape. The students standing on the field look at the lifeless body of the stone pet, which lies at their feet inside the crater. We hear their lines. Oh my, is this still a fight? It was like a beating. This Ling. I'm afraid he really is the strongest in the entire school. I wonder why he seemed like the most mediocre student to everyone before. We see two fighting grounds. The discussion of what is happening on the fighting ground continues. Who knows? Maybe he intentionally concealed his true strength all this time and only now decided to show his true power. Makes sense. I really envy him. He got such a beautiful spiritual pet that's both strong and visually appealing. I really want one too. It seems to me that you dream of unrealistic things. In front of us is Ling. She says that the representative of the Lai family was also very good. Lu Feng squints one eye as if assessing something. Yuling's pet, he says. Its strength is probably already at the rank 5, level 10. Having such power at this age is truly rare in this world. The mayor of the city, sitting between them, also chimes in. It seems that this year's finals will be exceptionally exciting. Of course, that's for sure, agrees Ling. In front of us again is the arena, located in the middle of the stadium. The host announces that Yiling is the winner of the semi-finals. The hero sees a notification. For ranking in the top 3 you receive an unknown flying spiritual pet's egg. The guy smiles happily. What a coincidence, he says. I was just thinking about getting a flying spiritual pet. Another notification appears. You've gained 10% increase in current experience points. Ling comes down the stairs from the stage. I wonder how Huo Zioner is doing, he says. A huge bird from her semi-final opponent is hovering above her dragon. Zioner protects his face with his hands and warns his pet of the danger. A long-haired blonde, who is looking at her opponent from the back of her pet, apologizes to Zioner for the fact that, despite everything, she intends to reach the finals. In front of us is Jiang Shengdan. Storm Falcon, finish the battle, this girl orders. Strange spirals are spinning in the air around Zioner and her dragon. They make threatening sounds as they approach the pet. Ling looks at what is happening in the arena in front of him. Jiang Shengdan seems to be very strong. Most likely, Huo Zioner will be defeated soon, he says. The dragon roars loudly and flaps its wings desperately. Zioner begs it to hold on a little longer, but her pet falls onto the arena, breathing heavily. An announcement is made that Jiang Shengdan has won the second semi-final. The girl approaches her father and sadly tells him that she has lost. The man puts his hand on his daughter's shoulder and comforts her. Winning and losing are okay, he says. The important thing is that you fought well. Ling looks at the father and daughter, smiling. Finally, the final, he thinks. The hero climbs the stairs to meet his next opponent, who is standing on the head of her winged pet. This is the first step towards my future, he thinks, and I will take it no matter what. Jiang Shengdan looks very confident. Coming next is this year's final match. An announcement is made throughout the stadium. There is only one arena left on the field. But before we start the match, I must announce that the winner will receive an additional reward from the Academy Director, who is also the mayor of our city. The students gathered on the field loudly discuss what they heard. An additional reward from the city mayor. Wait, am I the only one hearing about this just now? No, maybe it was added just now, and I think Yiling will win anyway, so. I also think Yiling will win, is there any doubt about this? Me too. I think his pet will win. The hero extends his hand. Zuyu, it's time for the final decisive battle, he says to the pet standing in front of him. It is clear from the guy's face that he is very determined. Whatever the reward, I will get it, he promises. Shengdan, who is standing in front of the hero and his pet, orders her bird to soar into the sky. The girl raises her hand and calls her pet nothing less than Storm Eagle King. We see a bird above its owner's head and notice that it has 4 wings. We see the arena where the final battle will take place. The host announces that the fight is beginning. The hero's face becomes amazed. It's a Storm Eagle King, he thinks. It's on an entirely different level than the teal bird we faced before. Why have I never noticed her spirit pet? Or did it just evolve recently? Shengdan puts his hand forward and gives an order to his pet. Storm Eagle King, attack. Show no mercy. Strange vortices appear in front of the bird, which the hero saw while watching the girl's previous fight. Ling realizes that he is facing an energy hurricane. The vortices spread out from the bird, then converge where the hero is standing, causing a powerful explosion. Ling puts his hand forward and uses the spirit energy shield skill. Such a powerful attack, he says. Zuyu, stay behind and wait for my command. Shangnan looks at the hero in surprise. What? It is a rank 2 spirit energy shield, she thinks. Storm Eagle King, let's not waste any time, she shouts to her pet. The girl raises her hand above her head. Wind spirit supersonic bullets, she says. The bird screams deafeningly, launching the projectile she just named. Blue energy ovals fly at the hero. The jury members watch the events on the stadium's huge scoreboard. An evolved spirit pet, one of them says. This year's final fight is much more spectacular and interesting than last year's. Before us are Hong Xiu and Bai Tong. This Storm Eagle King is really powerful, it may actually win, the girl says. Although it is strong, that girl is too impatient, the young man answers her. We see wide bracelets on his arms. The hero turns to the pet, who is standing behind him. Zuyu, now or never, go ahead, he commands. Yes, sir, the girl answers. A red and black trail remains in the sky, with a powerful explosion visible underneath. Strange clouds and whistling sounds are visible above the arena. Shangnan looks at what is happening in amazement and cannot believe her eyes. The spectators are also in complete shock. What is this? One of them screams. A zombie appears behind Shangnan, but the hero's opponent does not notice it yet. How is this even possible? She screams. Zuyu's red fingers are already on Shangnan's neck. No, this simply cannot be, the latter thinks. Shangnan finally notices the zombie behind her. Horror appears in her eyes. She dodged the supersonic bullets, avoided Storm Eagle King's detection, and reached my back, she thinks. The hero's opponent in the final is on her knees and admits her defeat. Shang Lingkong rises from his seat and begins to applaud. Bravo, he screams. Then he shares his admiration for what happened with the spectators sitting nearby. He knew they couldn't win a head-on fight against the Storm Eagle King, so he kept it occupied while his spirit pet found an opening and went for the tamer, he says. Well done. It was risky, but they executed it perfectly. The female spectators applaud the hero. I didn't expect this fight to be over so quickly, says Huo Ling. He really is brave and smart. I want this student. Miss Huo, how can you say that? Hong Zhu teases her. Lu Feng joins the conversation. That's right, Miss Huo, he says, smiling. Our academy will get Yiling for sure. Announcements sound over the stadium. With this, the second stage of the exam has ended. The second place is Jiang Shengnan, and the first place goes to Yiling. The hero rubs the back of his head tiredly. Ugh, we passed this test, he says. The guy walks down the stairs from the arena, the other students animatedly discussing what he just did. It was simply amazing. This year, a dark horse came first. Indeed, who would have thought that the first place would not go to representatives of large families? That's true, I can't remember how long ago someone managed to beat the children from these families. Every year, they were the only winners here. A girl in a short yellow skirt is walking towards the hero. It's Zioner with a yellow flower in her hair. Congratulations, Yiling, she says. Thank you, Miss Huo, the young man replies. You also showed your best side. Have you decided which academy you will choose? The girl looks at the hero with huge blue eyes. And what have you decided? She asks. The guy and the girl look at each other, and in the meantime, another announcement is heard from the jury's rostrum. This year's academy assessment comes to an end. Let us congratulate Yiling for becoming the winner. Someone's hand appears over the hero's shoulder. Chen Jai and the teacher in rectangular glasses run up to him. Great job, the hero's red-haired comrade shouts happily. You've brought glory to our class and the entire academy. That was simply amazing, says the teacher. Thank you, Teacher Lai. I will continue to work hard, replies Ling. He sees 3 notifications. You have defeated your opponent. You obtained 10% XP. You obtained first place in the assessment. You obtained a new talent, Rebirth. The hero mentally repeats the name of the talent he received and cannot believe that all of this is actually happening to him. An information window appears. Rebirth. It will allow your spirit pet to be reborn when on the verge of death. After rebirth, combat ability will be recovered. It requires exp of current level to activate. If the exp is 0, it will fail. Cooldown, 30 days. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. This is a great skill, but it doesn't seem to be quite suitable for Zuyu, he thinks. Yiling, look, shouts Chen Jai and hits his friend hard on the back. Shang Lingkong, next to whom the representatives of the academies are standing, makes another announcement. Now the screen will display the students selected by the top 4 academies, the old man says. Students can choose which academy to enter through the interface that appears in front of you. According to the board, the representatives of all 4 academies put the hero in first place. The ordinary students look at the board and also notice this fact. He is simply amazing, says one of them. But it seems to me that Phoenix Academy has never accepted guys. The mayor of the city looks down from the stands at the field, where a heated discussion continues. Does that mean Phoenix Academy is recruiting male students now? This is so exciting. Stop dreaming, this is an exception. That's right, and it may forever remain the only one. In front of us are two pretty girls. In his place, I would choose Phoenix Academy, says one of them, who only has an invitation from Black Turtle Academy. But we don't have such an opportunity, the second sighs sadly. Ling looks thoughtfully at the system window, which offers a choice of 4 educational institutions at once. The hero hears someone calling him from the side. It is Lu Feng, and he raises 3 fingers of his left hand. If you join our academy, the young man says, we will give you 5% more resources than any other, and we will also allow you to enter the dungeon 3 times a year. The students who hear these words discuss them animatedly. 3 trips to the dungeon a year. I wonder how much equipment can be obtained during these expeditions. Yes, the Green Dragon Academy's benefits are good. Bai Tong comes out from behind his colleague and bows to the hero. Yiling, do not rush to make a decision, he says. The young man folds his arms across his chest and smiles happily. White Tiger Academy promises 8% more resources and will allow you to enter the dungeon 5 times a year. And all these privileges will remain until you graduate. Bai Tong, how can you do this to me? Lu Feng, standing next to him, asks with resentment. And Huo Ling joins the conversation. 5 times a year, huh? Miss Huo, the unfortunate Lu Feng tries to object. The girl stands up, leans her hands on the table and solemnly announces that Black Turtle Academy promises 10% more resources than its competitors and 5 visits to the dungeon a year. Huo Ling, smiling, looks at the hero. And your classmate Huo Zioner will be in our academy as well, so you can continue your communication, she says. Ling looks at Huo Ling in bewilderment. Why did she suddenly mention Zioner, he thinks. The girl they were just talking about looks at Huo Ling with a displeased look. Sister, why drag me into this conversation, she asks. And finally, Hong Zhu speaks out. Well, I'll speak frankly, she says, smiling mysteriously. The girl places her hand on her hip and informs the hero that Phoenix Academy will give the hero 15% more resources than its competitors and will provide the opportunity to visit the dungeon every month. Ling and Chen Jai look up in surprise at the girl's voice. However, the most important thing is that you will be the first and only male to study at the academy since its foundation, Hong Zhu says. The students sitting in the stands and hearing this announcement do not try to hide their feelings. What? The only guy in the entire academy? This is insane. Damn, how I envy him. And also 12 visits to the dungeon. Phoenix Academy is so generous. Ling thoughtfully rubs his chin. Monthly visits to the dungeon are really not bad for me, he thinks. He looks at the system window and from its appearance it is clear that he has already made a decision. Well, then the choice is more or less obvious, he thinks. A notification appears. Congratulations. Student Yiling has picked Crimson Phoenix Academy. The students gathered on the field rejoice and continue to vigorously discuss what is happening. A male can enter Phoenix Academy. I'm so jealous. What could be better in this life? How I would like to be in his place. Stop dreaming. Can you really compare to him? Just imagine, all his classmates will be girls. What are you happy about? He didn't get into your academy. His red-haired friend comes up to the hero. Friend, you are simply incredible, he says. You became the first guy who will study at the Phoenix Academy. Even I envy you. A girl in black stockings comes up to her friends. Congratulations, Yiling, you made the right choice, she says. Naturally, Hong Zhu is in front of us. The girl smiles and squints. I will give you 1 day to prepare, and tomorrow our academy's aircraft will be waiting for you at the eastern gate of the city, she says. Okay, thank you very much, says Ling. Please take good care of me in the future. Hong Zhu leaves with a farewell wave. Don't worry, I promise you won't regret your choice, she says. Teacher Lai approaches the hero and tells him that the mayor of the city wants to see him in his office. Okay, I'll come, Ling replies. We see a huge building that houses the Radiant Academy office. Yiling, come in, sounds from inside. The hero stands in front of the desk at which Shang Lingkong sits. Congratulations on obtaining the first place and entering the Crimson Phoenix Academy, says the mayor of the city. A girl in a tight dress approaches the guy standing in front of the desk. Due to your excellent performance, the school has decided to reward you, the old man says. This card has 300,000 union credits on it, and it is yours now. And this high-rank evolution material is from me. Ling looks at the mayor with gratitude. Thank you very much, he says. I will continue to work hard so as not to bring shame to Radiant Academy. The hero opens the box he just received and sees a piece of bone inside. It is reported that this is none other than immortal bone. The young man is amazed beyond measure. This is a top-grade material that drops only from strong undead monsters, he thinks. Even though Zuyu can't use it now, I will definitely need it for her final evolution. The young man stands opposite the mayor, who is sitting at the table. Principal, this is too valuable for me to take, he says modestly. Don't worry, the old man replies. Though it is a top-grade material, I have no use for it. So it's better to give to a young man who has potential. the academy director, holding out his hand, looks at the hero. Maybe one day he will help you, and you will bring glory to our educational institution. Ling looks at the old man with gratitude. Thank you very much, I will remember that, he says. Okay, you must be very tired after the test, says Shang Lingkong. Go and rest. As the hero leaves, the girl who presented the boy with the reward asks the old man a question. City Lord, that immortal bone is a top-grade material that you personally collected and treated like a precious treasure. Why did you give it away like that? It's a lot less valuable than that young man's future, the old man answers her. Ling and Chen Jai are talking in the middle of a beautiful park. Ling, you really became a superstar, says Ginger Boy. All the top academies fought for you. You are famous now. It doesn't matter, we are still brothers, replies to him Hero. Train hard, let's become stronger together in the future. Suddenly Hero calls out girl. It's Zioner, congratulating the boy on achieving his goal of getting into Phoenix Academy. Chen Jai puts his hand on his friend's shoulder. A very beautiful girl has come to see you, he says to his friend. I'll leave you two to chat in peace. Ling smiles. Congrats on getting into Black Turtle Academy, he exclaims. Heh, girl angry. As if that matters to you, she says. She blushes and presses her lips together in anger. The Phoenix Academy is a good place, she says. Immediately after that, she turns and leaves. I'm leaving now, you better not slack off at the academy, she advises the young man, who clearly doesn't understand what's going on here. Ling looks after the girl in bewilderment. Did she come here just to say that? A futuristic flying machine hangs over Radiant City. It is reported to be the Crimson Phoenix Academy airship. The hero and Hongzhu are apparently already on board. A fairly large number of pretty girls are looking at them from around the corner. That's Yiling, the first male student to be recruited by our Phoenix Academy, says one from them. Is that so? He isn't that handsome and seems a little dumb, declares second. Hongzhu smiles, looking on standing near Hero. The Holy Phoenix City is to the south of the Radiant City, says she. It'll take some time to get there. You should take this opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Okay, thank you, Teacher Hong, the young man replies. A girl approaches the conversation and salutes. Teacher Hongzhu, she addresses the hero's interlocutor. Something happened, Captain Yu Hai, she asks. It is reported that in front of us is Lai Yu Hai, Phoenix Airship Captain, rank 7, level 5. The girl looks at the tablet and says that, indeed, something very disturbing has been detected along the route. We see huge black birds flying around the ship. What is that? Someone inside the ship asks. The three interlocutors are standing in a room that is most likely the captain's bridge. A group of flying monsters, yes, asks Hongzhu. That is unclear, Yu Hai answers. Our scouts are conducting further observations. So far it is confirmed that, although there are a large number of them, their individual energy isn't strong. Hongzhu is stern looks on Captain. Alright then, make the necessary arrangements first, he says. Xie, yes sir, Yu Hai replies. The aircraft flies through the clouds. Huge birds scream loudly and rush to intercept. The birds crash into the aircraft one after another. Captain Yu Hai with anxiety looks on happening. Notify all the tamers in the airship to get to the elevator cabin and drive away all the incoming monsters, orders she. Yes sir, she hears someone answer. People are running along the deck of the aircraft, inside which the siren is desperately beeping. The hero meets a familiar girl. Yiling, she asks in surprise. Yunyi, the young man asks no less surprised. He asks with concern what the situation is on the ship now. We are all called to the elevator cabin, the girl answers him. Birds crash into the ship, and in the places where the impacts fall, real explosions are visible. Hongzhu, raising his head, looks at one such explosion. No one to panic, she orders. These are all just black crows, low-level monsters of rank 1. A smile appears on the girl's face. Well, very timely, she says. This is an ideal opportunity for beginners to gain combat experience. Yunyi, Yiling, call your pets and get ready to fight the enemies. The young men call an ice bear and a zombie girl, respectively. The polar bear growls angrily, flashes its red eyes and bares its sharp teeth. Apparently, the object of aggression is Zuyu, who is standing calmly a little ahead. Calm down, she is no longer our enemy, says Yunyi. Ling looks at the birds with concern. They may be low-level black crows, but there are too many of them, he says. The hero's face shows amazement. In front of him is a system window informing about the beginning of a mission with a limited time for execution. We see his and we kill as many black crows as possible within 10 minutes. Reward, unknown. The reward will be based on the final result. The more black crows you eliminate, the better the reward. The crows call loudly and flap their wings. Ling and his pet prepare to engage them in battle. They appeared here to give me some free experience, the hero says. I can't refuse them, can I? The guy puts his hand in front of him with spread fingers and sends his pet into battle. Spare no one, Zuyu, Hongzu, he orders. Kill as many as possible. Yes, master, the girl answers. The air is streaked with red and black traces of her blows. The corpses of the crows fall down. The bear roars loudly and also tries to hunt the birds. The two pets skillfully fight the hordes of crows. Zuyu strikes one blow after another with his sharp red claws. The girls on the aircraft are amazed at what is happening above their heads. What is that spirit pet? It is so strong. And it looks so pretty too. One of the girls points to a black spot in the air. Look there, she shouts. What is that smoke? Another bird flies over their ship. It is the Black Crow King, and this creature is much larger than normal monsters. Hongzu holds out his hand to the side like a barrier. Everyone, be careful, she shouts. It is a Black Crow King, a rank 2. Ling, clenching his fist, looks thoughtfully at his new opponent. If I can kill the Black Crow King, I will get a much better reward, right? And killing Black Crow King will scare the rest, he thinks. Hey, he raises his hand, sending his pet into battle. Zuyu, come forward, he orders. Kill that monster. Hongzu approaches the hero and shouts at him indignantly. Yiling, don't be impulsive. With her current combat ability, she can't face the rank 2 monster. Teacher Hong, don't worry, the young man answers her. Zuyu can handle it. Nonsense, Hongzu shouts angrily. The girl raises her hand, and a fiery creature appears above her head. Come out, fiery hawk, Zuyu orders. The fiery bird soars into the air to meet a giant black raven. We see this pet up close. We are told that it is rank 7 and level 1. The students excitedly discuss this creature. So this is the teacher's pet. It is rank 7. I have never seen a rank 7 pet in my life. She let the fiery hawk out. Is she going to burn all these black crows at once? The firebird uses its body to protect the aircraft, and the crows fly away in terror. What? Why are the black crows flying away? Someone asks. What else should they do? They see the rank 7 fire falcon. If they don't fly away, all that's left of them is ashes, comes the answer. Ling clenches his fist and demands that Zuyu not let the crows fly away. The zombie attacks the birds and destroys them one by one. Hongzu looks at what's happening in the air in astonishment. What? A poison effect? I didn't expect this zombie to have a poison attack. Zuyu continues to strike at the black crows. One of the birds tries to fly away, and someone on board the aircraft notices that it's the Black Crow King. Everyone who sees what's happening is frankly astonished. We hear their lines. It's over. The Black Crow King ran away, and his flock has also retreated. The leader has retreated. Only the hero is dissatisfied. Damn it, still let it escape, he exclaims. Lang looks in surprise at the system window that has appeared in front of him. We see it too. You have completed the mission, successfully eliminating the incoming flock of black crows, a total of approximately 478. You've received the 4th tier reward. Obtained 3 experience crystal and 1 growth crystal. Ling is surprised, lifts left hand. Experience and growth crystals. What does this mean? Asks he. It's not clear at whom. We see an aircraft flying calmly across the night sky. Now that the flock of black crows has retreated, all the students have returned to their rooms in an orderly manner, says someone inside. We've finally repelled that flock of black crows. Let's hurry back to our rooms and take a good rest. The hero stands in one of the aircraft's rooms and works with the system windows. We see 2 from them. Experience crystal, when used on the corresponding spirit pet, can provide 10% of the current level's experience points to the pet. Growth crystal, when used on the corresponding spirit pet, can provide 10% of the current growth points to the pet. Ling excitedly looks on multicolored crystals. Doesn't it mean that Zuyu can evolve now? He thinks he. Before him more one alert. Zuyu has successfully met the requirements for evolving. With sufficient evolution materials, you can initiate the next stage of evolution. Ling, smiling, holds out a finger to confirm his choice. Then let's evolve, he says, laughing happily. Around the zombie girl, streams of red and black energy swirl. Her red shoes lift off the deck of the ship. The energy aura becomes terrifyingly powerful. Zuyu closes her eyes. The hero sees that she is now naked. The girl, already dressed, goes down and calls out to the hero. He looks at his pet, her mouth open in amazement. Information windows show how much the girl has changed. The hero, smiling, draws attention to what attracts attention the most. Now that Zuyu has completed the evolution, not only has she become stronger, the growth rate has already reached the uncommon as well. Ling sees more 2 systemic windows. Flight, can achieve flying in mid-air, consumes stamina. Blood manipulation, can manipulate the blood within the target's body and even control the target's body through their blood. The hero looks joyfully at the blue window. Flight and blood manipulation, he asks. With Zuyu having unlimited stamina, doesn't it mean that she can just keep flying in the sky? Allocate points. Appear more 2 notifications. Congratulations to the host. The spirit pet has successfully reached rank 2 level 1. The system will now activate the automatic pickup function and rewards the host with a mysterious item. A rather large box appears in front of the hero. Mysterious item, he asks in surprise. A brown card is sticking out of the red cushion. Ling takes it and examines it carefully. Is this a talent card? He asks in surprise. I just can't believe something like this exists. We see this artifact near to us explain that the talent card allows the user to replicate the talents of their own pet. There are a total of 5 copying opportunities. Ling puts hand on waist to the girl and attracts her to himself. This is truly amazing, he says. There was nothing like it in the entire Federation. I can actually have Zuyu's talents, he says. Sir, what are you doing? Zuyu asks him. The hero, smiling, shows his pet the card he just received. What we're waiting, he asks. Let's try copying your talents right now. A notification appears. Loading complete. The host has successfully copied Zuyu's talents, super speed regeneration, blood fog transformation. There are 3 uses remaining for the talent card. Ling pulls out hand and looks on my palm. Zuyu, this is simply incredible, he says. From now on, I have your talents too. Congratulations, sir, the girl replies. A huge egg with a picture on the side appears in the young man's hands. There's even more amazing stuff, Ling declares. Zuyu, let's witness this tense and exciting moment together. The contract for the second spirit pet. Hero stretches by hand to egg that hanging before with my blood we form a contract, says he. Awaken. The guy's face is filled with joyful excitement. My second spirit pet, he exclaims. A powerful stream of orange light shoots down from the aircraft. The girls on board look around anxiously. What's going on? One of them screams. Whose spirit pet is this? The second one tries to understand. Captain Yuhai closes his eyes to protect them from the very bright light. Could it be Teacher Hong's pet again? He shouts she. What she does. Ling and Zuyu look in shock at the hero's new pet. The creature has a very distinctive appearance, covered in flames. It's a phoenix, Ling exclaims in bewilderment. We see the new pet's very sharp claws and burning tail. Nothing to himself, he shouts hero as expected of the pet given by the system. It's so amazing. Such an epic phoenix. We see information about this creature. Unnamed phoenix. Divine bird. Rank 1, level 9. Growth power, epic. Growth, 0%. Equipment, none. Talent, flight, phoenix fire. Selectable talents, advanced fire attribute immunity. Skills, none. Selectable skills, hellfire, divine fire protection. Vermilion bird. Flame vermilion bird. Materials required for vermilion bird evolution. Vermilion bird soul, 4 spirits power. Ling excitedly looks on informational window. But if it is a phoenix, why doesn't it have the talent for rebirth through nirvana, says he. Oh, right. I have the rebirth skill. Bird wide opens mouth. Appear alerts. Talent learning successful. You have successfully of rebirth upon the phoenix. Under the phoenix fire it has transformed into nirvana rebirth. The bird looks very pleased. Now it is simply perfect, Ling exclaims with satisfaction. Smiling, he turns to the phoenix. Let's give you name, he says. How about Feng Jiu? Nickname Ah Jiu. Great, I like that name, the pet replies. Ling clenches his fist happily. Wait a minute, did I hear that right? He asks, amazed. Ah Jiu, can you really talk? Can you can really call yourself an epic pet? This is simply amazing. In front of us are some unknown objects. It turns out that these are city buildings, over which an aircraft is now hanging, with the hero on board. Students, we will soon arrive in the holy city, an announcement sounds over ship. We see a bird against the background of multi-story buildings of a very original coloring. We're finally at the holy city, I'm so excited, audible someone's voice. How beautiful it is here, exclaims the girl, who is looking out the window of the aircraft. Hong Zhu, smiling, points to something behind her back. The first place we visit will be the place where you will study, says she. The ship flies up to a magnificent building with several windows lit up. It is reported that this is Vermilion Academy. Zhu exits the landed ship, followed by students. This is Vermilion Academy, says young woman. You can walk around and familiarize yourself with the environment. We will arrange accommodations for you later. Zhu turns around to the hero who costs for her back. Yuling, as you are the Academy's first male student in history, the Academy built you an independent mansion. You will live in it from now on, says she. Thank you very much, says the young man, smiling. A small green convertible stops next to them. Hello, welcome back, Miss Hong, comes from there. The girl in the yellow t-shirt is sitting behind the wheel. The headmistress told me to fetch a student named Yuling, she says. Shi, it's him, Zhu replies, pointing at the hero. The girl behind the wheel is frankly shocked. She begins to stutter, unable to collect her thoughts. This, why is he a guy? Are you a crossdresser? Ling clears his throat in irritation. I'm a normal man, he thinks. Zhu laughs and tries to clear the misunderstanding. Yuling is an exception, she says. He is someone wanted by all 4 academies. I went through a lot of effort to get him into our academy with the headmistress's permission. Wow, the girl driver exclaims. Get in, I'll take you to where you'll live. Hiro waves by hand Miss Hong. Yunyi, I will head to the dorm first, says he. Okay, go. There and fine, take a rest, he advises him. Zhu, I will bring you to the headmistress later. See you, Yunyi says quietly. A green convertible speeds down a city street. Inside the academy, the girls gather in groups to discuss the news. Did you hear? We have a boy coming to school this year. One of them shouts. What? Is that really true? I thought it was a joke. The second one takes up the conversation. We have a young man coming to school now, the third one asks. The girls gather in a tight circle. It is true, exclaims a small cutie in red gloves. I saw him with my own eyes. He walked past me not long ago. A huge blue window appears in front of the students with a portrait of the hero, his name, and an explanation that he won first place. The girls discuss the young man they see. Is that the same guy who came to us this year? He is quite cute. I wonder how strong he is. Of course he will not be weak. His coming to us breaks all the rules. Do you think the headmistress would have allowed this to happen if she hadn't seen something special in him? Yes, that's right. One of the girls completely loses control of herself. Aren't you excited for the days ahead? Exclaims she. There's a boy among us now. She rubs her fingers across her cheek. I have decided, she says. I'll make him fall in love with me. Ling sits in the car with a thoughtful expression on his face. In front of him is a skyscraper of very interesting architecture. He follows Zhu. We are here, headmistress, the girl says loudly, opening the door. The hero finds himself in a magnificent office with heavy chandeliers, paintings, and cabinets for exhibits. Headmistress, this is Yuling, says Zhu. We see the owner of the office, on whose face, it seems, is a very unusual mask. Welcome, the first male student in Vermilion Academy's history, says she. Headmistress looks on Hero Yellow with eyes and smiling. I heard you have already grasped a rank 2 skill when you were rank 1. Is that true? Asks she. The hero looks at her with respect. Yes, headmistress. He answers. Zhu, who is standing next to the young man, joins the conversation. Headmistress, which class do you think Yiling should be assigned to? Asks she. He is truly excellent. I can see unmeasured potential within his eyes. Let's put him in the Vermilion class, replies Headmistress. Zhu waves by hand and is going to leave. Alright, if there's nothing else, I will go ahead and arrange his classes now, says she. Good, Yiling, I look forward to your performance, says hostess Magnificent Cabinet. Thank you, headmistress, Ling answers her. Zhu and the hero exit the skyscraper. Miss Hong, what is the Vermilion class? Asks young person. Teacher begins tell while looking on hero through shoulder. Vermilion is the elite class with only the best students, picked from the entire federation. It can be said to have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Also, you need to know that since you are the only male student here, everything about you will be under scrutiny. The hero stands behind the girl in a red dress. Okay, Miss Hong, he says. I will bring you to the classroom later, replies to him she. In front of us is the door to the classroom we were talking about. Ling comes inside and the girls start whispering. It's him. Did he really get into our class? It's just unimaginable. The hero goes behind one of the last desks. I think this could have been expected, says one of the students. He must be very strong, otherwise no one would have taken him to our academy. Ling blushed. He doesn't know how to hide from curious glances. It seems I'll have a very difficult time here, he thinks. A teacher is standing at the lectern at the blackboard. She calls on everyone to shut up and keep quiet. The woman is wearing black glasses of a very original shape. I am Gao Yu, in charge of Vermilion's class Daily Matter Management. Our class's academic training and daily matter management are separated, says she. The training will be conducted in groups. Each group will have 3 to 4 people and an assigned counselor. Now we will divide you into groups. The students, sitting at their desks, listen attentively to the teacher. Jiang Hua, Jianan, Group 5, announces Gao Yu. Izu, Sun Ning. The woman approaches the young man and calls him by name. She looks at her tablet and tells the hero that he has been assigned to group number 1. Your counselor is Miss Hong Zhu. I got it, Miss Gao, Ling replies. The girls in the class are all talking excitedly about what they heard. Did you hear that he got Miss Zhu? What? She hasn't worked with students for a long time. Could it be because he's the only guy in the academy? Or is it because she's also from Tianhui City? Gao Yu ends the class meeting by energetically throwing out his hand with his fingers spread out. Okay, the groups are assigned, now go to your respective groups and conduct training, he says. Shi, the students leave the classroom. The hero goes outside, where he is immediately called over by 2 girls. They say that Hugh and Sun Ning are in front of us. Nice to meet you, the second one exclaims happily. The hero raises his hand in greeting. Nice to meet you too, he says. Please, take care of me. Another girl approaches the students. So, you are all here, she says. Miss Hong, one of the students, recognizes her. Zhu addresses her charges, placing the back of her hand on her waist. These 2 are Hugh and Sun Ning, says she. I wouldn't do any more introduction. It's up to you to familiarize with each other in future trainings. As the counselor, I will be by your side until you successfully graduate. Zhu lowers sight and exhibits forward right hand. You are elites picked from the entire Federation. I wouldn't waste any words on you. I won't keep my eyes on you all the time, states girl. You have already learned what you need to know about taming spiritual pets. We will jump straight into the training. In front of us is a sports ground. Next to the basketball hoop, someone is shouting loudly. Hugh and Sun Ning are either hitting someone or playing some kind of game. Zhu comes up to the hero from the side. She is holding a small box. "Ah, Miss Hong Zhu," the hero exclaims, noticing her. "Yiling, as for the training, the academy will fulfill all the promises made," says the girl. She hands the guy a card with a geometric pattern. "What is this?" asks Ling. "The Hidden Realm card. You can use it once a month," explains Zhu. The hero, sitting on a bench, presses the card he received to his chest. "There you can find all sorts of good things," the mentor tells him. "It is the fastest way to increase your strength. Go take a look." "Okay, thank you very much," answers Ling. He looks at the card and happily clenches his fist. A secret realm, he thinks, young man. Finally, I have a chance to enter a secret realm. Before us is a magnificent building with columns. This is the secret realm hall, someone says. Here all the secrets owned by the academy are stored. I heard that the people guarding this place are all strong fighters of at least the 7th rank. The hero and his 2 new acquaintances approach the entrance to this grandiose structure. "I wish I could go inside at least once," says one of the girls. "There is no harm in dreaming," replies the other. Meanwhile, the hero is walking towards the entrance, in front of which stands a guard with a spear. When he gets closer, it turns out that the gate is guarded by a girl. "Hello, may I ask how to get to the secret realm?" asks Ling. "Nonsense," he hears in response. The girl with the spear in her hands looks sternly at the guy. "What are you students doing here?" she asks. The hero shows her the map. "Teacher, I have this," he says. Ling scratches her head, looking at her pass. "The academy is really absurd," the guard says indignantly. "They have started issuing passes to the secret realm to new recruits." Nevertheless, she lets the hero inside and shows him what is there. "Follow me, this way," she says. The entrance to the secret realm is at the end of the corridor. The girl points her finger in the direction of the door. "This is the entrance to the secret realm," she says. Different stone doors represent secret realms of different levels. For a new student like you, it's best to go to the lowest level first. The secret realm is not absolutely safe. Once you encounter danger and can't leave in time, you might end up buried in it. Ling looks at the door worriedly, ignoring how worried the girl is. "All right, teacher, I understand," he says. "The second level of the secret realm will definitely be much more dangerous," the guard continues. The exploration time for the secret realm is 3 days. The hero looks at the blue portal in front of which he stands. "Spend 3 days in the secret realm of the 2nd level. Do I have enough strength and ability for this?" he thinks. He sees a notification. Task assessment. Explore the 2nd level secret realm, complete the task and receive an unknown reward. The hero reaches out to the portal. "Since I have received a task from the system, I will choose the 2nd level," he thinks. Ling, who holds the pass with 2 fingers, prepares to enter the portal. The 2nd level of the secret realm, 3 days. "I must promote my new pet to rank 2, he says. The girl warns the boy that he must remain constantly vigilant in the 2nd level realm. "Secret realm, here I come," Ling thinks. The girl sighs, looking at the portal the hero has disappeared into. "The students are no longer afraid for their lives," she says sadly. Ling emerges from the portal and notices many monsters around and above him. "There really are a lot of different creatures here, both rank 1 and rank 2, the hero says. The portal behind him is already half gone. "Great, let's start exploring," Ling exclaims. He raises his hand and calls upon both of his pets. "Feng Ju," he says, "it's time to come out. We have important things to do." The phoenix lands on the boy's shoulder. "Where are we?" he asks. "This doesn't look like home." "Feng Ju, this is the 2nd level secret realm," Ling explains. "It is specially prepared for you to level up. You need to perform well and quickly advance to the 2nd rank." The bird runs its claws along the hero's neck. "Don't do that, please, it hurts," Ling asks his pet. The phoenix spreads its wings and soars upward. "You just need to level up, it's very easy," he shouts. Half the sky is burning around the fiery bird. "You won't even let me touch you. You really have a fiery temper," the phoenix exclaims. "Zuyu is better," the hero replies. "Let's go, Zuyu, we're getting to work." Fire blazes in the sky. The bird exterminates goats, snakes, and other creatures that do not understand how to hide from this monster. The monsters look at the sky in horror from where the fiery bird attacks them. A powerful explosion is heard, from the epicenter of which someone screams loudly. The phoenix's eyes glow with predatory green energy, white streams swirl around its head. We see the fiery bird in all its glory, and it is reported that this is its phoenix form. The hero looks at his pet in amazement. "Wow, Feng Ju, the effect of your transformation is a bit too flashy, isn't it?" he exclaims. A look of alarm appears on the guy's face. "Feng Ju, this is a secret kingdom," he says. "The show you are putting on will attract all the monsters that are here. In front of us is Wasteland Wolf Leader, rank 2. The hero sees that he is accompanied by dozens of ordinary wolves. "Wow," the young man exclaims. Ling looks at his opponents with alarm. "The second-rank Wasteland Wolf Leader and a bunch of first-rank Wasteland Wolves," he says. The phoenix, soaring in the sky, snorts contemptuously. A system notification appears. "New Spirit Beast Phoenix, complete the first battle alone, and upon completing the task you'll receive a reward, double experience boost card." The hero smiles happily. "The system task couldn't have come at a better time," he exclaims. "Feng Ju, show me the power of the phoenix. The zombies and I will not interfere." The firebird prepares to deal with the wolf leader. "In front of me are just worthless insects," she says. "I can easily deal with them. Don't you dare interfere, or you might get burned." A flame ignites in the wolf's mouth. The monster spews out a powerful column of fire that almost reaches the phoenix. Ling looks at the emerging confrontation in surprise. "Wow," he exclaims. It turns out that the wolf leader has a fire attribute. A powerful flash of fire occurs in the sky above the wolf, the hero, and his pet. The monster looks menacingly at the young man and the zombie girl. We realize that the phoenix is alive and well. "I almost forgot," Ling laughs mockingly. "Feng Ju has an advanced fire immunity talent." Smiling, he points his index finger at the wolf. The fire has no effect on her at all. "Wasteland Wolf Leader, this is going to be a real pain in the ass." The phoenix looks truly terrifying. "Burn to ashes," he shouts. Then the bird uses the Hellfire skill, and the entire space below it is engulfed in tongues of green flame. We see some creepy silhouettes in the sky. The hero, looking at what is happening, admits that it all looks pretty creepy. The wolf leader, who is devoured by green flame, lets out terrible screams. "The whole pack is burning along with the leader," Ling says. "The wolf leader is burning on the ground." The phoenix's attack burned out an entire area, the hero notices. "It's too powerful." A series of notifications appear. Automatic pickup, you obtained Wild Wolf's Claw, you obtained Wild Wolf's Heart, you obtained Novice Rank Fire Crystal. The hero looks at these windows. "Feng Ju, you are so strong," he exclaims. The bird looks at the hero and cheekily reminds him that it asked him not to come near the place where it is fighting. "We are fine," says Ling. "Okay, let's get out of here and look for other monsters." The phoenix, which is hovering high above the hero, turns out to be a rather willful creature. "All you know how to do is give orders," says the bird. "Do you even realize how tired I am after the fight?" We see a building with someone talking inside. "I am so tired. It's like hell mode training. I need to eat more today to replenish my energy." "You only know how to eat." In front of us is a canteen where the girls studying at the academy are having lunch. "You should eat quickly, we still have to train again later," says one of them. "By the way, Hizu, do you know why Yiling didn't train with us?" The girl with blue hair answers her friend, who is eating a hamburger. "I heard from Teacher Hong that he went to the dungeon," Hizu replies. "What? He went to the dungeon alone?" Sun Ning asks, puzzled. Another girl comes to the table, holding a tray. "This can't be, he's a newbie," she says. "No one will let him go in there alone." "Yes, the dungeon is a very dangerous place," another woman confirms. "Without a teacher nearby, you can get very badly hurt there." Yanni puts a piece of food in his mouth. "Why did Teacher Hong let him enter the dungeon alone?" she asks. At the office table, we see two academy mentors. "You let a newbie enter the dungeon alone?" Gao Yu asks. The woman is furious. "Hong Zhu, what were you thinking?" she shouts. "Please calm down," the girl replies. She sits in a chair with her legs crossed, looking completely calm. "I'm his instructor and I'm not worried, so you shouldn't be worried either," she says. Near the building where this conversation is taking place, female students are walking quietly. "All right then, instructor," Gao Yu shouts. "Tell me, what's going on with Yiling? Why did you let him enter the dungeon alone?" Zhu gets up from his chair and approaches his colleague. "Don't worry, I know his fighting ability, and a rank 1 dungeon shouldn't be any problem for him," she says. "Instructor Hong, you are very naive," Gao Yu tells her. "I made inquiries and, apparently, he entered a rank 2 dungeon." Zhu smiles, thoughtfully rubbing her chin with her fingers. "A rank 2 dungeon, huh? I don't think there is any need to worry in this case either," she says. "He is already a rank 2 spirit tamer." Gao Yu is simply horrified by her colleague's behavior and words. "What? Excellent, you win," she shouts. "I have nothing more to say about your teaching methods." She leaves, but says one last thing, already standing at the door. "If anything unexpected happens, you will be the one reporting to the headmistress. Don't disappoint me, Yiling," Zhu thinks to himself. The hero coughs loudly, clenching his fists with tension. A huge fiery phoenix circles above his head. "Why am I sneezing?" says Ling. "Is someone remembering me or something?" Zhu points to the side and tells the hero that he sees monsters. The boy looks closely, but cannot understand what is in front of him. What kind of monsters are they? He asks. I can't see them from here. Then an idea occurs to the hero and he raises his index finger. Ah, Ju, maybe you could give Zuyu and me a lift so we can see what kind of monsters we are dealing with, he says. The phoenix looks down at its master. But then in the evening you will treat me to something tasty, says the bird. I will definitely treat you, answers the hero, laughing. Ling and Zuyu climb onto the back of the firebird. Okay, let's fly, Ah Ju tells them. The hero is delighted with this method of transportation. It's simply amazing, he says. How wonderful it is to fly through the sky like this, he thinks. The phoenix, with the hero and the zombie girl on its back, hovers above a lone bull around which flaming predators of the cat family are gathering. The fire monsters look truly creepy. It looks like the blazing lions are hunting an earth-rending bull, the hero thinks. The hero looks at these creatures with alarm. They are all rank 2 monsters, so we'll just let them fight each other for now, he thinks. The lion leaps high into the air, rushing at the bull. The horned monster stands in the middle of the rocks and lets out a deafening moo. The burning monster slaps its paw at its victim. The hero, standing on the back of a huge phoenix, considers his strategy for dealing with this situation. Rank 2 monsters can control elements and use them to attack, he thinks. None of them are weak at all. It seems like the dungeon of this rank isn't so simple, but I don't have time to watch them fight till the end. My time in the dungeon is limited and valuable. Ling turns his head to the zombie girl. Zuyu, use this chance to sneak attack and finish them off, he says. Yes, master, the pet answers. Zuyu flies up from behind the flaming lion. A powerful explosion is heard near the monster. A phoenix bird is near the fiery cloud. Ah Ju, while Zuyu is attacking from below, will attack from above and kill them all before they even realize it. The hero lays out his plan. Okay, leave it to me, the firebird answers. Zuyu is in front of us, she uses her blood control skill. The zombie girl descends among the burning lions, and a bull moves deafeningly nearby in a rock shelter. In front of us is a fiery lion. It is reported to be rank 2, level 5. The monster rushes at Zuyu, who is high in the air. A second later, the girl is already on the ground, having just struck the enemy. Zuyu's hand is on fire, which the hero also notices. Fortunately, she has very fast regeneration, Ling thinks. The girl looks at her flaming hand with complete calm. A phoenix soars in the sky above the flaming lions on the ground. The amount of flame around the bird increases sharply. In front of us are the magnificent buildings of a student campus. It is reported that this is Xuanwu Academy. Snippets of conversation are heard from below. Did you hear? Yi Ling went into the secret realm all by himself. We see students saying these lines. What? A new student? All alone? He will have a very difficult time there, won't he? There is no doubt about it. But time will tell, we just have to wait. In front of us is Zuyu again. She strikes many times, as a result of which she kills the fiery lion. The girl smiles, she is very pleased. The hero sits on the back of the phoenix and watches the carnage from above. Feng Ju, it looks like if you want to advance to the second rank, you'll have to participate in battles, he says. Otherwise Zuyu will kill all the monsters. The firebird answers again very boldly. I understand everything, she says. You talk too much. This is just leveling up. It's too easy. In front of us are Xioner and Zhang Shengdan. Did you hear? Asks the second one. Yi Ling entered the secret realm all by himself on his first day of school. He really doesn't know his place. Xioner only groans in response. There is alarm on the girl's face. He is gaining strength too quickly, she thinks. The hero and Zuyu are sitting by the fire. Time in the secret realm is precious, the young man says. Feng Ju, we should rest for a while and then get up. The phoenix lies behind the hero, who is eating a huge ham. Can't we rest for a while? Asks the firebird. I'm not a zombie, I get tired sometimes. Okay, you call the shots, Ling reassures her. Zuyu notices something in the distance and calls out to the hero. What happened? Asks the young man. Zuyu looks through the gap between the trees and says there is something there. The boy and his pet walk a little further into the forest and see a strange blue flower. What is it? Let's check it out, suggests Ling. In front of them is a glowing plant that looks absolutely stunning. Wow, what kind of fruit is that? Asks Ling. It doesn't seem to be in the Federation handbook, but it looks very rare. The longer the hero examines this miracle of nature, the more surprised he becomes. Master, be careful, cries Zuyu and reaches out to stop the hero. The girl pushes the boy away from the magnificent plant, and he doesn't understand what is happening. Out of nowhere, a giant two-headed snake appears. It is reported to be a two-headed green python, rank 2, level 8. Ling tells this information to the girl standing next to him. The monster opens both its mouths threateningly. Sparkling chains appear in the hero's hands. Seriously, he asks, is this really necessary? Spirit chain, Ling says. The chains rise up and entangle the huge snake. The hero controls these fetters and it may seem that one of the heads is about to be strangled. But the guy screams that the second rank spirit chain is not able to properly neutralize the two-headed python. The python's body tenses up and the chains tighten. Another moment, and they break into many pieces. The hero screams loudly, calling for help from his second pet. The phoenix appears in the air, spreading powerful tongues of flame around itself. The bird is unhappy with something again. "How I am fed up with you," it screams. "You won't let me rest." A powerful fire tornado envelops the snake, and both of its heads are forced to move away from the hero standing on the ground. Phoenix brings down a giant pillar of flame on the enemy. The hero and Zuyu are surrounded by a circle of fire. "Wow, Aju, why didn't you use this defensive skill earlier?" the young man shouts happily. The bird, which is clearly very unhappy, beats its wings in the air. "Just try to wake me up again, you will regret it," it shouts. Immediately after that, it uses the skill Hellfire, bringing down streams of green flames on the snake. "Aju, be careful not to damage the plant," Ling shouts loudly. The bird pecks the two-headed snake, but manages to say that it understands everything, and the hero, as usual, talks too much. A powerful explosion is heard. Waves of green energy envelop the trees. Two snake heads with wide open mouths fall down, engulfed in green flames. The hero stands calmly next to the huge mouth of the snake. The phoenix flies over the defeated monster. "Aju, great job," the hero shouts. "Now we can eat snake meat again." Ling reaches out his hand to an amazingly beautiful plant. "I really want to see what kind of rare fruit this is," he says. An information window appears in front of him. Fruit of the dead spirit, a fruit formed by absorbing the spirit of the dead when monsters devour it. The spirit of the dead will consume the soul of the original body, taking control of the body. It is also a high-level evolution material for undead spirit pets, very rare. The hero looks up in shock. "Is this the fruit of the dead spirit?" he asks incomprehensibly to whom. What a wonderful surprise. This is exactly the material Zuyu needs for further evolution. Ling happily runs somewhere. "This secret realm is indeed a great place," he shouts. "It was worth the trip. Aju, Zuyu, let's make the most of our time. We can't waste the secret realm, where we get to kill more monsters each month." Day 1. We see three-headed birds chained up in the sky. Day 2. The hero and Zuyu fight strange multi-armed monkeys. Day 3. Ling runs away from the fire monkeys and screams loudly, calling for his pets to help. The hero looks at the zombie girl and the phoenix. Zuyu is reported to be rank 2 and level 2, and the bird is rank 2 and level 3. "Not bad," says the hero. "This trip is worth it, your levels are almost there." The guy looks at his watch. "Time flies so fast," he says. "We need to get out of the secret realm as soon as possible." We see a blue swirl of a portal over the night lawn. Gao Yu stands in front of the academy principal's desk. "Principal, the secret realm administrator reported that the environment of the second stage dark forest was burned by hellfire," she says. "The vegetation was severely damaged and it needs time to recover." "And what happened there?" asks the headmistress. She is holding a small blue sphere. "According to the administrator, only one student entered there, recently accepted by Yiling," says Gao Yu, standing behind her. "Oh, yes, he is a very interesting student," the headmistress answers. "We see an unusual mask hiding the face of this character. Order the administrator to close this secret area for a while and send a squad of repairmen there," says the headmistress. Gao Yu, who seems to never take off her dark glasses, asks if there is any need to punish the hero who caused such chaos there. "No, no one needs to be punished," replies the girl in the mask. "I will deal with him myself." We see the hero in the distance walking along the sidewalk. The girls studying at the academy excitedly discuss the guy. "Is this the same Yiling? He is a big shot. Who would have thought? He's been dominating the headlines on the official website these days." The female students stare at the back of a guy passing by. The discussion continues. "The first male student in history entered the secret realm on the first day at school. There's a lot of news about it. I thought the pictures looked okay, but now, when I see him in person, I suddenly realize how handsome he is. I feel like maybe I'm falling in love." "You're dreaming." The hero does not respond to these remarks. He scratches the back of his head. "They will continue to look at me with such eyes," he thinks. "I will never get used to it." Ling looks at the notification that appeared in front of him in surprise. Completed task, explore second stage secret realm. Received rewards, spirit skill Eye of Truth, 5 spirit crystals, 5 experience crystals. Then he sees the description of the Eye of Truth skill. Has the same ability as spirit vision. Through Eye of Truth you can see any relevant data of any target locked by the host. Yellow leaves are falling around the hero. What? Eye of Truth. Interesting, he thinks. Although I can also check the information through the system, much of the data is incomplete. Let's try this Eye of Truth. Ling holds a fallen leaf in his palm. Another notification appears. Spirit power consumption, -5. Name, Hongfeng. Introduction, more than 30 years old, has been given a special power that can ensure red leaves all year round. The hero sees a girl walking towards him and looks at her a little strangely. Another information window is in front of him. Spirit power consumption, -5. Name, Wangling Yu. 19 years old, rank 1, level 9. Spirit pets, dragon blood lion. Height, 1.6 meters. Measurements. The girl the hero sees smiles and smooths her hair. Goodness, Ling thinks. How come there are even measurement data? The young man runs away awkwardly. The girl looks at him in bewilderment. This system gives me such unconventional skills, it's incredible, the hero thinks. Even though it costs 5 spirit power each time, I'll hold off for now. Ling runs down the sidewalk in front of the building, calling out loudly for Miss Hongsu. The girl, now wearing glasses, looks at the guy and smiles. You came out of the secret realm? She asks. How do you feel? Red leaves are falling on the interlocutors standing in the street. How do you feel about the secret realm? Zhu asks. It feels pretty good, the guy answers. Where are the other 2 students? Well, I have something to tell you, the girl says. Just now the principal talked to me and decided to put you directly in the 2nd grade. Ling looks at Zhu in amazement. Directly promoted to 2nd grade? He asks again. The girl hands him some paper. Yes, she answers the student's question. The practical task classes in the 2nd grade will be more frequent, so you need to prepare some equipment materials. The guy unfolds the paper and finds a black card inside. This is the admission bonus I promised you before, says Zhu. What is this? Asks Ling. The address above is the most famous equipment material shop in the holy city, Tianyu Pavilion, the girl explains. You can go there and buy everything you need. She turns around and leaves. I also have to go and find the 2nd grade teacher to arrange your task, she says at last. You can only go to Tianyu Pavilion by yourself. Yes, okay, the hero answers her. Ling, who is now wearing a tracksuit, gets out of the car and walks somewhere with a sheet of paper in his hand. He comes to a magnificent building, very reminiscent of the capital. Tianyu Pavilion is simply amazing, says the hero. It looks more like a temple or a treasury than a store. One of the girls standing at the entrance greets the guy. Ling goes inside and finds himself in a room with very high ceilings. The girl approaches him. Hello, student, do you need any help? She asks. The guy answers, raising his left hand. Yes, hello, I wanted to sell some materials. Who should I contact? The sales hall is on the 2nd floor, the pavilion employee answers. But I want to ask you first, are you a student of Juju Academy? The hero replies that he is from there. The girl looks at him suspiciously and adjusts her glasses on her nose. Really, she says. As far as I know, this academy only accepts girls. This means that you are lying in the most brazen manner. Therefore, I apologize. Tianyu Pavilion does not do business with dubious people. The hero tries to say that he really is a student of Juju Academy, but the girl asks him to leave. Ling is not going to give in and asks what he did to deserve such treatment. Another girl appears behind the arguing. What is going on here? She asks. The brunette in glasses turns to her and tries to begin an explanation. But the girl smiles and extends her hand to the hero. My name is Shen Menjiao, she says. I'm also a student of Juju Academy, but I'm in the 3rd grade. The guy smiles at his new acquaintance. Oh, Senior Shen, hello, he says. Don't call me Senior, the girl asks him. Just call me by my first name. Menjiao approaches the table and turns to the hero. What materials do you want to sell? She asks. Put out everything you have. Tianyu Pavilion is opened by our family. I will pay you a good price. Ling takes out an elegant ring with a diamond-shaped stone. Okay, he says. The hero dumps several different items onto the table. I collected all these materials in the 2nd level secret realm, he says. Shen Menjiao looks at the artifacts in amazement. Wow, she exclaims. They are all quite valuable. So the rumors are true. You went to the 2nd level of the secret realm on your own. The girl pays attention to one of the items. Wow, is this the emerald pearl? She asks. The girl takes the artifact in her hands and examines it in amazement. I have been looking for this for a long time, she says. My poison mist vine needs it to evolve. Ling holds out his left hand and says that he doesn't have a herbal pet, so he can give this item to the girl. Great, thank you very much, Menjiao thanks him. She leans over the table and sorts through the artifacts lying there. Old Zhao, she says to the brunette in glasses, calculate the value of these emerald pearls and other materials in alliance points. You must give a good price. Okay, don't worry, the girl replies. All 3 are standing next to the table. I'd also like to purchase some ordinary equipment and low-level materials, Ling says. No problem, Menjiao replies. Old Zhao will help you with that later, and anything you want will be discounted. We see the magnificent entrance to the pavilion from a bird's eye view. Yiling, the equipment and materials you purchased will be delivered right to your doorstep. And know that you are always welcome here, the hero hears. The guy says goodbye to the girls and leaves, saying that he needs to hurry to school. Okay, take care, Menjiao replies. And remember to call me by my name. The blonde waves at the young man as he leaves. Miss, you have never treated anyone like this before, Old Zhao tells her, "You don't have a crush on this student, do you?" Menjiao puts a lollipop in his mouth and looks at his interlocutor with displeasure. "Watch more news, mind your own business, it's good for you," she says. We see the platform of the student campus. "Have you heard?" comes from there. Yiling is going to be promoted to the 2nd grade. We see a group of very upset girls. "What? How annoying. The only boy in our class is leaving," says one of them. "No, it's the only boy in the whole academy leaving our class," adds the second. "What, now I won't be able to confess to him?" asks the third. The hero in his tracksuit walks along the student campus. The materials sold for 450,000 alliance points, he thinks. Ling rubs his chin thoughtfully. Buying equipment and materials cost 170,000 points, he calculates. A girl in high heels appears in front of the guy. She has a short haircut and many rings on her face. It is reported that this character's name is Wu Xuan. "Are you Yiling?" the strange girl asks. The hero confirms that it is he. Without thinking twice, Xuan kicks, trying to hit the guy. "What the hell?" he shouts. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me without warning?" Ling blocks, parrying another blow from the girl. "Classmate, who are you?" he shouts. "I don't know you at all." Xuan squats in front of him, trying to launch another attack from this position. "You don't need to know me," she shouts angrily. Jumping up from a sitting position, she again tries to hit the hero with her long leg. "Just fight me first and then we can talk," she screams. "Nonsense, I have other things to do," Ling shouts back. "I don't have time to fight with you." The hero runs away. The girl, breathing heavily, looks after him. "This is really nonsense," the young man explains to her as he runs. Xuan angrily clenches his fist. "Bastard, if only I could catch your eye," she shouts. We see the hero running across the campus from a bird's eye view. He loudly calls out to Zhu. The guy, out of breath, runs up to the tutor. "What happened to you?" she asks. The hero looks at the girl, frightened. "I'm sorry I'm late," he says. "On the way here, I met an incredibly strange girl with whom I had to fight." Zhu laughs, resting her chin on her fist. "You should get used to the fact that people will pay attention to you," she says. "After all, you are the only guy in the academy. Now that you have been promoted to the 2nd grade, I will introduce your new tutor to you." Another girl appears, wearing a long coat. "Hong Zhu, you didn't come to see me after coming back," she says reproachfully. "Are you that busy?" It is reported that our new acquaintance's name is Lai Xingyu. She is of the 7th rank in the 3rd level. "I finished a mission not long ago, and you didn't even come to greet me?" she asks. Zhu introduces the girl who has come up to the hero. "Yiling, this is your tutor for the 2nd grade, Lai Xingyu." Then Zhu turns to her friend. "Xingyu, he is the student I told you about. He is also the only boy in our academy. I'm handling him over to you. You have to train him well for me." The hero smiles happily, scratching the back of his head. "Hello, Teacher Lai, please take care of me in the future," he asks. The girl rubs her shoes against each other. "So you are that very Yiling?" she asks. Xingyu grabs the hero's chin with her fingers rather unceremoniously. "You are quite handsome," she says, smiling. "It's no wonder all the girls in the school are talking about you. But your courage is lacking. How can you follow me in the future?" Zhu, smiling slyly, raises her hand. "All right, Xingyu," she says. "Don't tease him anymore. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Xingyu, smiling, puts her hand on the guy's shoulder. "He's very modest," she says. "Let's go, I'll introduce you to your classmates. By the way, they are stronger fighters than me." Ling is silent, not knowing how to respond to all this. A strange cloud is visible in the middle of the street adjacent to a tall building with columns. "Did you hear someone say that? The only guy in this academy will be studying in our group. There are 3 girls in front of us, divided by really. Could it be true?" one of them asks. "It's a ranking system for the 2nd year, and he is just a new student." "Yeah, a freshman," the shortest one answers. "No matter how strong he is, he can't just come to our group. And see you as the chief." Teacher Lai approaches the girls, followed by the hero. "Okay, enough chatter," she says. "I brought you someone." The tallest girl, with purple hair and strange pointy ears, steps forward. "This should be junior brother Yiling, right?" "Welcome," she says. "That's right," the teacher answers. "Then I won't introduce him much. You have to take good care of him." Lai Xingyu looks at her students quite sternly. The 2nd grade's performance assessment is ranked, she tells the hero. "Everything is based on actual combat. Ranking is the score. This senior sister Zhao Siyu in front of you is the 1st place in the 2nd grade." "I see," Ling replies. The girl the mentor introduced extends her hand to the boy. "Hello, Yiling," she says. "I am Zhao Siyu, the chief of the 2nd grade." The hero looks closely at the girls. "Why does this group seem so strange to me?" he thinks. "They are too enthusiastic, right?" An information card appears in front of us. Zhao Siyu, 19 years old, rank 2, level 8. Spirit power 4000 over 4000. Spirit skills, power chain, power shield, extreme speed, dragon breath. Pets, Gale Dragon, King Kong Ape. height 1.71 meters, measurements 90-63-93. The hero stands in front of the girl who has extended her hand to him. Rank 2, level 8B and 2 rare spirit pets. The strength is really extraordinary, he thinks. Ling raises his right hand. Then I have a question, he says. If the performance assessment is based on actual combat, if I directly defeat Sister Zhao Siyu, will I become the first place in the second grade? Laughing, Xingyu puts her hand on the young man's shoulder. You're thinking in the right direction, but Siyu is too strong, she says. But in this case, I want to challenge her to a fight. The hero doesn't calm down. Okay, calm down for now, says the mentor. Siyu, tell him about the rules of the second year. I need to go to the dean to report. Zhao Siyu raises his index finger, drawing the hero's attention to her words. Brother Yiling, she says, according to the ranking rules, if you want to challenge me, you must be in the top 10, but you don't even have a rank now. Ling clutches his head. I see, he says. It seems that this ranking system is a bit troublesome. Not troublesome, says the girl who appears nearby. As long as you can beat me. We see that this is the same Wuxuan who tried to kick the hero a little earlier. If you can beat me, I will give you third place in the second year, she declares. If you lose, get out of Juju class. The hero stands in front of 4 girls and, judging by his pose, he is clearly uncomfortable. You can't stop me halfway, he shouts at the girl who challenged him to a duel. Zhao Siyu reminds him once again that in front of him is Wu Xuan, who is third in the second year. So what do you say? Xuan herself asks. Do you have the courage to accept my challenge? The hero's 3 classmates discuss the situation among themselves. Is it acceptable for Xuan to bully a new student like this? Asks Siyu. Yes, what's the big deal? Yiling is putting his current status at stake, says the girl with lilac hair. If he loses, he will have to leave our class. But then he should not accept this challenge, exclaims the shortest of the girls in fear. Ling looks resolutely at Xuan and declares that she accepts the challenge. Good, replies his rival. A glowing energy circle has already appeared behind her. Then I will show you something, says Xuan. Thunderstorm, come out. Siyu, who is standing behind the hero, notices that Xuan is getting serious right from the start. A wolf-like creature appears, and it looks scary. However, it turns out to be Thunderous Bear, rank 2, level 7. The students who are watching the beginning of the battle actively comment on what they see. Thunderous Bear. It's the first time I see it. It has such a strong presence. How could it not be strong? She is in the 3rd place in the 2nd grade. Xuan strokes his pet, and we see information about this girl. Wuxuan, 19 years old. Rank 2, level 7. Techniques, Power Chain, Power Shield, Thunder Fist, Phantom Shadow. Pet, Thunderous Bear. Height, 1.68 meters. Ling, having analyzed this information, understands that it will not be easy to cope with such an opponent and summons his pet. He puts his hand forward with spread fingers and loudly pronounces the name of the zombie girl. Zuyu stands in front of him, spreading streams of black energy around himself. The audience discusses her too. This spirit pet looks way too good. This is simply outrageous. Some pet looks better than me. This is no good. I will have complexes. Why am I not as beautiful as her? She has a gorgeous dress. Maybe I will look just as seductive if I wear the same one. Xuan folds her arms and looks at the hero with annoyance. Don't you want to summon your second pet? She asks. Do you think a humanoid creature can handle a thunder bear on its own? Ling looks at Xuan resolutely. Don't worry, sister. Show me what you can do, he says. The girl sends her pet into battle. Thunderstorm, go and tear her apart, she orders. The hero tells Zuyu to join the fight. Handle it yourself, he says. Yes, sir, the girl replies and rushes at the bear. The 2 pets engage each other in close combat. A huge cloud of dust rises into the air where this happens. White streams of energy spread around the bear, and black ones around Zuyu. Ling looks at what is happening with alarm and surprise. Wow, tough skin and thick flesh, he exclaims. Xuan, who is standing behind the giant bear, menacingly remarks that the main part of the show is just beginning. With her mouth wide open, she advises her pet. It is just about to slam a huge fist into the ground. The girl orders it to use its Thunderbolt armor skill. A powerful wave of energy spreads around the bear, and this immediately attracts the attention of those present. White discharges approach the zombie girl. The bear that generates this energy raises a huge clawed paw. Siyu, who is standing behind the guy with 2 other girls, comments on what she sees. This Thunderbolt armor not only possesses strong defensive capabilities, it also inflicts damage upon contact with the opponent's armor, she says. The other girls also chime in with their comments. This power is truly terrifying. Can it be anything but terrifying? The Thunderous Bear is purely a power-type spirit pet. Combined with the destructive force of thunder, the power of its punch can be unimaginable. I just wonder if Yiling's beautiful pet can withstand it. Zuyu rushes somewhere, making big jumps, and we see white discharges around her. The bear's eyes glow with an eerie red light. The zombie appears next to him and strikes. However, something goes wrong. Confusion appears on the hero's pet's face. Siyu looks at Zuyu in surprise. "Oh, Yuling's pet got hit by the lightning backlash," she says. Now her hands are practically useless. But Xuan notices something strange and fear appears on her face. A green glow appears around the zombie girl. It is reported that rapid regeneration has taken effect. Someone, giggling, notes that for some people the presence of this skill in a pet was an unpleasant surprise. Xuan looks angrily at her opponent. "I underestimated you," she screams. "You are forcing me to do this." The girl summons another of her pets, a green lizard. "Phantom lizard, go," she orders. The reptile swishes its tail and lunges forward. The spectators see that the bear is already lying motionless on the paving slabs, and Zuyu is standing on its back. "Oh my god," someone shouts. Who would have thought that she could defeat the Thunder Bear? The students discuss what is happening in amazement. "It seems like Ling's pet is too strong," says one of them. "The frequency of its attacks hasn't changed at all. It acts like a machine." "No way, could it be that Wuxian will lose?" asks another. "It's almost unimaginable." Here we see Menjiao, who also cannot believe what is happening. She watches the battle intently, without taking her lollipop out of her mouth. "Phantom lizard," she thinks. "To bully the weak is one thing, try doing it with the strong." The lizard crawls up to the hero, looking at him predatorily. Yiling is truly pitiful, Menjiao thinks. Xuan smiles maliciously. "The time has come," she shouts. The huge lizard, its mouth wide open, hangs over the hero from behind. "Phantom lizard, take him down," the girl orders. Apparently, the guy manages to instantly move to the side. He dodges the huge lizard. "You finally made your move," he says calmly. "I've been waiting for this." Xuan clenches his fists and screams in rage. "This is impossible. He couldn't have noticed the phantom lizard." The guy points to the circle that is on his forehead. "Fortunately, I've been keeping the eye of truth open," he says. Ling puts out his hand with spread fingers and summons a phoenix. "It is your turn to step in and resolve the battle," he shouts. The firebird brings down a powerful stream of fire on the lizard. Xuan screams in fear, trying to call her green pet back. A powerful explosion occurs above her head. The lizard, which is trying to escape, burns with green flames. Siyu looks at what is happening in front of her in shock. "This spirit pet," she says. "Something really strange is happening to the phoenix. It seems like there is too much of it in the sky." Siyu turns around, stretches out her hand and tries to warn the other students. "Danger. Everyone quickly disperse," she screams. Something incredible is happening around the phoenix. The whole air is filled with green stripes and flashes. The bear and the lizard are trying to escape from this terrible energy impact. However, both pets fall to the sidewalk next to their owner, who is kneeling and looking at the apocalypse happening above her in shock. The phoenix is inexorably approaching her. "This is too terrible," Xuan screams. The female students scatter, trying to escape the fiery bird that seems ready to burn down the entire city. Gao Yu and Hongzhu are in front of us. "This is the divine phoenix," the woman with the bun on her head exclaims in amazement. "Did you know he had one?" "Stop guessing," the girl replies. "This is the first time I've seen him too." The hero waves his arms vigorously to stop his pet. "Ah, Jui," he shouts. "Enough. Withdraw your divine powers. I didn't ask you to go all out." The firebird looks at its master thoughtfully. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" it asks. The phoenix calmly lands next to the young man, and the kneeling Xuan raises her hand. "I give up," she says. The girl looks at the hero as if begging him to spare her. "I want to admit my defeat," she says. "From now on, the third seat of the second year of our academy belongs to you. The resources of the third seat will be transferred to your account later." The students who witnessed the battle that just ended are discussing it heatedly. "It's too terrifying. To think there is such a spirit pet. Yiling, you are my idol from now on. Truly worthy of being the school treasure. Amazing. Invincible. From now on, he is the new third seat of our second year. His rate of advancement is unbelievable. I'm so envious. He has skyrocketed in one step." We see the serious face of the young man. A notification appears. Successfully obtained the ranking position, becoming the third rank of the second year and receiving a mysterious item as a reward. "Wow, a mysterious item," Ling thinks. He points his finger at the blue window hanging in front of him. A girl appears next to the hero. Looking into his eyes, she asks how the young man managed to become so strong. Soon there are too many girls around the guy. We hear their lines. Yes, how did you manage to become so strong in such a short time? Can you tell us about it? Can you share information on how to contact you? You are a real treasure of our school. Your strength is simply amazing." We see a leg and a red-heeled shoe. Someone calls the hero by name. It is Zhu, next to whom is Lai Xingyu. Come here for a second, the girl asks. Okay, teacher Zhu, the young man answers her. Ling runs up to the teacher. When did this happen? Zhu asks. You actually obtained the Divine Phoenix. It is also a recent event, the young man answers. The girls stand with their backs to the hero. Well, teacher Lai Xingyu received a new mission, and she wants you to go back immediately and prepare, says Zhu. Departure is imminent. What? I have to leave for a mission so soon? Asks Ling. Okay, then I'll go to the dorm and start preparing for departure. Excellent, Zhu praises the hero. In front of us is an OK on the dorm where the hero lives. On the table in front of the guy is a box with an image of a phoenix. A series of notifications appear in front of him. Crystallized phoenix blood, the crystallized essence of the divine phoenix, containing the power of the phoenix. Carrying it can dispel coldness and keep the user alert. By actively using the phoenix blood, one can summon the divine phoenix. Partial skills of the phoenix will be unlocked and its existence lasts for 5 minutes. It can be used 3 times, and after that phoenix blood will completely disappear. The guy looks in shock at the flame hanging above his palm. Wow, he exclaims, summoning a level 9, rank 10 divine phoenix. That's incredibly powerful, but it's a shame it can only be used 3 times. Ling sees another notification. You have received an alliance coin from Wuxuan. This Wuxuan is really willing to accept the outcome of the bet. I should find an opportunity to resolve the conflict with her, the hero thinks, scratching his head. Okay, it's getting late. I feel it is time to depart. The young man approaches 3 girls who are apparently waiting for him. They greet him, and he greets them. Siyu waves her hand in greeting. We meet again, she says happily, and last time you really surprised us. Although, to be honest, then it was more fear than anything else. Ling looks at the girl hopefully. Sister, I'm in 3rd place now, he says. Can I challenge you to a duel now? Of course you can, Siyu answers, laughing. Are you ready to accept it? The boy asks timidly. The girl starts to answer, but someone interrupts her. Everything is in place, asks the girl who has come up. Lai Xingyu is in front of us. She is the one who approached the students. The girls tell her that everyone has already gathered. Yiling, I heard that you are now 3rd in the 2nd year, says the teacher. The boy scratches his head, smiling. Well, I was lucky to defeat Wuxuan, he replies. How modest you are, Xingyu notes. She looks sternly at the young man. Yiling, this time we have an urgent mission to complete, she says. We see monsters approaching the city wall. Near Haiyan City, a lot of low-level demons suddenly appeared, the girl tells the students. This can be described as an invasion of demons. To eliminate this threat, the city authorities asked the Federation for help. There will be no high-level monsters there, and I will always be by your side to ensure your safety. Xingyu holds out her index finger. If you have any questions, ask them now, she says. If not, then go now. The students say they have no questions and are ready to go. The teacher leads them. Great, then let's go. In front of us is a small, old-fashioned jeep with a phoenix above the grill. Haiyan City is not far from the holy city. We will be there soon, Xingyu says. The teacher passes a tablet to the backseat. This is information about the demons that will be waiting for us in this area. Look it up, she says. Okay, the hero answers her, taking the electronic device. He sees some kind of ghoul there, a monster with huge red teeth, and a skeleton with red eyes. The girls look over the guy's shoulders at the tablet. It looks like they are all undead, Ling says. The car approaches the city wall, but on its way we see several strange clouds. Apparently, it was in them that the monsters that appear before us were hiding. Xingyu and Siyu, sitting in the front, discuss what they see. You said that there would only be low-level monsters here, Siyu says in surprise. But from what I see, there are a lot of them, and among them there are creatures of both medium and high levels. Maybe I was given incorrect information, asks Xingyu. Or has the situation changed? The girl puts out her hand and resolutely looks ahead. In any case, we need to break through to Haiyan City first, she says. Hold on tight, I'm going to step on the gas. She steps on the gas pedal. The car knocks down the monsters, and they fly in different directions with distorted faces. That's it, the girl exclaims. Another monster standing in the way hides a huge sword behind its back. It is distinguished by its huge size and a mouth right on its stomach. Hold on, Xingyu shouts to its passengers. The jeep crashes into the leg of a multi-armed monster and continues moving. It is reported that the spirit shield skill was used. The teacher driving the car raises her index finger. Hold on tight, she reminds once again. The girl uses the energy rush skill and rushes through the dense ranks of monsters, throwing them in different directions. The monsters try to stop the jeep, but it hides from them. Someone's hoof appears above the city walls, surrounded by tongues of flame. It belongs to a hellish fire-breathing horse on which sits a death knight, a giant sword on his shoulder. The leader of the undead challenges people to a fight. We see a disgusting smile of this monster. You are all destined to be sacrificed to me, he roars deafeningly. The Death Knight raises his huge sword, from which lightning immediately begins to strike. Just wait for the red moon to come, All the living beings in this high-end city will be sacrificed, he shouts. We see a magnificent palace with sharp spires, arches and stone lions. People have gathered in front of the throne on which the local ruler sits, and they ask to explain to them what is going on. We see a young man in heavy futuristic armor. Dear elite students from various academies, I'm sorry, but the current situation is dire, he says. As far as I know, the number of demons around the city is rapidly increasing. We see the young man's face up close. And the worst thing is, a Death Knight has appeared among them, he says. The young people standing on the platform below discuss the news they have heard. What? A Death Knight? This is simply terrible. So what can we do now? A woman's foot in a high-heeled shoe appears in the doorway. Instead of sitting and simply waiting for death, we must seize the initiative, its owner loudly declares. It is, of course, Xingyu, who has broken through into the city against all odds. The ruler addresses the girl from his throne. Teacher Xingyu, you have finally arrived, he exclaims joyfully. Xingyu looks at him with an anxious expression. Lord Luo, it looks like the demon tide outside the city will continue to increase, she says. If we wait like this, even if the support arrives, Haiyan City will suffer heavy losses. Lord Luo looks at the girl standing below, on the huge platform in front of the throne. Therefore, we must seize the initiative, Xingyu tells him. The young man thinks. In this case, we can only use heavy weapons, he says. The students who have arrived look around. It seems that this high-end city is not very prosperous, one of them says. Siyu rubs her chin thoughtfully. Why hasn't teacher Xingyu returned from her meeting with the ruler yet? She asks. A very frightened young man runs past. Quick, move faster, he screams hysterically. 6 fighters carry a large object past the hero and his companions. This is a spirit cannon, Siyu reports. The girl looks very thoughtful. It's very powerful, it needs to consume dark crystals. It seems that the situation is really serious, she says. A powerful explosion is heard. The students, standing next to each other, discuss what is happening. It seems to me that the battle will begin soon, Siyu says. The young people hear some sound. It seems to me that it came from the city walls, the hero says. Let's go and see. Okay, the girls answer. The monsters storm the city wall, on top of which cannons are visible in the loopholes. Each of them is manned by 2 fighters. The heavy artillery opens fire. Load, one of the fighters shouts. Don't let them break through. The students run up to the city wall and see an explosion coming from the top. You're just in time, Lai Xingyu, who is already there, tells them. The defensive barrier of the city gate will open later, and then we'll go out together to hunt down the monsters. The teacher, whose face is clearly alarmed, continues to explain what needs to be done. Be careful, she says. There is a Death Knight among the monsters. Oh my god, Siyu exclaims in fear. There is actually a Death Knight. He must be at least rank 6. The hero stands behind Xingyu. I have other tasks. The battlefield is chaotic. You can only protect yourselves. Do you understand? The teacher asks. Ling confirms that he has understood the instructions. The students run somewhere, with the hero managing to look at the system message. Yu Ling, you are very unlucky, Siyu shouts at him. This is your first time on a mission, and you immediately encountered such a terrifying monster as the Death Knight. Be very careful and do not rush forward. A notification pops up in front of the hero. Limited time mission starts, Black Rock City Monster Tide Siege. More monsters you kill, more rewards you get. Successfully repel the monster tide, then rewards will be calculated. Excellent, Ling exclaims happily. The system's missions always appear at the right time. The students approach the city wall, where students from other academies have already gathered. Look, says a girl. He is the only guy studying at Chuju Academy. Siyu turns to the hero, who is standing behind her. Did you hear what I said? She asks. Something is wrong, sister, he asks in return. The girl, smiling, adjusts her glasses. Be careful and don't dare die, she says, or I'll have to collect your corpse. I see, the guy answers her. We see a very bright energy discharge. The local ruler appears. He says that the time has come for everyone present to protect the city. This man is holding a huge sword. An information window appears describing this character. Liu Jianchen, 45 years old, rank 7, level 5. Skills, Power Chain, Power Shield, Tyrant Body, Wings. Pets, Glorious Lion, King Yuan, Dark Chimera, Nightmare, Ice Crystal Turtle. Height, 1.83 meters. The hero looks at the man in shock. Wow, how strong he is, he thinks. The ruler shouts with inspiration, charging the crowd with fighting energy. Raise your weapons and deal a crushing blow to these vile monsters. Kill, 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 the soldiers chant. People throw their hands up and scream furiously. He is worthy of being the ruler of this city, Ling thinks, looking at this picture. The soldiers are so passionate. Luo Junshin stretches out his hand and exclaims, looking passionately at his soldiers. Excellent. Monsters are approaching the city. Open the gates. Start exterminating them. The city gates are just beginning to lower, and something very significant is already flying towards the besiegers. People run out of the city gates and rush to attack the enemies. Powerful explosions are heard around them. In front of us are terrible monsters that the defenders of the city will have to fight. Soldiers in virtual reality glasses rush to the attack. Luo Junshin sits astride a huge flying snake with many other pets in front of him. Pay attention to cooperation. The ruler orders. Those who lack combat experience should not be in front. He is told that the order is understood. The hero approaches his pet. Zuyu, it is very chaotic here, don't stay too far away from me, he says. Okay, sir, the zombie replies. The Death Knight, still sitting on his horse on a high cliff, looks thoughtfully at the battle unfolding below. A bunch of ignorant sacrifices, he exclaims angrily. The knight, around whom we see numerous tongues of flame, sends a detachment of his most formidable warriors to attack. They are giant spiders that crawl along the cracked earth. Forward, forward, commands them a toothy monster with a brightly burning left eye. The spiders crawl towards the city walls and hear instructions from their leader. Devour them to your heart's content. Siyu raises his hand, and a pet resembling a pterodactyl appears above it. A powerful leg of the monster falls to the ground in front of the heroes. A moment later, the monster flies towards the hero and Siyu with swords in its hands. Zuyu, forward, commands Ling. The zombie girl appears behind the monster and strikes him in the back of the head. The huge creature lies lifeless on the ground, and Zuyu is walking along its back. Oh, thank you, Siyu exclaims. Ling notices something and points at it. What is it? He asks in amazement. It becomes clear that his attention was drawn to the huge spiders. These are cave spiders, says Siyu. So many of them. This is very bad. The monsters are approaching the city wall and the people defending it. The huge monsters hang over the city defenders, who seem tiny in comparison. The girl and the wounded guy she is supporting are reflected in the spider's huge red eye. The monster is preparing to pierce the young man with the huge spike that ends its leg. Siyu stretches out his hand. Watch out, she screams loudly. The monster, which seemed to have already dealt with its victims, receives a powerful blow. Behind the hero and Siyu stands their teacher with a hand cannon in her hands. Teacher Lai, the young man says with relief. Xingyu looks at him with a worried expression. These cave spiders' attacks have a corrosive effect, you need to be careful, she warns. Siyu turns to the teacher and reports that there are more and more spiders. The soldiers cannot withstand the onslaught of the monsters and flee. We see the hand of a fighter who has just been killed by one of the giant spiders. Someone's pet is rushing towards the monsters. It is a huge, menacing lion. The hero looks at it in surprise. This pet is so strong, he thinks. It becomes clear that the lion is controlled by Luo Junshin. The ruler of the city raises a huge sword over his head and gives the order to attack. The soldiers, hearing him, rush at the spiders. The young men fire from small arms. They shoot, as it becomes clear from the hits on the monsters, very accurately. Lai Xingyu, together with the hero and Siyu, stands behind these fighters. The wave of monsters does not end, and as we move further, we will meet even stronger monsters, she says. So everyone be extremely careful. The hero warms up his fists. It seems that it is time to release Ju, he says. Ling raises his hand and a bright orange sphere appears above him. Ju, it is your turn, he shouts. A huge fire bird appears in the sky. The people who see it discuss this creature with trepidation. How beautiful she is. What kind of pet is this? It is clear from her appearance that she has great strength. I am so jealous. What's the use of being beautiful? Beauty can't be used for battle. The monsters look at the phoenix with fear, under which a battle is taking place and explosions are heard. We see young people who are amazedly examining the fire pet. That is the divine bird. Phoenix, one of them asks. We see the face of the guy. Where could this creature come from? He cries out in bewilderment. Is this that student? The city ruler, who is sitting on a lion, is also extremely puzzled by the appearance of the fire bird. It's a phoenix, he says. I didn't think anyone would be able to establish contact with it. It seems the new generation really is much more capable than the old one. The hero looks excitedly at the insane number of monsters that his pet will have to fight. Ju, show them all how wonderful you are, he says to the phoenix. Everyone look at me, exclaims the firebird. It brings down streams of fire on the monsters below it. The Death Knight watches all this from the back of his horse. Have you decided to give up yet, worthless insects? He asks. He uses his undead frenzy skill, and everything around him is drowned in hot flames. Raising his huge sword above his head, the knight rushes to attack. The monsters, who are surrounded by tongues of fire, roar loudly. In front of us is a skull that screams, spreading blue streams around itself. One of the monsters swoops down on the warrior, ready to grab him with its claws. The creature's fingers grab the man by the head, and he screams in terrible pain. A moment later, the fighter is already sitting on his knees, and the monster is seeping out through all the holes in his head. Xingyu looks at what is happening in front of her in disgust. "Oh no," she exclaims. "These monsters have been frenzied by the Death Knight. Their speed and attacks have increased significantly." Luo Genshin thrusts his sword into the ground and summons his pet, the Ice Crystal Turtle. We see a huge shell appear under the ruler of the city. The turtle opens its mouth and looms over the monsters, which are much smaller than it. We see blue streams flying apart. "Frost domain," someone says loudly. A powerful blue wave spreads out from the turtle's mouth. It covers the monsters and it seems to have a very effective effect. Ling looks at what is happening in amazement. "Wow, what a slowing effect. It's simply amazing," he says. The fighters, armed with light weapons, go on the attack. Counterattack, they hear another order. The soldiers open fire and again hit the enemies very accurately. The hero flies over the battlefield, sitting on his phoenix. Smiling, he looks at his pet and tells it to show everything it can do. "You already asked for this," the phoenix replies. The bird, burning with incredibly hot fire, begins to send small green birds in front of it. It is reported that the phoenix's movement skill is being used. Thick columns of green flame fall on the monsters. In this case, we see the effect of using the Hellfire suppression skill. The hero, who is sitting on a proudly flying fire bird, asks his pet to be careful and not to harm his allies. "Don't worry," the phoenix replies. A barrage of green energy falls on the army of monsters. The fighters, who just recently fought with monsters, look in shock at the nightmare that is happening to their opponents. We hear the lines, "Wow, this is truly impressive. What kind of pet is this? How powerful it is. This is a divine phoenix. How jealous I am. Are pets really that strong?" Luo Genshin looks at the fiery bird in amazement. "The divine bird phoenix," he says. "It really exists." Tongues of green flame devour the monsters. The Death Knight looks at the phoenix soaring in the sky. "No, this is impossible," he screams. The leader of the monsters opens his mouth so wide that he risks tearing it. "The divine bird phoenix," he screams hysterically. "How can such a powerful bird be controlled by a human? Before us is the empty eye socket of this creature. This simply cannot be," the Death Knight screams. He spurs his horse and gallops forward. The knight holds out a huge sword in front of him and addresses his master. "My powerful master, I need you to bestow power upon me." A black whirlwind forms above his sword aimed at the sky. "Sacrifice this group," the knight orders. He laughs loudly, emitting fire from his left eye socket. "Insignificant ants," he screams at his enemies. We see a walled city and a large crowd on one side of it. "What is going on here?" someone from the crowd asks. "Who is the Death Knight going to summon?" Luo Genshin looks up at the sky, across which an ominous black haze is spreading. "Could it be that behind the Death's Tent there is a mastermind?" he says. In front of us is a trident-shaped helmet, under which the face of some terrible creature glows red. Ghostly red figures are descending towards the ground. Judging by their grinning mouths, they are laughing. Xingyu, holding a hand cannon, looks up in amazement. "Could it be that this is the Lich King?" she asks. The summoned master, hanging in the air above the monsters, looks incredibly menacing. The fighters who see him begin to panic. "This is so terrible," one of the young men screams. "Will we be able to escape this time?" he asks. "We may never return to the city," says the girl in the yellow dress. "What are you talking about?" someone else asks indignantly. It turns out that the last sentence belongs to Gao Yu. She clenches her fist and tries to encourage the young people who have lost their fighting spirit. "Pull yourself together," she urges. "The city lord is still fighting with all his might. Is it possible to give up so easily?" "You are right," says the long-haired girl. "With so many spirit masters here, I believe we will be safe." Xingyu turns to the city lord, who is kneeling on one knee. "Ah, City Lord Luo, behind the Death Knight there is an even more terrifying presence," she says. "We must quickly resolve this." The man she addressed stretches out his hand and looks resolutely into the distance. "Teacher Xingyu, take care of the students. I will deal with the Death Knight," he shouts. The girl tries to keep up with the man riding a lion. "It is too dangerous," she shouts. "I'll help you." The girl, with flames visible around her face, summons her pet, blazing fire kite. There are now 2 firebirds in the sky. "Yiling, Zhao Siyu, be careful," shouts Xingyu, who is sitting on the one above. "I'll go help City Lord deal with the Death Knight." "All right, go with peace of mind, teacher," replies the hero, who is flying on his phoenix just below. The fire pets fly up to the giant helmet with a skull on the forehead. Luo Genshin, on his lion, rushes towards the Death Knight. The sky is streaked with marks from blows. Genshin jumps up and raises his sword to strike. "Go back to your hell," he shouts. The Death Knight blocks his blow with his weapon. "Insignificant insects clearly overestimate themselves," he replies, laughing. A red demon, released by the Knight's Lord, appears behind the man. "You cannot resist me," Genshin hears. Xingyu tries to protect her ally. She puts out her hand. Blazing fire kite. Flame wave attack, the girl orders. "Protect City Lord Luo." The firebird hovers above the 2 opponents, who have crossed huge swords. The Death Knight bares his teeth and laughs loudly. A huge clawed paw looms over the hero, who is riding on the phoenix. Ling looks up in fear. "What is that?" he asks. It turns out that he does not see a paw, but a huge fist, and it deals a very powerful blow to Jiu. The guy is trapped between the huge fingers. "This thing is trying to crush me," he asks. Noticing something amiss, Junshin looks around. "What is this?" he asks. Xingyu looks in amazement at the huge fist, which carries the hero away. "Oh no," she screams. "We're trapped. The tiger has come down from the mountains. They want to capture Yiling." A fist slowly rises into the portal that opened in the middle of the sky. The students shout loudly, discussing what they see. "Look, the fist grabbed that one guy from the girls' academy. Why would someone kidnap a second-rate spiritist? This is so terrible. Can't you feel how strong this evil aura is? I can hardly breathe." We see the leg of a running girl. Zuyu jumps up and flies towards the fist that is tightly holding the hero. "Let go of him immediately," the zombie girl shouts. The hero stretches out his hand in her direction and shouts, trying to stop her. Zuyu quickly returned to the spirit pet imprint. The fist is almost hidden in the portal. "No, Yiling is about to be sucked into the black hole," someone shouts. Junshin, who is being looked at by a smiling Death Knight, shouts in despair that it is too late. There is no more time. Xingyu, standing on her fire pet, watches as the fist disappears into the portal, leaving behind a bright blue star. The Death Knight raises his huge sword again. He laughs and, as is his habit, calls people insignificant insects. Xingyu looks ahead with bitterness. Then her face turns to anger and hatred. "I want my student," she screams. We see the character's back, whose protective equipment includes many long spikes. "Pay the price," he screams back. The Death Knight laughs loudly. Xingyu, riding on a firebird, and Luo Junshin, who calls the enemy a shameless scoundrel, approach him. The city ruler orders his pet, which we see behind him, to use the skill lion's roar of battle. Xingyu spreads her arms wide. Her firebird is also ready to attack. Powerful blows fall on the Death Knight. The leader of the monsters is kneeling, with a huge sword sticking out next to him. However, this character continues to laugh. We see how badly the Death Knight has suffered in the battle. However, he continues to call his enemies insects. "Do you think you have defeated me?" he asks. "Don't even dream about it." Something strange is happening to the Death Knight. It seems like he is about to explode. "Be careful, he is about to self-destruct," Junshin warns his allies. The Death Knight explodes, scattering either snakes or very large worms around him. Xingyu looks at this disgusting sight with disgust. "Damn undead scourge," she says. The normal monsters are terrified, tongues of black energy crawling towards them. The monsters scream in pain, their mouths wide open and their eyes bulging. It is reported that the Mad Ink skill is being used. The long-bodied black creatures that appeared after the Death Knight self-destructed approach Siyu. The girl raises her hand in horror, trying to protect herself. The monster takes a powerful blow and falls, engulfed in flames, almost hitting Siyu. Xingyu is kneeling in front of the girl. It seems that she was the one who protected her student. Siyu stutters as she tells her teacher that Yiling has been kidnapped. "What can we do?" she asks. "The Death Knight has been destroyed," Xingyu answers. "First, we need to take care of the remaining demonic creatures." A phoenix hovers above the hero's head. "Where are we?" it asks the young man. "I don't know either," he replies. A human figure with arms crossed over his chest appears behind the boy. We see the hero and his fiery pet again. "No need to hide and play strange games with me," Ling shouts. "If you have something to say, just show up and say it. Why did you bring me here?" The creature the guy was addressing appears, surrounded by a vortex of blue energy. It cackles vilely. Before us is an undead creature with a withered face, dressed in a strange combination of armor and a monk's robe. "No wonder you're the contracted partner of the divine bird Phoenix," the character declares. "Such courage is admirable." We see an information window. YY, Undead Lick, Rank 8, Level 3. Talents, Soul Devour, Life Transmutation, Undead Magic. Skills, Claw of Silence, Undead Fury, Undead Space, Earth Spider Summoning. The hero's mouth falls open in amazement. Rank 8, Level 3, this is simply terrifying, he thinks. Xingyu and Junshin are only 7th rank Spirit Masters, but this guy is actually 8th rank. He is truly terrifying. It seems as if both the hero and his pet and the terrifying Lick are hanging in the middle of a pitch-black space. "Young man, I'm curious, how did you manage to form a contract with the divine bird Phoenix?" the monster asks. "Such a powerful spiritual companion has never appeared in the Federation before. When it really comes down to it, I have no choice but to use the crystallized phoenix blood," Ling thinks. He looks at his opponent carefully. "Curious about me?" he asks. "I'm just a 2nd rank spirit master, nothing more." The Lick, whose back we can see, raises his hands to his head. Young man, you're only second rank, he says, cackling nastily. That thing has a truly disgusting face. And you may not realize how majestic a creature the divine bird phoenix is. It finishes the sentence it started earlier. Ling wonders why the Lick needed to drag him out here, and he asks the monster directly. He spreads his arms and a white and blue sphere appears above his head. It's very commendable, young man, that you managed to remain calm, he says. I'll show you something now. We see a city being destroyed by waves of green fire. The guy seems to understand what's in front of him. We see many terrible monsters, including the leader, a skeleton in armor and a very unusual staff. The Scourge organization, Ling says. The Lick smiles, looking at the young man. Young man, I hope you can join our Scourge organization. Overthrow the false benevolence of the Federation and create a truly equal world, he says. Moreover, I will bestow upon you even more terrifying power, granting you the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. The hero looks closely at his interlocutor. Boss, you've already said a lot, but you haven't provided any concrete evidence or plans, he says. This all sounds very much like empty promises to me. This area of the undead is completely under his control, Ling thinks to himself. I don't know what's going on outside right now, but I can't stay here for too long either. The hero's words infuriate the Lick, and a mad rage appears on his face. You bastard, he screams. If you won't drink a toast, you shall drink a forfeit. The Lick casts the undead corruption spell. He glares at the boy and gives him one last chance to change his mind. Ling, meanwhile, hides the phoenix blood he's about to cast behind his back. It seems that without using my ultimate move it won't work, he thinks. The hero crushes the fire crystal with his hand. A strange sphere appears in front of the Lick, scattering jets of black energy around itself. You ignorant brat, if you can't be of use to me, I will certainly get rid of you, he says. The battle between humans and monsters continues, and the city's defenders, as far as we can tell, are having a very hard time. Xingyu holds out her hand. This is very bad, she screams. The monsters have gone berserk. Everyone, gather all the spiritual companions together and block the attacks. One of the soldiers confirms that he has understood the order. Many pets appear in front of the monsters. We hear the spiritualists calling for their companions. Volcanic stone man, swamp creature, ice crystal turtle, dark chimera, gale dragon, come back quickly. Siyu approaches his teacher. It's been so long, she says. Is Ling not able to come back? No one knows where he is now, answers Xingyu. Right now, he can only count on himself. Siyu looks at the sky, where the trace of the closed portal is still visible. Ling, you must stay alive, says the girl. The Lick looks somewhere with anxiety. What is this? He asks. It is not clear to whom. A powerful flash occurs, the energy of which covers the monster. What is going on? Asks the monster. Orange streams of energy rush across the sky. The Lick screams in bewilderment. He puts out his hand and looks closely. It seems that he finally understands what is in front of him. This is the 9th rank, he thinks. A huge phoenix hangs over the Lick, generating an ocean of flames. A 9th rank phoenix. How is that even possible? The monster thinks. The hero, with a firebird flapping its wings behind him, looks very pleased. The hero stares at the enemy. Why, is this all you can do? He asks. The Lick sees a young man against the backdrop of a blazing phoenix. This guy knows my name and summoned a 9th rank phoenix, the monster thinks. But he is just a 2nd rank spirit binder. The Lick opens his mouth wide and screams shrilly. On top of that, he knows my name. Who the hell are you? Ling smiles. You won't have a chance to find out, he replies. A wall of fire rolls towards the monster. It is reported that bathing in flames and scorching the heavens have been used. The Lick folds his hands in front of himself. He uses his Death Cloud Alley skill, causing a strange figure with a skull on top, wrapped in chains, to grow behind him. The hero, with a huge phoenix burning behind him, calmly looks at the enemy. Let me show you the power of a rank 9 divine bird, he says. The figure the Lick summoned is covered in a wall of fire. Ling, with cold-blooded ruthlessness, orders his pet to finish off the monster. The Lick opens its mouth wide. We see that the monster is very scared. Its head begins to disappear behind thick stripes of visual interference. The Lick raises his hand, trying to protect himself from the burning flames. A rank 9 divine phoenix, the monster screams shrilly. In front of the hero, the remains of the Lick are weakly burning. Somehow he burned very easily, Ling thinks. Did he just run away? The hero notices something. It is a ring with a figurine of a skull. The guy takes it in his hand and examines it. It's his storage ring, he says. Let me see what good stuff is inside. The firebird hovering above the hero becomes a little dimmer. It seems the skill's effect is ending, Ling thinks. We need to get out of here quickly. The hero stretches out his hand and uses the burst of flame skill. Turn this place into ashes directly, he orders. The sky fills with powerful jets of fire. The hero begins to fall into the funnel that we see behind him. Siyu looks at the portal in the sky and sees someone falling from it. She approaches her teacher and asks what it could be. Xingyu takes a closer look and seems to understand what it is. "It's Yiling," she shouts. It really is him, and we see that the guy is flying down on his back. Siyu, instantly orienting herself, calls her pet. "Swift Wind Dragon, quick, catch Yiling," she orders. The rescue operation is a success. We see the hero lying on the dragon's back and Siyu kneeling next to him. "Blazing fire kite, protect us," the girl shouts. Her fire pet spreads its wings, revealing red-horned monsters beneath it. The bird spews out a powerful stream of flame, burning the monsters. Siyu leans over the hero, who lies unconscious on the ground. Xingyu runs towards them as fast as he can. The girls try to shout to the guy. He finally opens his eyes. The girls leaning over the young man smile happily. "Yiling, we were so worried about you," Xingyu exclaims. "I'm fine," the hero replies, raising his hand. Ling gets up from the ground and sits up. "If something happened to you, your mentor would definitely kill me," Xingyu tells him. Siyu, meanwhile, notices something very important. "Look, everyone," she shouts. It seems the demons are retreating. We see that the monsters are indeed fleeing the battlefield in panic. "It seems to me that the demons are retreating because Yiling has returned," says Xingyu. Junshin, riding his faithful lion, is rapidly approaching the hero sitting on the ground. "Brave warriors of the city," the ruler shouts, "destroy all the demons." The soldiers with weapons in their hands follow their commander. Xingyu takes the exhausted hero by the arm and leads him somewhere. "Teacher Lai, the demon tide is indeed dispersing," Siyu tells her. "Shouldn't we send Yiling back first?" "Where have you been?" Xingyu asks the hero. The hero, supported by Xingyu, says that it is a long story. "I was not grabbed by a chromancer named Lai Wai and transferred to a dark dimension." The girl imagines herself as a lick holding a dark sphere in his hands. "What?" she exclaims in bewilderment. "He is an 8th rank, and you managed to escape from his hands." Xingyu leads the hero across the bridge into the city walls. "Quickly, come with me and let me examine you," she says. "I need to know if you're injured or not." A huge window is glowing in the sturdy stone building. It seems that the Cataclysm organization was indeed behind this manipulation of the monster invasion, someone says. Ling is sitting on the bed, and 4 girls are standing in front of him. "Yiling, it's really fortunate that you managed to escape from the hands of 8th rank," Siyu says. "Yeah, that was just amazing," one of the girls supports her. "Actually, I was just lucky," Ling admits. Xingyu is standing with his back to us. "Okay, he needs to rest," she says to the girls who came with her. "Let's not disturb him for now. In addition to this major incident, I need to report to the academy." The girls go out the door. "Okay, we'll go. Have a good rest," Xingyu says. "I'll try," the hero replies and waves goodbye. The smile disappears from the guy's face. He takes out the ring he got after killing the lick. "I wonder what's inside," he says. The hero examines the window with the image of the items he got. "I didn't expect to see so many valuable items," he says. Ling looks thoughtfully out the blue window and analyzes the information he sees. "Dragon scales, siren's eye, these are all high-level evolution materials," he says. "And there are so many experience crystals. Now Zuyu and Aju can make a significant breakthrough in their levels," the young man thinks. In front of us is a gloomy building with a spire, above which hangs a very strange eye. It says that we are in Cataclysm City. A figure in monk's robes kneels before a huge throne. "What? Lai Wai's operation failed?" the one sitting on the throne asks angrily. "Yes, leader," comes the answer. We see a very unpleasant appearance of a kneeling creature. Moreover, there are no remains of Lai Wai's corpse, the character says. Now we see the creature he is groveling before. "What? Lai Wai is dead. How is that even possible?" it screams furiously. From the looks of it, Lai Wai was probably killed by the divine bird, Phoenix, comes the answer. Before us is a terrifying looking creature with many sharp appendages on its face. Lai Wai, the character says. "One less companion from 100 years ago. It's really embarrassing. I had warned him earlier not to provoke the divine bird, Phoenix, but he never listened." Blue lights are visible above the kneeling monster. "Also, leader, the black robe has brought a young person to see you," he says. They are waiting outside the hall. "A young man?" the leader asks again. "Bring them in." We see those we are talking about now behind the huge gates of the hall. "When you meet the leader, be careful with your words," warns Black Robe. Okay," answers the young man in the red shirt. They enter the hall, and the guy looks around in amazement. "Leader, this young man is the son of the Liu family, which owns the Tianhui city, as I mentioned to you," reports Black Robe. In general, it becomes clear that before us is Liu Wu, whom we have almost forgotten. The newcomers approach the kneeling monster. "He wishes to join our Cataclysm organization," says the latter. The guy looks fearfully at the one everyone calls the leader. Liu Wu, the former young master of the Liu family, he hears from him. Streams of purple energy appear above the throne, their outlines reminiscent of the face of a terrible evil monster. "Welcome to our organization," says the main monster standing in front of the throne. The young man falls to his knees, smiling. Thank you, leader, he shouts enthusiastically. I, Liu Wu, will definitely. The creature looking down at the boy interrupts him. However, it says, horrible ghostly snakes appear around him. Every person who joins the Cataclysm organization must pay a price. The monster finishes his thought. Pay a price? Liu Wu asks in amazement. Streams of purple energy are already crashing into his chest. The young man cries out in pain. The blow throws the young man back. This is the price of joining the Cataclysm organization, declares the creature standing by the throne. As long as you remain loyal to us, your power will be limitless. But if you betray us, it hurts me so much, Liu Wu shouts. The monster with bony growths on its face looks at the young man with eerie red eyes. You will be doomed to eternal damnation. He finishes the thought he started earlier. Before us again is the house in which the hero has settled. The guy continues to examine his trophies. Wow, he exclaims. There really are a lot of very good things here. We see a description of one of the items. Life-saving ring. When facing a fatal attack, the owner of this ring can withstand it once. Ling holds the ring in question in his hand. Of course, it can only be used once a month, but in essence, it is the same as an extra life. Not bad, he says. Now the guy looks at the card with a picture of a light. Is this a shapeshifting card? He asks. The information window confirms his guess. Shapeshifting card allows the designated target to transform into human form. Once the transformation is complete, the subject can freely switch between its original form and human form. Note, after using the shapeshifting card, it cannot be used again, and once the appearance is fixed, it cannot be changed. Ling raises his hand and calls to the phoenix, which is sitting on some kind of crossbar under the ceiling. Ju, come down here, he says. What happened? Asks the fire bird. The guy looks at his pet, still sitting under the ceiling. Do you want to have a human form like me? Asks Ling. What do you mean? Asks the phoenix. Are you saying that you can transform me into a human? The hero, smiling, shows the bird the card. It can turn you into a human, he says. The phoenix, interested, descends towards the guy. That would be wonderful, he says. But if I take this form, will I be able to turn into a bird again? Will I not lose the ability to protect you? Ling laughs. Don't worry, it's just shapeshifting, he declares. You can change back to your current form. The phoenix opens its beak wide. Is that true? He asks incredulously. Then transform me immediately. Okay, get ready, the hero replies. We will do it right now. He raises the card above his head. A selection window appears in front of him. Do you want to use a shapeshifting card to transform Phoenix Ju to a human? The hero reaches his finger towards the yes option. Get ready, I'm starting, he tells the phoenix. Ling raises the card above himself. We see a yellow glow around the transforming bird. The card, emitting a bright light, flies apart. The guy, with his mouth open, looks at what is happening in front of him. Instead of a phoenix, a seductive female figure is outlined in the bright glow. Why is this so thrilling? Says the transforming creature. After transforming, I won't be wearing clothes. Is it necessary to be so explicit? The phoenix has transformed into a red-haired girl, and the hero thinks that she is incredibly beautiful. She slowly descends towards the guy, who cannot take his eyes off her. Ling looks in shock at the second hypostasis of his fiery pet. But why is it completely different from what I imagined? He says. We see naked new girls. You Ling, how is it? She asks. Ling's eyes bulge, as the beauty does not seem at all embarrassed by her nakedness. Don't you think I've become even better now? The girl says. She happily spreads her arms to the sides. This is too much for me, the young man shouts, having seen all her charms, and faints. The beauty, scratching her head, looks at the guy, who is lying on the couch in a very strange pose. An aircraft flies up to the skyscraper. It is reported that we are back in the holy city. The hero gets out of the ship, followed by a girl in a red dress. We have completed the task, she says. I have finally returned to my beloved city and can have a good rest. We also see Xingyu here. She rightly points out that everyone is tired, so tomorrow they can all take a day off to recover. The girl addresses the hero directly. Yiling, you also go home and have a good rest. I will do so, the guy replies. But first, I will go to the Tianyu pavilion. He waves goodbye and leaves. Well, go early and come back early, Xingyu tells him at last. The task was a bit unexpected, but I was able to get out safe and sound, and with some good trophies, too, replies Ling. The guy walks down a city street. By using up the rewards from killing monsters and the ones from the system, Zuyu and Feng Jiu have improved a lot, he thinks. The most powerful thing is the storage ring of an old witch. I have a lot of materials to sell. The guy climbs the steps, and the local manager is already running towards him. Am I really seeing Brother Yi again? She exclaims. Welcome. I have some materials to sell, Ling tells her. He follows the girl. There are a lot of materials this time, the hero explains. Please find a spacious room. Okay, follow me, the girl replies. The young men enter a huge empty hall. Ling looks around the room with displeasure. Manager Zhao, I think this room is too small. What I have might not fit in here, he says. Not fit. My god, how much did you bring this time? She asks, shocked. Okay, I get it, follow me. The young men are now standing in a room that looks more like a city square than anything else. There should be enough room here, shouldn't there, Brother Yi? The girl asks. Ling, smiling, takes out a ring. There should be enough room here, he says. Then let me show you what I got this time. It might be a lot, please don't mind. Ling fills the room with the treasures he has obtained. Wow, there really are a lot of them, Zhao exclaims in surprise. The girl looks at the huge mountain that has formed in front of her in shock. Okay, Manager Zhao, that's it, please count it for me, says the hero. There's too much, replies the girl. There's about a month's worth of work from my pavilion. No wonder he's the first guy in history to be accepted by Juju Academy, she thinks. He's incredibly strong. Zhao, with a mountain of treasure behind her, turns to the young man. There are so many materials that I'll have to find more people to count them all. It'll take quite a while. But you don't have to worry, she says. Men Zhao approaches the conversation. Where did you get all this? She asks the guy. You brought so many materials at once that people who don't know who you are might think you robbed my pavilion. Ling turns to her and says hello, embarrassed. The mountain of trophies seems truly gigantic against the backdrop of three young men. Men Zhao's sister jokes, Manager Zhao explains. It is impossible to rob this pavilion. Yes, it is true, Men Zhao confirms. She turns to her subordinate and tells her to quickly find someone to count the loot the hero has brought. I have to go to the auction later, she says. The girl says she understands, and the hero asks her to clarify which auction she is talking about. Ling smiles and raises his hand like a schoolboy. Sister, could you take me with you? He asks. Men Zhao hands him his lollipop. Take you? She asks. Why should I do that? The hero hands her a vial of some liquid. If sister takes me with her, I will give her this, he says. It's just a small bottle, Men Zhao says. What kind of treasure could it contain? Ling turns away, laughing. Then it's a pity, he says. This is fire dragon blood essence, it seems you don't want it. The girl, with the lollipop in her mouth, hums thoughtfully. Then she imagines a fire-breathing dragon and screams in amazement. What? This is fire dragon blood essence. She reaches out to the hero's head as if to pull him in and kiss him. Instead, she presses his head rather roughly to her chest. This is what I've been looking for a long time, she screams. Sister, let go of me, Ling begs, I can't breathe. Zhao looks on in shock at the heated embrace. Oh my god, she cries. Men Zhao lets go of the guy and he falls to the floor. So soft, so big, so springy, he thinks. Zhao turns around in horror and runs away. I didn't see anything, she screams loudly. What are you talking about? Men Zhao screams in bewilderment, apparently really not putting any sexual connotation into her actions. Zhao stops and turns to her boss. Quickly, help me identify this liquid, Men Zhao orders. Is this really the essence of fire dragon's blood in this bottle? Is this really what you've been looking for? Zhao asks in amazement. I'll check right now if this is really the essence. Men Zhao turns to the hero and calls out to him, laughing joyfully. The girl's smile does not leave her face. If this really is the essence of fire dragon's blood, I will be in your debt, she says. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me and ask. I will try to give it to you. The hero raises his index finger. He already knows what he wants. Then please take me to see the spirit pet eggs. I'll buy one first, she says. Men Zhao steps aside from the mountain of treasures. Spirit pet eggs, she asks. No problem, follow me. The Tianyu pavilion has collected at least 10,000 eggs. Great, thank you very much, the hero answers her. The girl enters a storage facility with many shelves lined up in neat rows. This is where the pet eggs that our pavilion sells are stored, she says. Young men are standing by one of the shelves with eggs. All the eggs have relevant information and clear prices, Men Zhao reports. If you see any egg you like, the price is 40% off. Ling thanks the girl again. He walks between the shelves and examines the eggs. The young man thoughtfully rubs his throat. There are many rare eggs here, he thinks, but what I want is not here. Zhao runs through the door of the storage facility, shouting loudly. Miss, this bottle really does contain the essence of fire dragon blood, she screams hysterically. I checked everything. It's true, it's the very same substance. Who would have thought that it would be true? Men Zhao joyfully throws up his hand. My fire-winged dragon can finally, she screams. Ling continues to examine the eggs, but the girl interrupts this activity, placing her hand on his neck. Unable to control herself with joy, she again presses the young man's head to her lush chest. Ah, Brother Yiling, how I love you, Men Zhao screams. Sister, can you calm down a little? The guy begs, his legs buckling. It turns out that the girl has broken his nose. The guy holds onto it, trying to cough up, worried that he may lose too much blood. Men Zhao anxiously looks at the young man, who has crouched down in horror, and asks him if he has found the egg he wanted. He replies that the eggs stored in the warehouse are not suitable for him. The girl lowers her eyes and rubs her chin thoughtfully. So, what you want is not here, she says. But there is another way. I will take you to the auction and maybe you will get lucky there. Excellent, says Ling. I really want to go to the auction. There is a car with air intakes instead of wheels by the stairs that lead to the auction room. The auction might have some rare and good things. Junior brother Yiling, says Menjiao. People are already gathering inside the room and on the balconies. Even though this is an auction, don't expect to find exactly what you are looking for, the girl continues to explain. Besides, the prices for good lots are usually very high here. Menjiao goes somewhere and the hero follows her. I have limited funds, I'm here to pick up a bargain, the young man says. Well, let's go to my private box upstairs, the girl suggests. In the personal account, the young people are met by Zhao. The auction will start in 20 minutes, she says. Brother, sit wherever you want, this is my personal account. What good things do we have at the auction today? Menjiao asks her. Zhao carefully looks at the papers, which apparently list the auction lots. Well, I heard that there is a very rare spirit pet egg this time, she says. The list doesn't describe it clearly, but I'm afraid most of the people here are aiming for that egg. A very rare egg? The hero asks thoughtfully. In front of us is the registration card for this artifact. Yes, that's right, Zhao says. But there is very little information about it. Menjiao looks away from the hero, most likely at the auction hall. Don't worry, brother, she says. When the auction starts, we will find out everything right away. Agreed, the guy answers. The girl, who is standing on a low stage, greets everyone gathered in the hall. With one hand she holds the microphone stand and raises the other up. I'm the auctioneer of this event, Linglong, she announces. I'll represent the Tianyu Pavilion, welcome all the guests, and announce that today's auction officially begins. The girl takes off a red cape from one of the lots. Let's bring out the first auction item, she says. Under the cape is a very beautiful red flower. It is scarlet blood flower, Linglong announces. I'm sure the guests know that using it the pet can receive a certain fire resistance and fire control. The hero and Menjiao look from the balcony at the girl who raised her hand. The starting price is 1 million federal credit points, Linglong announces. In front of us is an information card with a description of the lot. Scarlet blood flower. Legend has it that it was bathed in the blood of a powerful monster. In addition, the flower grew next to lava, which had a very high temperature. It was guarded by very strong monsters. This is an adult flower, which after use can increase fire resistance and provide the ability to control flames. Can only be used once. Ling, rubbing his chin with his thumb, looks at the girl hosting the event. Wow, he thinks, a single flower here costs 1 million. It seems like everything here really is very expensive. The audience gathered in front of the low stage raises the bids. 10.1 million, 11 million, 11. 5 million. Ling looks at Menjiao in bewilderment. Sister, why is this material so expensive? The guy asks. Is it really that expensive? If someone really wants it, the price will be high, the girl replies. But many participants deliberately raise the price. Just look at how everything works here. Linglong, whose hand has not dropped since the auction began, congratulates the customers who bought the valuable artifacts. Next is the biggest item for today, she announces. The girl removes the red cloth from the lot, and we see that there is a shiny egg with blue and purple spots. It is a mysterious spirit pet egg, Linglong announces. Standing next to the table on which the artifact lies, she tells relevant information about it. Dear guests, this mysterious spirit pet egg couldn't be appraised, and they can't find any relevant records of it in the federal database, the girl says. The starting price is 3 million federal credit points. The young people standing in the hall are actively discussing her words. Is this the most valuable lot at this auction? The egg of an unspecified creature. Yes, I saw it in the brochure for this auction, and nothing specific was said there either. An unspecified item. It could be either very good or worthless trash. The guys look at the egg, which is shining on the table. The discussion continues, but it seems to me that it must be something very good. The shell is like white jade, nearly transparent, though I don't know what kind of spirit pet is inside. 3 million points for something that could be a useless toy. It seems too stupid to me. The hero standing on the balcony is the first to raise his hand and bid 3 million, which attracts everyone's attention. The young man repeats the amount, and behind him we see a bright white flash. People sitting in the hall are discussing what is happening. Wow, there is a weirdo who puts up 3 million for an unspecified egg. Is he stupid? The young man from VIP Box 1 bid 3 million. Will anyone outbid him? Asks Linglong. One of the spectators, a guy with red hair, turns to the girl sitting behind him. Everyone knows that VIP Box 1 belongs to the Shen family, which owns this pavilion, he says. They are making this bid on purpose. They are afraid that the most expensive lot will not sell, and they will become a real laughingstock. That's for sure. If no one buys such an item, they will never wash off the shame, the girl answers. 3 million twice, says Linglong. The girl, gracefully holding the microphone, gives the audience one last chance to outbid the hero. No one does, and she sincerely congratulates the guest from VIP Box 1 on his purchase of the mysterious pet egg. Menjiao looks at the young man standing next to her on the balcony in surprise. "Why did you do this?" she asks. "I offered you thousands of other eggs, and you didn't choose any of them. And now you go and buy an egg for a lot of money that may not be of any use to anyone." Ling laughs in response. "Sister, I didn't expect you to care so much about me," he says. "I'm so touched." The girl turns away, trying to feign indifference. "Don't think so highly of yourself," she says. "I don't have time to worry about you. Anyway, thank you for your attention," says the hero. "I like surprises, and that's why I bought this egg." The young man, smiling faintly, looks somewhere down. Of course, no one knows this, he thinks. "Actually, I used the Eye of Truth to appraise this egg a long time ago." Linglong raises her index finger and says that the next lot of the auction will be the icy pearl. The girl shows those present the artifact lying on the red cloth. Above her head we see a huge snake. "Ladies and gentlemen, the icy pearl is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also has a very powerful ability. It can summon out 8th grade, 5th level magic ice beasts," says Linglong. The girl, raising 2 fingers up, looks at the audience and says that the starting price is 20 million. "Wow, this is very expensive," exclaims the young man standing in the front row. In front of us is an information window describing the artifact. Icy Pearl. It comes from the deep sea and has some special power. It can summon out 8th grade, 5th level magic ice beasts for 10 minutes with a usage limit of 9 times, each with a 24-hour cooldown. Additionally, it can assist the owner in resisting some mental attacks, maintaining mental clarity. Menjiao, with a lollipop in her mouth, looks at the hero deep in thought. "This pearl is beautiful, isn't it?" she says. "It looks good, but it is flashy and impractical," replies Ling. "I agree, it's not worth the money they're asking for it," says the girl. Meanwhile, the bargaining is in full swing. 21 million, 23 million, 23 million and 30,000. The young men raise their hands to declare a higher bid. 30 million, 35 million. But everyone has to jump in surprise and turn around when someone in the back row raises the bid to 70 million. Ling and Menjiao, standing on the balcony, calmly watch what is happening below. They hear surprised exclamations. "Wow, 70 million. Someone clearly has some extra money to spend 70 million on such a trinket. I just wonder who would spend that much money on this thing," says the hero. Menjiao closes his eyes in disgust. "It must be Sun Hao," she declares. "He is relying on his family's money to show off everywhere. A completely spoiled young man." "Okay, the auction is almost over," the girl continues. "We should slowly leave here." "Yeah, I can't wait to get the egg I bought," says Ling. He looks at the girl with interest. It seems she can't stand this guy, he thinks. We see the shoe of a man who appears in front of the young people. "Menjiao, sister, I'm here," he says. "What?" the girl exclaims in surprise. "Sun Hao, what are you doing here? I didn't invite you here." In front of us is a young man with green hair with a pearl in his hand. It is reported that this is Sun Hao, young master of the Sun family. "Look what I brought you," the guy says. Smiling, he hands the artifact he bought for an insane amount of money to the girl. "I came to give you this icy pearl," he declares. "It cost me 70 million. At some point, he realizes that there is a rather handsome guy standing next to the girl. "What? Who is this stinky kid?" he asks. "What's your relationship with him? Why is he here?" "Sun Hao, I don't have to ask you who I should stand with," Menjiao answers him sharply. "Who do you even think of yourself?" Sun Hao aggressively rushes towards the hero. "Stinky, who are you?" he asks insolently. Sun Hao, with a pearl in his hand, looms over his competitor. "How dare you stand next to Menjiao?" the jealous man asks angrily. "Do you realize that I will break your legs for this?" "Brother, why are you so angry?" Ling asks him calmly. "Anger does not help solve our problems, does it?" The girl approaches the hero and asks him not to mess with this fool. "Let's get out of here," she asks. "Where are you going with him?" Sun Hao shouts. Ling turns to the girl. "Sister, this guy has been annoying you for a long time, hasn't he?" he asks. "If so, just play along with me, please." Ling takes the girl by the waist, pulls her towards him and kisses her on the lips. "You stinking thing. How dare you do such a thing?" Sun Hao yells indignantly. It is clear from the guy's face that he is offended in his best feelings. "How dare you kiss my Menjiao?" he shouts. "I want you to die. And you die too. Come on." Half a dozen young men are standing next to Sun Hao. These are apparently his guards. The villain orders his henchmen to kill the hero. They clench their fists, but the girl herself hugs the hero and looks at this whole company rather insolently. "Wow, 2 level 5 spirit masters and 1 level 7 master," Ling thinks. Meanwhile, this guy goes out and he brings such powerful bodyguards. "What are you trying to do?" the girl asks Sun Hao. "This is my family's territory. How dare you make trouble here?" One of the henchmen approaches the jealous man and tries to reason with him. "Young master, this is the Tianyu Pavilion's auction," he says. "It's not easy for me to handle things here. It seems that Sun Hao understands that it is really not worth starting a fight in this place." With a sharp movement, he throws the pearl he recently bought for 70 million. "Hey, guy, you are very good," he addresses the hero. "But I will still deal with you, you will see." Sun Hao turns around, puts his hands in his pockets, and walks towards the exit. "Let's get out of here," he says to his henchmen. Sun Hao walks in front of them and gives orders. "Chen, check that kid's information for me right away," he says. "I want to kill him with my own hands." "Young master, I just checked," replies the guy he is talking to. His name is Yiling. He is the only male student enrolled at Juju Academy this year, and he is also the only person in the Federation who has contracted the Divine Bird Phoenix. Sun Hao clenches his fist and shouts angrily that he doesn't care about it. "I want his life, no matter the cost." The hero continues to hold the girl by the waist. "Sister, I think Sun Hao won't bother you anymore," he says. Menjiao starts to reply, but then realizes that the hero is hugging her. She pulls away, greatly embarrassing the young man. "Take your hand away, they're already gone," she shouts. Zhao runs away, convincing Menjiao that she saw nothing. Ling embarrassedly lets go of the girl. Menjiao, from what one can tell from the expression on her face, is simply horrified. "My first kiss was taken away like this," she thinks. "Is this old cow eating tender grass? What the hell? I'm not a cow." The girl feels uneasy from the flood of thoughts, and she rushes out of the room she is in. "Ling," she shouts at last, "I need to run. Take care of yourself and quickly return to the academy." Ling thoughtfully scratches the back of his head. "Good," he answers the girl. "I didn't think she would be so modest," he thinks to himself. In front of us is a multi-story brown building. The hero places the egg he bought at the auction on the table, and his two pets approach him from behind. "I'm very tired, but the trip to the auction was completely worth it," he says. "It seems that the master has a new favorite," Ju says in a displeased tone. "Stop it," Ling asks her. "I found you a third partner. You should be happy, right?" The guy places his hand on the egg, and it begins to glow brightly. "Next, witness the miracle," says Ling. Streams of yellow energy spread around the egg. The hero and Ju watch as it cracks. Something furry appears in front of them. It is a cute fox with huge pink eyes. An information window appears, describing the creature. Three-tailed spirit fox. Genus, spirit fox genus. First rank, 3rd level. Experience value 0%. Growth, mediocre. Growth rate, 0%. Talent, born charming, low-level mental power immunity. Skills, charm, fox fire. Evolution condition not met. Four-tailed spirit fox required evolution materials, demon foxtail, soul capture bead, 10 low-level mental power crystals. The hero, smiling, reaches out his hand to his new pet. "Hello, little one," he says. The three-tailed fox standing on the table does not look happy. "I just want to pet you," Ling reassures him. "Don't strain yourself so much." The hero's two pets enter the room in their human forms. The fox is already sitting on his master's shoulder. "Ah, you little thing, hurry up and get down from there," Ju shouts angrily. The girl indignantly presses her clenched fists to her chest. "This is my place. How dare you take it," she shouts. Ling tries to protect the fox hiding behind his back. "Ju, you have already transformed into human form, don't be so petty," he says. But the girl remains angry. She angrily points her finger at the guy. "Yiling, are you having a new love for getting the old one?" she shouts. "What do you even mean?" the hero asks, perplexed. Ju does not answer, but it is clear that she is seething with anger. "This is really lively now," Ling says, smiling. With the fox cub on his shoulder, he approaches his two pets. "All right, Ju, don't make trouble," he asks. "Let's think of a name for the three-tailed fox together." "Just call it Wang Kai," Ju replies irritably. The guy smiles and looks at the fox cub sitting on his shoulder. "Is it right to call it such an unpleasant name?" he says. The guy picks up the fox cub and presses it to his face. "You're all white and very smart," he says, to the displeased glances of the two girls standing nearby. "How about we call you Balin? Nickname Zio Bai, how about that?" he asks. The fox cub raises its arms and screams happily. It seems to like the options offered. Ju turns away and spreads its arms out to the sides. "Balin doesn't sound that great," she declares. "Okay, let's not quarrel," Ling tells her. "Let's live in peace and harmony." Smiling, the young man looks out the system window. "First, I'll raise his level," he says. In front of us is a spacious office in which a man sits at a table. "There was no doubt that my daughter would easily deal with those bastards from the Sun family," he says to the girl standing opposite him. We see the man up close. It is reported that this is Shen Feiyun, the owner of Tianyu Pavilion. "This is so that they know not to bother my daughter," he continues his thought. It turns out that his daughter is standing in front of him and she seems very embarrassed. "But, Menjiao, listening to you, I think Yiling really has some extraordinary traits," Feiyun tells her. "You can at least remember that he was the only guy accepted into your academy." The man notices something and his face becomes worried. Menjiao, why are you blushing so much? He asks his daughter. The girl tries to pretend that she is fine. Father, what are you talking about? She asks. I am not blushing at all. Feiyan jumps up from his seat. My daughter, are you in love with him? He asks unceremoniously. The embarrassed girl jumps up and runs away. Father, stop talking nonsense, she begs at last. I'm sorry, I need to go back to my place. Yiling, you little bastard, you put me in a very awkward position, she thinks. Feiyan, smiling, lowers his eyes. If my daughter blushes like that because of him, it seems like there really is something in him, he says. I should meet him at the first opportunity. A week later, we see the city buildings, including skyscrapers. Siyu comes up to the hero and calls out to him. The boy and the girl are standing opposite each other, surrounded by many other students. Long time no see, continues Siyu. It seems that your combat power has improved a lot. Ling warms his fists and looks at the girl. Sister, I want to challenge you to a fight, he says. The students who hear these words chatter animatedly. Come and see, Ling is challenging the second-year chief. That's too impudent, isn't it? He's only just a second-year chief, and he's already challenging the #1 ranking. While Siyu remains silent, looking at the hero, the discussion continues. But she's really strong. I think she's ready to move on to the third year. I'm afraid it's impossible to predict the winner here. Yiling is already in third place and he's incredibly strong. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins. The hero looks at the girl and moves his left hand to the side. Well, sister, shall we begin? He asks. The girl stands with her arms crossed over her chest and smiles. I agree, she says. I can't wait to see how much you have improved. She holds out her hand. Gale Dragon, Diamond Ape, she summons her pets. The creatures she named appear behind her. The students discuss heatedly what they see. Their remarks reach us. Wow, that's how they lead the fight. What do you think? Who has a greater chance of winning this battle? Do we still need to say it? Of course Zhao has a greater chance of winning. I think so too, after all Zhao has been the chief for so long. There is no reason to lose to Yiling who just entered the second year. If he wins, wouldn't he push down all of us in the second grade? It feels like we are not even as good as a junior who just entered the academy less than a month ago. So uncomfortable. The hero calls a zombie girl. Zuyu, it's up to you, he says. Students discuss the beauty, who, as always, is irresistible. No matter how many times I see it, Yiling's pet is so beautiful. People are not as good as spirit pets. Damn it, why is there such a beautiful pet? How come I have never seen such a beautiful pet? If you know how to get it, please tell me. As if I don't want it. Siyu looks at the hero a little offended. Ling, what does this mean? She asks. Why are you using your phoenix? Are you showing leniency towards me? Ling gestures to her to fight. Sister, don't worry about anything. Attack, he says. The girl raises her hand. Gale, Diamond, go together. Defeat him, she orders. The huge monkey immediately jumps into the air and folds his arms to strike. Ling jumps back at the last moment. The hero also dodges the dragon's attack, around which we see a blue vortex. Siyu looks up and orders her winged pet to show a couple of flowers, whatever that means. The dragon brings down a powerful stream of blue energy. Zuyu jumps up. Ling asks her to demonstrate her new skill, Death Gaze. The zombie girl stares at the enemy. I understand, she replies. We see a huge monkey flying up to her, preparing to strike again. Zuyu, with jets of black energy visible around her, collides with this opponent. Siyu looks at the result in amazement. What kind of skill is this? She asks in surprise. Why did my pet's speed drop so suddenly? We see a huge monkey paw, and in front of it is a zombie girl. It seems that Zuyu is able to bring this opponent of hers down to the ground as well, something we have seen her do before. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.